And Coco, we're waiting on Coco. We're waiting on Coco. My God. My God. Yeah, what's up? I don't intend this to be any blood sport stuff. I just want to yap or whatever, but what's
Paste.
up? Yeah, what's up?
Howdy, why are there like 6 people here?
I don't know. They all wanted, like, I don't know. I said, I was talking to Lexadecimal, and he's like an avid listener of the Three Monks, and he was like,
Oh
can
my
you get me? I
God.
was like, okay. And then Luca is just a good friend. He's the Romanian liberal on Twitter. And then non-fun also, just like avid listener. I don't know, whatever. They're not going
Very
to talk
true.
at all. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But like, I don't know. I don't want to be weird about this. It's not going to be like a debate, bro, or like, oh, SDL or sample text gets owned, whatever. Hopefully not. It's up to non-fun. He has the channel, but I don't know. Non-fun mostly what he does is
Listen, I
like bad
just want-
Instagram reel.
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted this conversation to be archived. Okay, that's the main thing. So whenever I'm debating a cringe money and politics believer, I can go back to this and just have Sample do my confirmation bias for me.
Okay, buddy. Whatever. Yeah, okay. Anyway, what's up, SDL? How are you doing? Also, yeah, no, how are you doing?
Graduated. Got my master's. Yeah, that's great.
Hey, very good.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be unemployed in 2 weeks, so that's what's up. So give me a job. You know, I keep hearing on Twitter that you people, and you know what I mean by that, control everything. So just give me a job. Where's my job?
No, the neoliberals are out of government. I know what you meant. Yeah, no, the Democrats don't control the government anymore. It's no Trump. I don't control the government anymore. But yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we both perfectly understood what I meant by you people. Yes.
Exactly. And also with like even the AI stuff. I mean, right? Like we don't even control the AI stuff anymore. And by I don't mean neoliberals anymore. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
Sam,
we're both understanding here.
I had hopes that my boy Sam Altman. I saw him in the Zionist Jewish Congress telepathically. He was there. He was like, "Yeah, we're gonna do good stuff." But then Elon Musk and China got into AI. Is very bad stuff. I don't know. Very not. I meant very not you people-y. Very not you people-y. Either way, whatever. So look, my main thing, my main position, and hopefully you could move me. Hopefully you could, I don't know, change my mind. It's mainly money and politics. You look at the progressive types. You look at Cenk. You look at Sam Cedar. You look at Kyle Kalinske. They talk about it way disproportionately to how important it is. Seems like the evidence for like being like highly concerned with it is pretty weak. And I don't grant that it would fix a lot of issues, and the philosophical case against it, it's not too strong. It's like, but yeah, I don't know. That's my main position. So, yeah.
Let's see. 1, 2. Yeah, I mean, so I guess the in what you said, I took that out as 3 things. Hold on, I'm just writing it down. Position.
I don't even have religion though. How pathetic, right?
So yeah, so I mean I would disagree with all 3 of these. I would say that it has a medium to large impact. Money in politics has a medium to large impact. That talk about money in politics is I don't really know how to measure how proportionate it is. So I won't really contest that, but I would disagree on the vibes.
It's not in my top 5 issues, or like hardly top 10 issues. If I could like if I'm president, I'm passing bills. It's not in my top 10 bills. It's not.
And then lastly, you basically the argument is, the sort of abstract ethical opposition is weak. And that one actually feels like the easiest case to me. But when Coco was talking to me, I don't know what they want them to refer to me as in this conversation, but
you can refer to me by my username, so Coco is fine.
They said that one of your arguments was that money in politics is probably weaker electoral, like in terms of electoral and policy outcomes than stuff like the Senate existing, the Electoral College, all these other things. I don't
Sam,
know that
are you okay with me posting that list that you gave me?
Oh, sure. I didn't rigorously construct it, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so here is the list of things that Sample said were more important in determining bad policy outcomes than money in politics.
And so I don't know that I disagree that some things like, say, the Senate being unrepresentative might have a bigger impact than politics, but the Senate being unrepresentative has like really big impacts. So if it's only like the 10th most important issue in terms of biasing our democracy, it still feels like really important. So that's sort of why the vibes thing on number 2 doesn't feel
Okay.
Like, you know, like to give you an example, if number 8 on this list was money and politics, right after like social media destroying people's epistemology, I feel like that'd still be a fairly big deal. Yeah.
It might. I doubt that as well. But like, I don't think it's zero. I think it probably has more impact than like say, I don't know, um, about as much of an impact as like people being homophobic, and that's like a big issue. But like, I don't think that's the number one issue in democracy right now.
Well,
Um,
so just to clarify, I think there's a difference between issue in democracy, as in people having bad opinions and it leading, meaning democracy has bad outcomes, and an issue with like the structure of democracy.
yeah,
Like that's why, like number 5, like it's like I don't know, definitionally true to me that most Americans don't agree with me, so therefore they are wrong and bad. That's not the same thing as meaning the system is biased. I know
yeah.
clearly, you know, this is something you wrote in like a Discord message, so I'm not going to critique it too heavily, but I don't know. So when I look at the structural biases of the impact of money in politics, I will cheat a little bit here. This study, I actually looked in the .txt I have there, and it doesn't have this one because I added it in the past year, and I didn't update that thing on the website in like ages. So I'm sorry.
Also, wait, you should change your website. Have it on Notion. Have it on Notion. I'll even.
I don't even know what the fuck Notion is.
You don't know Notion? Okay, well, I'll talk about that later.
Productivity app. Also, don't use Notion. Use Obsidian. What the hell? Why are you using Notion?
Use
Notion.
That's like the Apple. That's like the
Or-
Apple of productivity apps.
Or I can have the most lightweight possible website because it's literally bare HTML and like 5 JavaScript functions. Okay, I could have that instead.
Yeah, that's why it's bad. Also, Notion has like you could export it to Markdown. Whatever. We'll talk about
Dude,
that.
at least
later.
for me,
You can export
SDL's
Obsidian to Markdown as well. You can also have plugins for Obsidian.
Okay,
SDL's
but you
fact
realize that
sheet
this starts in
is
like a .txt, like it
super
is
laggy.
Markdown. Like it. Anyway, sorry. Okay,
You
so
could just
the
throw it
study,
in Obsidian. It'd be even better.
Okay.
one of the studies that I found very interesting, and I think this one is in the old fact sheet. I'm sorry if it's not. It's one of the first ones you'll get if you look at like I think like Vox or whatever their coverage of money in politics. It's this Bonica 2017 study, and the gist of his argument is that a lot of the earlier studies, even looking at elections, where I think the effect of money in politics might be weaker compared to some other contexts. Even just looking at elections, money in politics has a bigger impact when you look at primaries than when you look at generals. And the reason for this is fairly intuitive. Like without even mentioning Bonica, this is just sort of analytically true. Most elections in the United States are not competitive. We agree on that. And you know, maybe something like 1 in 10 elections in the United States is within like 5 percentage points. Like the number of competitive elections is just very rare. So you'd expect money in politics to actually have basically no role in those elections because it's just not competitive. So in that sense, I would agree. It's like money in politics is a secondary issue compared to stuff like electoral reform. But the thing you want to look at is competitive elections. So those only occur in a very small number of general elections and in a much larger number of primaries. When you do as Bonica does, and you look in the primaries, there's a very strong correlation between money spent and electoral performance.
What was the instrumental variable they used? I got hard. I'm thinking about like an instrumental variable for this.
So the instrumental variable they used is the professional degree of the candidate, which I don't know is a perfect instrumental variable, but all of the studies which you would be citing to show that money in politics doesn't have it also use this as an instrumental variable. So, you know, whatever the methodological problems with it, they're sort of ubiquitous. So this is the reason I was citing Bonica is actually there's this secondary study he did using the same data set, which I think leads to a really funny conclusion. The question essentially is, why does America have so many lawyers in its government? Like America's government is lawyer occupied. They make up 45% of the seats in Congress, something like that. But they make up 0.4% of the US population. They're literally 100 times overrepresented. And it's not like that even in other English speaking countries. Like in Britain, it's like 15% at most. And one of his arguments is that basically this is the second study, which is not in my fact sheet. That's why I was saying it's cheating.
That's whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Basically, he runs through a bevy of these tests, and I can go into it if you'd like, where he says that you can't explain lawyer overperformance with them being more likely to run alone, which is true. They're about like 10 times more likely to run. But even if you account for that, they're about 10 times more likely to win. So conditional on running, they're more likely to win.
Yeah.
And you go through a bunch of other stuff, like classic candidate quality measures, like have they previously held elected office? those sorts of measures. And when you control for those, lawyers are still way more likely to win. One of the only variables that remains significant in explaining this is money. The answer seems to be that lawyers are rich, they have a lot of rich friends, and they do better at fundraising. And one of his neat results is that lawyers do better at fundraising even in doomed races. So races where they're going to get 10% of the vote, they still outraise their competitors by like 3 or 4 times. Okay. So to me, this seems like an obvious bad example of money in politics. I don't, lawyers being in power is not the worst thing ever, but it's a disproportionate impact of them being richer. And it means that all the other professions are shoved down in proportion because lawyers tend to win because they tend to have more money in politics.
No, like, I'm fine with that. I think the philosophical case for money in politics would be mostly through stakeholder stuff and not like, oh, those who happen to be rich, where, I mean, I don't know how much lawyers are earned it, should have it. I don't know to what degree this what was the effect size like that. I don't want to quiz you. You don't need to know everything about I certainly don't know everything about the study I cited, but I agree there is an effect to money. I mean look at Musk. He wouldn't be in government without money in politics. But I just think if I had to look at the issues when I think why don't we live in utopia? Why don't we have the policies we want? If I just had a big good regression or something to run, I don't think the money variable would have that big of an equation in explaining why stuff doesn't happen. I expect stuff like actual political disagreements between people to be there. I think the electoral part of it would be really bad. I think the introduction of social media. If I had a big regression, I think the coefficient of money would be positive, just very not standing out. It wouldn't stand out. But yeah, I agree. But okay, so for example, the meta-analysis I cited, right, looks at close to 100, I think more than 90. I forgot the number, but of studies. Of course, that doesn't mean it's good. You should look at the design. I think it was a normal regression. I don't think it was a DID or something. But just looks and found corporations don't really benefit for themselves that much. The rent-seeking ability of corporations is very limited. We kind of don't see corporations spending too much on lobbying. You'd expect if it was some big thing that could give them a lot of rent-seeking ability, they would spend a lot more on money in politics. They don't, relative to advertising, certainly. And I mean, the only area where they did find something significant was trade policy, which totally expected because farmers are actually demonic and should be nuked, ideally. But yeah, so
yeah, well,
what? Hello? Oh, he's dead.
Synth is joining. If that's what you're asking.
Oh yeah, maybe, but Synth didn't join. That's sad. Can you hear me? I don't know. Hello?
No, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right, Synth. Hey, everyone's joining. Yeah. Whatever. Oh wait, you sent DM'd me. Where are you losing the debate at? Oh my god, I'm losing. Either way, so yeah, money in politics has an effect. In fact, I mean, the philosophical case for it has to imply that it has an effect. I just don't think the effect size is that bad, and if I were to fix democracy, it would be very low at my top priorities. And I'm not blaming you, but I'm brain broken by progressives. And if I talk to someone who's Sam Cederoid, Chenkoid, Kaklinskioid, whatever, and ask them why is housing a real big problem? You saw that in the Ezra Klein debate. He goes money in politics, pay money interest, whatever. It's can we talk about anything that is actually the problem? I don't know. So I mean, Norway, for example. Norway, highly democratic. We all love Norway for our own reasons. They don't achieve this because they have massive, robust limits on political donations or. I don't even think there are any strong regulations on lobbying in Norway, right? I think it mostly comes from institutions, and other stuff. And the democratic structure of government. I really highly doubt that money is explains a lot of our problems. I just don't. I doubt it.
Sure. So. I don't know if there's any empirical evidence on the strength of lobbying in Norway versus the United States or those kinds of things. I'd be willing to concede that stuff like corporate lobbying doesn't have a big impact. I think those studies do seem to hold true. Part of the reason for that might just be that there's essentially an endogeneity here. It could be that corporations give money to people that tend to support their views, and they were going to do so anyway. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how the studies examine that in particular, but this is sort of the problem that Bonica was pointing out for the effect of money politics in general elections. It's that many elections are not competitive. Like, if you're giving money to the Republican, is the Republican going to be like slightly more pro deregulation, or are they just going to do that based on ideological beliefs? And there's some other interesting studies showing that, like, there was this one neat one showing that one perception of why legislators might not pass pro-poor policy is that they just don't understand how bad poverty is in this country. And so there was an experimental study where they did this with state legislators. They were like, do you know what percent of your constituents are poor? And now, knowing that, would you change your policy beliefs? And the answer was no. They didn't change their policy beliefs. Like, the people we elect have ideologies and they act on them.
Yeah, I agree.
So, the idea that you could...
Next to this and what we're talking about, but yeah.
The idea that you could simply give people money and then they would adopt your worldview, I think, is a little bit simplistic. But I think the argument that I would give is that the type of people that come through the primary process and that then win the general election are selected for first in the primary by this very money biased process. I don't know, the images didn't embed earlier, but it's this figure 5 one, which shows the effect size of going from basically, this is the share of the fundraising you get in the primary. So going from 0% of the fundraising to 100% raises your probability of winning from about 10% to about 90%.
Where's the image? Oh, this one. Okay. So what? Say that again.
If you go, I'm saying on the x-axis, if you go from 0% of the fundraising, meaning you raise $0, to 1, which means you raised 100% of the dollars, your win probability in this model anyway. This is just a stylized result from a Tobit or Probit model. Your win probability goes from about 10% on the left there to about 90% over on the right there.
I mean, talk about endogenous, right? But like, yeah,
this is absolutely endogenous. Yes, but it does control for stuff like candidate quality and candidate degrees, and that was the instrumental variable thing that they were talking about earlier. That even when you try these instrumental controls, increased fundraising of lawyers, basically lawyers are the instrument, seems to impact their win rate by like doubling it or tripling it, something along those lines.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. So I feel like already you're deviating heavily from progressive orthodoxy if you say corporation lobbying, that's not really that big of an issue. I also lobbying is not just campaign finance. Like, lobbying is distinct from campaign finance. So, like, when they go to the halls of Congress, have a dinner with a state legislature, it's not because of an election, kind of. And I think that there was a study, I should find it, it's in my notes, that once politicians were more sensitive to calls from constituents than lobbyists. I don't think it found a meaningful effect of lobbyists. Although the study is from like 2009, maybe things change. I'm generally wary of like studies that are from like really old. It seems like this study is from 2020, so that's good. That's very good. I'm happy about that.
One of the things. This is just a vibe. I remember back in high school, I debated this topic in one of the Lincoln Douglas things. And one of the studies that we cited on this, and I am literally doing Paduma because I can't cite the study here, pulled it directly out of my ass. Basically, the gist of it is that a lot of lobbying is, like earlier, I mentioned that, if you're lobbying a Republican, they're going to support 99% of what you believe anyway. So a lot of lobbying may just be very ineffective and may more or less be equivalent to lawyers funding doomed lawyers' campaigns. Like, you're just a corporate guy, you love Republicans, you give money to Republicans. It could be that you need to look at, a bit akin to how the Gillen study looked at, instances where the lobbying goes against partisan interests or would otherwise break with that. And I don't know how you'd quantify that. Maybe you have some studies to that. But that's my fear with the general look of just lobbying in general. Like, that's one of the just to make the comparison with electoral politics, one of the reasons that we find fairly small impacts of spending on electoral outcomes is partially because fundraising goes up in general in competitive races because both sides give tons and tons and tons of money. But when you look at the impact in races that are like not salient to the national consciousness, where fundraising impacts can be sort of unmatched, like mismatched on one side or the other, the impacts get way larger.
So local elections, like mayoral elections and stuff.
Yeah, there was this one. Where is it?
Okay. I do still think that, like, I think there is an impact. I just think it's pretty weak. You talk to the average progressive, which certainly you are not, but it's like seems like it determines a lot more. even pre-Ezra versus Cedar, or Klein versus Cedar, I should say. It's like it seems like just like a lot of brain brokenness from like, oh, it's all corporations. Like you talk about Obamacare, nothing other than like, the employee changes that like it seems like is worthy of talking about. It just, I think people blame it way more than it is actually a share of our problems.
I mean, my position is sort of simply that I think a lot of people think of money politics as this shadowy backdoor stuff. I think the stuff that's more impactful is the out in the open stuff. It's the primary selection effects. I'm not sure the lobbying has a big impact because I think the cards are already set when the primaries are over and you're in an uncompetitive district and the Democrat or Republican wins.
Sounds like that'd be solved by reforming the way we do elections. So if we just change, not in terms of limiting money in politics, but like if we had like ranked choice voting or something, there would be like more parties, and so it like you would get less bang for your buck from like astroturfing a specific candidate in a specific party because the share of control you get from that is a little like smaller.
Well, possibly. So what's interesting, right, is that electoral reform would relatively increase the importance of money in politics, right? Because right now it's random partisan distribution that has a huge impact on politics. By reducing it, you're mechanically increasing everything else, and money in politics does seem to be more important in like open races and competitive races.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? So let me get this. So we have the Democratic Party right now. Suppose we have the abundance candidate versus the whatever candidate other. And I'm a big corporation. I want to like extract rents, so I subsidize the abundance candidate, or not subsidize, but fundraise, AstroTurf, whatever, the abundance candidate, and so that way I extract more rents. Okay. Well, if we had multi-party ranked choice voting electoral reform, now each party represents the ideology in the first place. You don't get to like astroturf your own ideology in each party because they already have well-defined ideologies. Not right now, the Democratic Party, you could have a battle for their soul, but like it's not really happening with multi-parties. Like
instead of astroturfing in the primary, you just be astroturfing in the general. Like the argument is that right now the only place that you can astroturf effectively is the primary, so that's where it happens. And if instead you more or less collapse the primary and the general by creating ranked choice vote multi-party systems, then that's where it would have influence. And because all elections then would be more competitive, more of them would be impacted by money in politics. Like that's right now, money in politics doesn't affect 8 out of 9 elections in this country because it's just a Republican or just a Democrat. But the argument right now is that it affects, maybe 90% of primaries. So if everything becomes effectively a primary, you increase the rate from about 1 in 9 to like 9 in 10. Like that's the gist of the argument. I don't think it's quite that strong. I take your point that there is a difference of sort of like being able to spend in these low salience primaries. Like astroturfing is probably more effective in the primaries than it would be in ranked choice voting. So I'm overstating my case a little. Because there would be more ideological choices. You couldn't just fund the guy that you most agree with. People would actually know the differences between the candidates. So I do take your point.
I agree. No, I think your point was really good. So like the collapsing the primary into the general, yeah, that's true. So maybe now we could talk about the arguments for it. I think so. Democracy is very good at generating consensus, but I think I want to maximize utility, and for that you need to give share, like not by consensus, by stakeholder. So by a stakeholder, I mean someone who the more the policy impacts you, the more you should have a say. That's how we maximize. That's how we adjust for like the weights. If you think about it in the calculus, right? Democracy is more just like a binary. Do you support this? Do you not support this? But like allowing people to have more say kind of gives you weights of like how much do you support it and how much are you impacted. And so, kind of like the way quotient bargaining is really good because you let individuals sort like externalities out because of how much it affects them. I think allowing people to have more of a say by being impacted, which is what lobbying mechanistically does, it's pretty justified to have in democracies without too big of a constraint or limit. And I look at Norway. That's very not robust evidence. I'm not saying I have studies on Norway or whatever. Just like you look at Norway, you look at other countries. It's not. They didn't achieve their democratic, transparent, good institutions by just banning those damn lobbyists. Like that's not how they did it. And I'm saying that's what you propose. We'll get to policies later, but just prima facie, stakeholders. That's what I think closely more aligns with my ethics of like consequentialism and whatever.
No, so I take your point, and I think more broadly, sometimes this is called pluralism. The idea that mere democratic voting is not sufficient. You sort of need this broader civil society structure that allows people to voice their opinions by, say, like giving money to organizations that agree with you, or by like writing letters to your congresspeople. There's like democracy is not simply the vote. Democracy is this broader apparatus, and so I'm not opposed to like money in politics period, in the sense that no one should be able to spend any money on any candidate. The argument from my perspective is that disproportionate, unequal money in politics is the problem. The fact that some people have a lot more money, that some people are way more willing to spend it, biases the results. So I'm totally in favor of stuff like democracy vouchers, or even more broadly, like civil society vouchers. Say, give everyone $100, let them go off and elect the candidate they please, send the money to that candidate, let them go off and support the civil society organization they support for $100. That all seems great to me. It's just that right now, overwhelmingly, that money comes from the ultra rich. Something like, I want to say like 60% plus of donations to the Democratic and Republican Party are from people over like $1 million of net worth.
So
like very, very, yeah.
Yeah, so that's good. That's good. I agree with that. I don't agree with the conception of it. So I don't think it's because of inequality. Kind of you phrased it to be inequality. I think it's because of poverty. And you mentioned poverty before by asking people about poverty. You should measure poverty in absolute terms. Hopefully you agree. But so I think the problem is that people don't have the money to express how much policies impact them. But it has nothing to do with how much other people have it. So suppose we have a policy, execute the Jews. I know you support that. We can talk about that another time. But whatever. It would impact me a lot. It would impact me a lot. But if everyone else who's not Jewish doubles their income, it doesn't matter. It still impacts me a lot. So what we need to do is to give the people who get impacted more money. We give that by solving poverty, making everyone richer. But it's not about relative inequality. So it's not about how much people own relative to other people. It's just how much people have money to spend to make a say, such that their cash flow from making that lobbying decision comes back to them, right? So if I could spend $1,000 right now and lobby, and I get in return, I don't know, $1,500, I would do it. I just don't have that $1,000, so we should just solve poverty, have growth, have UBI. I don't think it's inequality. I just think it's poverty, basically. Yeah.
Well, so your argument essentially is that electoral spending is not zero sum, and is that a fair summary?
Kind of. My summary is more, if we were to structure democracy in a way that allows people to have more say in proportion to how much they're impacted, then the issue is not that some people have more money than others. The issue is that some people don't have money. That's the way I would say it.
Well, sure, but imagine a society where everyone were 10 times richer. It would still be the case that some people could spend 10 times more, like regardless of how impacted they were, they could spend 10 times more. They
would spend 10 times more if they were impacted 10 times more.
Well, yeah, otherwise, that's what. Like, if you multiply everything by 10, they would still be spending.
Yo, Nick, thanks for the $5. I appreciate it. Hell yeah, brother.
Stuff like
that. Just for inflation. So I don't think if we multiplied everyone's real incomes by 10, why would you spend more if it impacts you just as much? No, I don't see why that would happen. What happens is, let's say we have a policy that
political consumption is a normal good, like it rises as incomes rise. Like people can't do it's something they do with excess income.
I would think that people spend in proportion to how much it impacts them. I think consumption is more than normal. I think more. I could bust a paper for that. Right, so like the more your incomes, it rises disproportionately. Maybe I need to look again. Did you see that?
The broader point is that I don't think that it's the case that this. I think this is not quite a zero-sum game, but it's close to a zero-sum game because the things that you care about, like the attention of other people, the attention of legislators, are fairly close to zero-sum. Like for it not to be zero-sum, they'd have to have quite a bit of extra capacity such that you could, by spending additional money, raise people's interest, raise people's capacity. But this just doesn't seem to be the case. Like people are very hard to motivate without like tons and tons and tons of money. So it's close to zero-sum from my perspective.
Yeah. Okay, so that wouldn't mean it's zero sum. That would just mean that there are more issues with getting people to express how much policies affect them, other than them not having money. What I mean is kind of this. So, like, suppose Trump does policy that would like deduct like $120, $25 from your money. So adjust for inflation, whatever. And let's say I don't have $100 to lobby for, so I would just have to take it. But if we had a democracy where I had more money, but the general standards of living increase, now I have the money to represent to the whatever politicians or whatever. Hey, I'm really impacted by this, so I'm spending more. But I don't think it's relative to how much other people earn. So like you could double non-funds income.
I think the problem here
$100 because it affects me only $100.
The problem is that most of the impacts from politics are also going to, not all, but many of them are going to scale along with your income. Stuff like, I'm working in the United States, I'm going to get deported from the United States. That the impact of how bad that is rises as your quality of life rises. Or I have a job, but now I fear that I'm going to be at risk of discrimination for my sexuality or gender because of a new regime coming in. Well, that scales with how bad it is to lose your job and lose your housing and so on. So I take your point.
Still on inequality, but yeah, that's a true point. It's not constant, but it's not. I don't think inequality is a variable. It's more your standard of living is a variable. So that's true. That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
I mean, I would be happy to concede that in a richer society, the inequalities of political spending are probably lower just because people have more like free spending money. Like, I'm happy to concede that. I just think that the major problem here is going to come down to the inequality of spending. Like, that's what drives the fact that lawyers are like 10 times overrepresented in our government relative to other like relatively degreed professionals.
Okay.
And so I feel like those outcomes, like the fact that inequality exists, is what leads to these unequal representations in government. At least it is my position. So like, I agree those would be ameliorated by making everyone richer, but making everyone richer is actually a fairly difficult thing. Whereas things like giving people vouchers is like a political program you can do, whereas making people richer is sort of like the outcome of politics.
It's actually very easy to make people rich. All you need to do is repeal the Jones Act, and just you'd see. You'll just see. Trust me.
Yeah, I mean that would probably make people like 3% richer. Yeah.
Yes, yes. And then we just repeal it 300 times, and then people will get a lot richer, right?
Mexico's trying to step in.
You know what?
I think
we can go and I'll just be in the car.
Oh, Lexidecimal, you should probably be muted. Yeah, that's right. I
thought they were trying to say something. I'm sorry.
I thought they said something
way earlier. Way earlier. This guy named Tyler Holston said, "I love SDL. Tell him I love him. I love you too, random citizen."
That's right. We all love you. That's right. But
to pivot back a little. So I agree that poverty is an ethical issue for stuff like money and politics. The argument that I'm trying to give more broadly. So here's a fun stat that I give to people. The Koch Foundation raises more money than the Republican Party does itself. To me, this suggests that a lot of ideological conservatism is going to be downstream of the ability of these very wealthy people to create foundations like Turning Points USA, created by billionaires, like the Koch Foundation, created by billionaires, like the Daily Wire, funded by billionaires. Like, you look across the media ecosystem, there's these sort of second order things, not just money in politics, not in elections, not just money in politics and lobbying, but these, what I call the faces of power from Stephen Luke's. The first face is like elections and direct decisions and votes in Congress and stuff like that. But the second face is agenda setting power. The second face of power is the ability to determine what policies are even acceptable. And you see people like Elon Musk can just buy Twitter and they can just suddenly change what's acceptable to include like neo-Nazism.
100% agree on media with you. 100% agree on media. I think that's somewhere where like actually like holy shit, people's epistemologies are broken. There's very little rationality there. We got to do something. But I think democracy is less the case. But still somewhat. And I agree. But hey, maybe the Koch brothers are just like a really big stakeholders. So that's where they spend a lot.
I think the
I'm okay. You know.
So the argument from my perspective is like, even if I have to concede that money in politics has no impact on elections, which I don't think is true, that has no impact on like legislative outcomes, which might be true. I don't know if it has a big impact on lobbying. Even if I have to concede all that, I think there's these additional areas of politics. Like I mentioned, the civil society organizations and media, which have, in Stephen Luke's framework, the second and third face of power, meaning agenda setting power and ideology setting power. People believe things because they listen to it on Fox News. And that was just spun up by a billionaire in the late 90s. And it was very commercially successful. Like, it wasn't just a billionaire doing it, but billionaires who can do this can just change public consciousness.
I agree.
So Elon Musk is an obvious example. And I have a study on this, if you'd like causal inference for it. But there was this newspaper in Israel created by a billionaire, and it shifted people like something like 2 points to or 5 points to liquid, somewhere in there, just by giving it out for free to everyone. One billionaire. And that feels terrifying to me. Like, I don't think any person could ever have enough stakeholding power. They should be able to determine the votes of like 5% of people. Mic issues. Big money in politics.
Oh,
censoring
shit.
sample
Holy
text.
shit. Okay, I'm on my phone now. Hopefully, it's not significantly worse. Sorry, I had mic issues. My mic just dies randomly. No, I agree. I was gonna say I'm from Israel. You tapped me into that study about Israel. That was interesting. Um, so yeah, I agree. Oh my God, buy a better microphone. That's what I did though. I did use my money to buy a better microphone. It's just this microphone just like disconnects all the time. So I should do it again.
It's not that much better.
Maybe.
You might buy a new cord. You can usually buy them on Amazon.
I could. Either way.
It's a USB. Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
I 100% agree with you. I don't view that as money in politics, like Elon Musk buying Twitter. When I think money in politics, I think campaign finance, I think Citizens United, I think lobbying. But I certainly agree, media is a big problem. Billionaires in media are just like a really big problem. I think this literally mind control. It's literally you can just just do evil stuff unaccounted or unaccountable. Like, yeah, I agree with you. I think that's
and just to
biggest failure.
Go ahead.
No, I
just
agree.
Just to respond to what Luca mentioned, I agree that money in politics is commonly used, refers to stuff like Citizens United and like lobbying and election campaign financing. I do just think there's this broader point, like, Sample Text, you were earlier raising the idea of stakeholder democracy. And I was trying to point out that common definitions of stakeholder democracy point to stuff like civil society organizations and stuff like the Koch brother foundations. Like, politics doesn't end at the voting booth. Money politics is this much broader thing. And I think there, the impacts are like really, really obviously bad to the extent that you agree with them. And something, the line that I've given is that it was like pulling teeth back in like 2023 to get liberals like yourself to recognize that billionaires have an impact on like the media ecosystem, have the ability to shape people's opinions. And then Elon bought Twitter and Trump won the election, and like night and day, every single liberal's on my side on this issue. Because I remember having this debate whenever the wealth tax would come up. I'd be like, I'm really scared of the billionaires. I think they're going to do fucked up things to society. I think they have too much power. And people were like, how much power do they really have? Look at these studies showing that they don't have a big impact on election campaigns. And I'm like, okay, 2 years later, you're all on my side. You're signing up for the Leninist death squads.
Oh, I think Elon had a big effect through social media. I don't think he had a big effect through donations. I mean, you can look at the North Carolina Supreme Court election. I mean, you may say it made it more likely, but certainly not enough to succeed. And that guy has the most money. But no, I agree, and I'm not with you on the wealth tax, but whatever. I don't even think it would reduce inequality that much. Whatever.
Usually to make it higher.
Yeah, whatever. We'll talk about that another time. Yeah, what about me?
No, I just said literally you just have to make it higher.
Okay.
So I don't know. Like I think first
to Luca.
Studies.
Yeah, go. But it's just. But I'm sorry. But when you look up money in politics, I'll bet like I don't know $20. Look up to any like common website that defines what money in politics is. I don't think in the definition you'll find like people buying like Rupert Murdoch owning Fox News or whatever. I think you'd find people saying you donate to elections and lobbying and stuff. That's what people mean by money in politics. Of course, it's money related to politics, but that's not what the term money in politics means. That's whatever. Either way, whatever. Keep going. What do you want?
No, I'm definitely using. I think I'm using an expansive definition. I just also think it's the correct one. Doesn't really matter. It's sort of semantic, but I don't know. So laying out my case a little bit, I think first we find a bunch of studies which seem to suggest that money politics has a big impact in
supposed
primaries.
to be a 1v1. We just have a bunch of
There's
people
also some
listening in.
studies that, I linked it earlier. We didn't talk about it because we were moving on to this philosophical stuff. The Size Vavrek Warsaw 2021 study, which is not causal. It's using panel fixed effects and geographic discontinuities of media markets. But it's like, I don't know, semi-causal. And it shows that even advertising, there was a famous advertising study that I love to cite from Rick Perry's campaign. And in that study, Gerber 2011, they like randomly assigned which media markets would get an ad and which wouldn't. And the gist of it is that they found that after a week, the impact of the ad was like nil. It literally took 1 week for the effect of the ad to wear off. But one of the problems with that could have been that it was a really high profile election. And there was enough advertising spending on it that people were just persuaded in the other direction. And when we look at these geographic discontinuities, we find that ads seem to have a fairly significant impact on people's votes. And I know pulling all the way back to Citizens United, the study that I mentioned, which I was supposed to mention last night, I'm sorry, it was that clump study. which
it made people
know
more Republican. I'm familiar with that one. No criticisms. I just think we shouldn't like. We should like. I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of like we should tailor our policies to what would get our side of like this. So like this policy is bad because it makes Republicans more like we should probably make it because it's more democratic or something, but not because it makes people like if the UBI made people more likely to vote Republican, you should probably still do UBI. I know, like I get it. I'm a consequentialist, so it should move me, and it does make me less against Citizens United. But there are other studies. Again, I can cite them. It's in my notes. But like Citizens United had good effects in terms of promoting good policies. So equally, that should move me. It made politicians cater to a wider range of constituents. So that's also, if you care about democratizing, it seems like that.
But why would that be the case? Why would removing limits on?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was more like so. Workers may be affected by certain policies, and if the corporation lobbies on behalf of that, that also represents workers in the corporation. And politicians.
You don't believe corporate lobbying has an impact? Yeah, but like, I don't think corporate lobbying.
I think it has a limited impact. I said I don't believe it has zero impact. I think there's mixed literature, but I'm totally open to it having like meaningful impact. But just not. I said if I had a regression of how much of an impact it is to making us not democratic, it'd be significant, but not that big relative to other stuff. That's what I said.
I mean, sure. If one of the larger positive impacts of Citizens United is so small that you can cite it as one of the reasons money in politics is not a big issue, then I feel like it also can't be like an argument in favor of money in politics.
Right. Like I feel like you're talking about two different things. What study do you think I was citing? I wasn't citing the meta-analysis. That's a different study.
Well, but I'm saying if the meta-analysis holds true, then the fact that corporations might be more likely to lobby for their workers, which I don't think Citizens United had the effect, but let's say it did, then it would still be an inconsequential effect by the meta study. Like that's what I'm trying to say. The effect size is either important or not. And if it is important, then corporate lobbying matters. And if it's not, then it doesn't. And I know you're saying like maybe it's in the middle, maybe it's a medium.
Matters, but I think we should have some more money. Like kind of like what you said. I don't think lobbying should be zero. I think at some point lobbying becomes net bad, and given that it has not that big of an effect, it's probably in the good territory, right? And we can look at the studies that promoted good policies for Citizens United. So, yeah. So maybe I'm missing the point. Are you alleging I have a contradiction or something?
I do think it's contradictory to point to a positive impact of Citizens United being a shift in corporate lobbying towards better causes, and also argue that corporate lobbying is ineffective at shifting public policy.
Well, I don't think it's. I think every time I said it's not that ineffective, and I said there is actually some, like even in the study I cite, they find that like trade policy has significant effect, right? So like farmers would like be able to meaningfully change this thing. But my position was never it's zero. My position was
for this very specific thing. Wouldn't representing workers more in trade policy be like deleterious if you think that workers? I think we had this previous conversation. The argument that like workers and unions are like anti-trade. So wouldn't this be anti-utilitarian on your framework? Wouldn't you want the greedy corporations to have more power?
Yeah,
was therefore a bad decision.
No, yeah. I agree. I think philosophically was correctly decided, but like, yeah, I do think if I were to weigh all the effects that Citizens United had a probably negative effect. Just Republicans are evil. Anything that helps them get elected is probably like that's almost certainly enough. But yeah, I think that's more separate from like the stakeholder discussion. So what area do you think it mostly ties into?
What ties it like?
Well, when we talk about philosophy, we're talking then about like the philosophy, quote unquote, not really that much.
Sure.
But then when we're talking about like the impact, yeah, go ahead.
But before we got too deep into the weeds again, I was trying to lay out the case. Like the first is, I think that it is a fairly significant empirical impact. It seems like it has impact on elections. Advertising has an impact on elections. It has an impact on the partisan outcomes of those elections. It has an impact on who wins those elections. There's similar evidence, I can cite it, that working class candidates lose out in those fundraising battles. Not based on candidate quality, like you do the same controls again, and working class candidates are something 2 times more likely to lose because they don't raise enough money. So lawyers are winning, workers are losing. To me, this feels like an anti-stakeholder outcome. Like presumably people all have interest in society. And in fact, in some ways, workers have even more of an interest because they can't as easily leave society. They don't have like as many liquid assets. They can't go to other countries. They're sort of stuck here. They've in many ways more of an interest, and yet they're underrepresented, like substantially and significantly. And then there are impacts of these on policy outcomes, almost certainly. One of the reasons that the United States has such pro-lawyer policies is probably because all of our state legislatures and our Congress has been dominated by lawyers for literally 250 years. This trend is so old that Alex de Tocqueville has a quip about it in his book in the 1840s. Like that our aristocracy is the judicial branch. Like it's been 40% of Congress forever, and that feels like it's probably part of the reason that we have such unlimited tort law that you can just get bajillion claims.
Well,
so I don't know.
Judicial branch is different than like saying the politicians are lawyers, right? Judicial branch is like the courts.
His quip is that the bar and the courts are the American aristocracy. So like lawyers in general, but I mangled it a bit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I agree with that. And also there was this study. Oh my God, I forgot the name of the author, but you know it. The purse or the party or the purse. You know that study. Republicans are way more.
Blacks et al. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, Republicans are way more. Kind of oligarchic or whatever the fuck. I do think Jellinson Page is a terrible study, and I don't like that you do apologetics for it. We can maybe talk about that on the trade, but that's another thing. But like, yeah, I agree there are studies that find that there is a lot of impact, but I think there was also studies that don't find a lot of impact. So again, I cited a meta-analysis of like 93 studies that found like some impacts in trade areas, but for corporations not that much. You said you were willing to grant that. In primaries, that sounds plausible. Maybe now we can talk about the policies. Like what policies would you advocate for? Because like again, when I look at societies that I think are really well functioning, it's never through eliminating lobbying or corporate influence. It's mostly about having good institutions. It's mostly about like being liberal and open. Which maybe you don't even disagree with. But like, yeah, what policies do you think will have will be the most impactful in that regard? Like, okay, how do we solve the lawyer problem? How do we solve the LQ?
Sure, if you want to solve the LQ, I'm trying to think of like a Latin word for final, but I don't. The final solution to the lawyer question.
Finale.
Yeah.
Is it really finale?
Maybe.
That's so boring.
I'm not laughing.
What's wrong with that?
Why?
So true. The gist of it is that there's some evidence that public financing does actually increase the proportion of workers who win elections and decrease the number of lawyers who win elections. And the reason for that seems fairly obvious. If you decrease the impact of fundraising, and if fundraising has a very significant and large impact in who wins primaries, well, then workers win primaries and the generals aren't competitive. So you get a big impact there. So public fundraising would be one. Another would be, this is sort of public financing as well, but it would be vouchers, which is a way of doing public financing, but in a more distributive, like in an almost market-like way. Like you're just subsidizing people's choices, but you're not telling them which choice to make. So like a lot of public financing has like limits that you need to get this many signatures and like reach certain thresholds, and it tends to have its own disproportionate impacts where like you'd already need to be a competitive candidate to get into the public financing systems. But if it's just vouchers and you can just give it to literally whoever, then that doesn't exist. And so those distortions don't occur. Plenty of, I think New York City, I don't think they have a voucher system. They have the public financing match, but I think Seattle's had vouchers for like 2 or 3 decades. And many of the studies find small impacts, but usually positive ones in terms of class diversity, racial diversity, and gender diversity.
Okay, so everyone's against means testing until it comes to money in politics, but okay. Just have a higher UBI in proportion. But no, I'm joking.
Well, the argument, I mean, if you want my maximalist solution, it would be increasing support for latocracy, meaning random selection of people.
Hell yeah, I'm a big sortition guy. Come on, nuke the Senate and replace it with the House of People or something.
I would take that in a heartbeat. Okay, if that's what it takes to solve the LQ, I would take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, society would become so much better that everyone will just read liberal theory and become a lawyer, and that's like we have a lot of politicians, but it's through sortition. A lot of lawyers through sortition. We'll think about it when we get there. Yeah, go ahead.
I was trying to give more minimal solutions. So the answer is like 1, public financing, 2, public financing through vouchers, 3, 1 would just be trying to reduce inequality in society overall, but the second would be limiting the ability of the ultra rich to give disproportionately. Insofar as you can make spending more proportionate to people's interests, then it more closely approximates that sort of stakeholder equal input type argument, where people who are more impacted can spend more, but they can't spend more like 1,000 times more the way that Elon Musk can. If you could limit it down to like, I don't know, 10 times or something, maybe that's sufficient to still allow people who are really interested and really invested to spend more, but they can't just dominate the conversation the way they currently. And I don't have like a nice concrete proposal for that. I honestly, it's been years since I've researched Citizens United and Speech Now, which is, it's not just Citizens United. It's like the trio of cases that really effed it up. I think mostly just imposing limits on total spending by a person in a year to any category of political spending would probably have to be the maximal solution you look for. I don't know how you'd impose that, but part of the problem with a lot of the solutions is like ban super PACs. Well, then they could just spend it on something else. They could just buy a news station. So it's sort of like whack-a-mole. So you might have to, if you want to do this broader multi-politics thing, money and politics thing, it gets into questions of like regulation of news media, regulation of social media, which are more thorny thickets. So I like to start with the easy stuff. Like, let's do public financing, let's do vouchers, and let's do limits on campaign contributions, which we already have, and limits on PAC contributions, something like that.
Yeah. And for synth, they talk about that in the meta-analysis. I linked it. I can link it again, unless you have it. I thought it was kind of unsatisfying. I'll link it again if you want. I thought it was kind of unsatisfying, but like interesting. But maybe that's because I have a derogatory view of all the behavioral econ stuff. But they explained the reason. They addressed the question of like, why do corporations do it? If it's kind of ineffective. I think their explanation was like bounded rationality models. Like, okay, maybe they're just kind of. I think that's kind of mostly unsatisfying. And again, they did propose some benefits. So like again, in trade policy, you do see statistical impact, and I think they were also talking about how it doesn't necessarily improve firm outcomes, but it does improve reduce uncertainty for firms. So I mean, that's another reason they do it. Like people are risk averse. But like, yeah, I can reread the study. Hadani et al. I think it was 2016.
One of my firmly held and completely unsupported beliefs is that one of the reasons that studies find a null impact on lobbying is because they look at U.S. Congress, which doesn't pass shit ever. And so you're going to find a null impact for anything on which laws are passed because they don't pass shit.
Okay. Kind of heavily agree. That's a good thing. That's a good point. I never thought about that. But okay. But so if I were to talk to people about like why shit not working, okay, you know that guy from New York City or something? He's like, why is shit not working? Yeah, very good, very cool.
Yes, they endorse C, I believe.
They endorsed who? Is Orhan?
I think Chiase is the SA endorsee. I could forget.
Okay. Oh, okay. Maybe. Then I recall him being like pretty yimby, so that's really good. DSA is less yimby than
he's not. More
yimby than he's not. Okay, then I was wrong about the guy.
He's just a woke progressive.
He's just a demon. Okay. I'll need to research. I just thought shit not working.
Okay,
I just thought shit not working is a good. It's like a good. That's the question of our time. That's what abundance is here for. Okay, whatever. But okay, so if I had to explain to people, it wouldn't be moneyed interests in the real way. It would a lot of the times be sometimes we allow too much democracy. So I think allowing democracy and how we do zoning is just a really bad idea. Or maybe it's the fact that the people who go there are the rich white people, and maybe if we just had all the poor people show up to city council meetings, it would all get solved. But whatever. It would mostly be we just have a horrible structure of government in terms of the electoral college. I'm sure you agree. And so that takes a big part of the explanation in the regression. That's a big part of the R squared. But like money in politics would just not be the biggest concern. Like I think people just over talk about it. There is an effect. It's not too high. And it's just that's not we have bigger fish to fry. But like I mean public financing I've been really opposed to, but yeah.
So let me put it like this. I could agree that there might be bigger fish to fry, and it might be that it distorts the discourse into unproductive areas. That's possible. I also think that it's almost certainly a political winner for like the types of people who you need to elect to get the other reforms you want to see to politics. Like the type of person who's going to say, I want campaign finance reform is going to be way more likely to say, I also want ranked choice voting than a person who's opposed to even campaign finance reform.
No, just give me 5 minutes with every voter. I'll talk about the Jones Act. I'll talk about housing, talk about immigration. I'll convince them of open borders. It's not, no, I agree with you. I agree it's more electable, but I'm not, I think populism is more electable, but I think populism is brain dead. Like, yeah, I agree. And that's a true point Sam Cedar made in their debate. But like, yeah, it's more of an issue you can run on. But like, insofar as truth goes, insofar as like what my 10 bills in Congress would be, probably none of them address money in politics. It's just not that like people just care about it way too much. It's like brain breaking.
Maybe not top 10 in terms of like, I don't know, if you had like dictatorial control, might not be top 10. I don't know that. Like I think in terms of structural distortions, to me, it seems fairly severe. Like the idea that because of fundraising differences, you could get like a 10 times distortion in favor of lawyers and also doctors. Actually, it's the reason for doctors in part being like way overrepresented in U.S. democracy. Like if you want stakeholder democracy, you can't have such radical disproportionate results in terms of employments, just as an obvious example, because you're not going to have the representation of people's voices that you need in the congressional level. Like you're going to be relying on those pluralist out of Congress people giving money to like civil society organizations or voting or like sending money to a lobbying organization as the only backstop, and like that's just clearly not sufficient. So I think that alone is like sufficient to be like it's a really big issue.
Okay, so
I also don't.
What's an argument to do vouchers in finance? If you really want to say it, then go. I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Well, no, this is speaking to like the Congress never passes anything point. A factoid that I wanted to give was that when you look at state legislatures, this is not the same thing as money in politics. However, when you look at bill mills, which are disproportionately staffed by like billionaire conservatives, they just create this model legislature, they send it out to the state legislatures, and so do industry bill mills. And state legislatures just pass them. Like of the something like 10,000 bills that I think is ProPublica looked at, maybe 40 of them passed. Like they just got sent to state legislatures and they just passed into law. It makes up something like 20% of all passed law in the United States was like originally gestated by like ALEC, which is the conservative institution or industry think tanks that churn it out. So I don't know. Like this is not causal evidence, but it feels like there's going to be some big policy impacts of disproportionate employer outcomes, of like bill mills, of lobbying, of media ownership, of all these things being dominated by like the rich, the wealthy, corporations who have an interest in pushing society in one way.
Yeah, sometimes it wouldn't even be bad. So like I'm not too opposed to think tanks just like sending policies and getting them passed. Like I think a lot of people support terrible policies, and if they're think tanks, they're probably more likely to get a good answer, even if they're conservative. But like, yeah, I mean, I didn't look at the lunch thing, so it reminds
me
of
one of the more
like, kind of true. Go ahead. Yeah.
If you want one of the more niche solutions to money in politics, it's increasing the funding for state legislatures and Congress and congressional research services. So one of the arguments in defense of lobbying that you're essentially giving, and I don't disagree with this one, is that lobbyists could actually be more informed than Congress. They may have literally done more research, be closer to the truth. That could absolutely be true, but I think it's conditional on Congress people being like completely uninformed and stupid, and that is something that you can change. You could have more Congress people, you could have more specialized Congress people, you could have more research staff directly for each Congress people, and more research staff in general for like a super GAO, a super CG.
That's what it reminded me of. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You reminded me of the study. There was another study. Okay, I think it was state legislatures. They found that actually. If you look, I think it was a randomized trial of like, I don't think it was like a huge empirical trial where they like analyzed a lot of evidence. I think it was like more of a randomized controls thing. But they found a null effect for lobbyists talking to the politicians, but they did find that it's significant with the staffers talking to the politicians. So we have a staffer occupied government. I don't think it's money interests, it's staffer interests, it's politics nerds. They control the government.
Yeah, but you know what the staffers all are? They're all pre-law, lawyer-occupied government.
That's true. More evidence for the LOG log. We have a log.
We have a log.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there's that. What's the argument for going back to policy? What's the argument for? And I'll try if I cite any study and you want me to find it, I will. It's just in my notes and it's not too well organized, but I will cite it if you ask for anything. But okay, so. What's the argument for doing vouchers for public finance of elections and not just have a higher UBI? Why the means testing? I thought you were opposed to it.
If the voucher would just be universal, right? Everyone gets $100. It's UBI, but it's conditional. So the critique that you should be giving if you're doing woke stuff would be this is paternalist. You're saying you have to spend this money on politics. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being paternalist and being like, no, actually democracy is a public good. You have a duty to engage in it. Also, there's other things we could talk about. Like, I think that the government should pay people for their performance on a political knowledge questionnaire once a year, stuff like that.
I think we should
so
find
there's other
people
things.
for not
You will be
voting.
forced to be a Democrat in my society. You will be forced to be a small
I like
Democrat.
the Australia thing. I like what Australia does in terms of privatizing security, not social security. No, I'm joking. I'm kind of not joking. But either way, I like what Australia is doing in terms of like you get fined if you don't vote. We can talk about pensions another time, Still. Okay, I'm evil there too. But
well, it's not just not voting. The argument would be like I like mandatory voting, but also if part of the problem is that voters don't know things, what if we simply paid them to know things? Just have a knowledge test. You roll it out once a year, and the government will pay you between $0 and $1,000 based on what percent you get right. Easy peasy.
Yeah, that's less money in politics, and that's just more having the base not being dumb fucks. But yeah, I agree. I mean,
great.
increase
Let's do that.
literacy. I mean, I'm fine with like not free, but like relatively free college. I think there should be some copay, but like I wouldn't cry if we did free college. I think it would be really awesome. So yeah, everything. A lot of democratizing stuff I'm super in favor of. Again, sortition. That's like in my mind, it's the most representative thing, and I'm usually in favor of sortition. Debate anyone on it. Well, maybe
no,
not.
sortition is sort of the maximalist solution here. It's like, oh, you have an unrepresentative government. What if we just pick them by lot? Okay, well that just solves it all. Like every problem is more or less resolved there.
I agree.
There's technically some small problems of if you do it by random. So sortition, like ancient Greece as an example, was a voluntary thing. You would, if you want it to be representative, you can't make it voluntary, but then you have to make exceptions for like, oh, this person has like a necessary job, they can't go on a break for 3 weeks or whatever. So then you need to like reweight people's votes and stuff. But basically, you can get exactly representative government if you do a little.
So what about sortition, but only for like technocratic things? So like we select people based on. So look, we need a new Fed chair. Instead of giving it to the president, instead of randomly sampling people, we either randomly sample, we either randomly sample actual professionals, or we have kind of a jury thing where we nominate some people and we judge them by a jury of like random professionals sampled. I think that would be good, kind of in the middle between technocracy and sortition.
The problem with our government is mostly not that people don't have the professional degrees required, and like the candidate quality of most people appointed by like both Democratic and Republican administrations is fairly high.
Who's the president right now? I'm just curious.
Trump is a counterexample. Like
I know, I'm not fucking with you. Of course it is. Of course it is a counterexample. I'm 100% with you.
So,
yeah.
I would totally be fine with adding this additional check of like a sortition body that has to be like, okay, this person passes the sniff test of like they are literate and know something about this area and they've worked in this area like a little bit before. I'd totally be fine with that. I just don't think that would resolve like, you're talking earlier that money politics is like a less than a top 10 issue. I think that lack of technical expertise is less than like a top 100 issue. It's that what people were appointing are evil, not that they're like incompetent.
This is because the U.S. has kind of good technocracy in terms of. I was not talking in terms of representatives. I don't know how much they need to be technocratic. I was more thinking of like, okay, Fed chairman, and your favorite guy, Bill. Bill. Did I say Bill? Bernie Sanders. He proposed one of. I keep repeating it just because not a lot of people know about this, and that's something he might actually have the power to do. He proposed like putting farmers and consumers and like. Fucking, I forgot what else. I think unions also on the Federal Reserve Board. It's just like I cannot think of less good. Like the Federal Reserve is good because it's really technocratic, kind of independent, and that would just ruin it. I'm not Bernie bashing. I'm kind of, but whatever. That's kind of separate also from money politics. But I was mostly talking about sortition for technocrats. Okay, so we need Federal Reserve.
You always do this thing. And it's so funny to me where like you stab someone and then you pull the knife out halfway and then you're like, I'm just kidding, and then you put it all the way back in and then you pull it out again. Like you.
Okay. Yeah, respond to
Bernie bashing, but I'm kind of
Bernie's bad. Okay, SDL. I just really hate progressives and my brain is broken. Respond to that.
I think there's plenty of bad ideas that you get from people like Bernie Sanders. I don't know. I think there is an argument that like the Federal Reserve and other technocratic bodies might like. The argument essentially that I've seen given is that the Federal Reserve undervalues its employment mandate and overvalues its inflation mandate, and that could be a result of like basically the lean of people that we're pointing to it who overwhelmingly come from like finance backgrounds and industry backgrounds. That could be true. I don't know how you resolve that by like appointing just random people from unions or whatever, but it's possible that you could imagine like some sort of process of getting people who are closer to that sector and maybe have biases more in favor of that sector, and getting their equivalents on the board, the sort of way that you got like Lena Khan on the FTC. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, I like
I don't know. I still think
like Lena Khan.
You still want like the most educated union guy or whatever on there.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Okay, so all that is more democracy and less money in politics affecting democracy. So, trying to think on democracy being a duty, that's why we need public vouchers. The people who would use their vouchers are going to be the ones that I guess you may say people underprice how much they should care about democracy, so they wouldn't spend it on the UBI, but we should make them. Okay, I mean,
well, the argument would be yes, one, maybe they undervalue democracy, but two, the argument for me is partially just that if you force them to spend it, you can do two things. One, you can simply, for people who don't spend all of their money, just redistribute the money to the spending of the other people, just upweight their money by whatever money was not spent. So you give the people who care a lot their votes more value. That seems easy. And then two, I think there's a process. There's a degree to which engaging in the democratic process, we hope, will inform people, and otherwise, like they will be more interested in understanding the issues because now they have a donation role in it, where before they didn't have that role.
Okay. If we just do this redistribution,
I don't have evidence for that last bit, but that's just my vibes.
Do you think I have evidence for sortition for Federal Reserve Chairman? Like, no, of course. None of us are saying this.
It kills me. There's no binding sortition-based body on Earth, as far as I'm aware. They're only advocacy or like juries don't even count because the lawyers get to like sub-select them over and over and over again.
Sure,
like the lawyers have to, yeah.
Also, keep in mind, like we say, we have studies for all the other stuff we were citing, but if we just change to ranked choice voting, it could be meaningful enough to like we don't know the results. We have to extrapolate. That weakens the inference. Of course, it might still carry, but like so everything is kind of with a grain of salt. But like whatever, I don't care. I mean, I didn't.
It's really hard to know what the outcomes would be in the United States with ranked choice, or just to simplify it, like proportional representation voting. I have no idea what the parties would be. I have no idea where money would fall there. But I guess my argument more philosophically again is just sort of that I think in an ideal democracy, you want people's votes. How do I put this? I think ideally you want people's power in democracy to be roughly proportional. People's base power should be roughly equal. Nobody should be super much more powerful than other people. Some people should be more powerful than other people because they're more knowledgeable. Essentially goes my argument. That's probably the only justification I can think for why people should be more powerful than others. You ideally want your representatives to know. You want the representatives to like be the best version of whatever the policy that people prefer, because it will hurt the least people and benefit the most people. If we're assuming knowledge tends towards utility maximizing, which I guess that seems very common in these arguments.
So knowledge certainly something I think should ideally give you more of a say, but I think just impact. How much does stuff impact you? So we may have a society with full knowledge. Suppose it's like, do we build the shoe factory and it's going to pollute the river a lot, and that's going to impact the small village downstairs. So like they're going to be really fucked by this, but they're just a minority. Everyone has perfect knowledge about what's going to happen. The big city just wants the free shoes or whatever, the cheap shoes. So they've all voted in favor of it. I mean, they know the policy, they like it. It's in their interest. The people in the village get fucked a lot. They know what happens. They vote on it. So we don't really change much. We should just have stakeholder adjustments, and that's what lobbying kind of does. I don't know how we would solve this in democracy other than just letting the people who get impact bargain it out. That's why I mentioned Kosian bargaining in the beginning, right? But yeah.
Sure. Insofar as your solution is just Kosian, then the argument that I'm giving is that proper Kosian bargaining requires like Kosian bargaining that doesn't lead to the solution that like sort of evil solutions where people sell their rights and just leave or whatever because their village is getting polluted, but at least they got bought out by the company.
What's evil about that? What's evil? Where's the evil? All I hear is that we internalized it successfully. Okay, go ahead.
So true, King. It requires that people have enough income that they can represent themselves and defend their interests. And so I do take your point that like you need absolutely higher incomes to benefit people. But one of the things you can also just do is give people money specifically set out for this stakeholder purpose, so they will be spending it.
Yeah.
And
I agree with that.
And the argument I've given The reason I keep saying not just like say election vouchers, but civil society vouchers is that, and media vouchers, is that I think that the politics is bigger than like who you vote for. Politics in America is increasingly nationalized as well. Like the cases of, oh, we're going to pollute a village downstream are fairly rare. The things that people care about are like, should gays get to kiss in public near me?
Yeah.
And for that, you know, for representing people's interests, you basically need to give them some way. Most people are too busy to do things like protests, too busy to do things like their own research, even if they were interested, which many people are not. So you need to give them some way to hand off that money to a professional who represents their political ideology, whether that be through elections or whether that be through civil society organizations or media organizations with bents that lean towards them. And so that's my argument. Like, you sort of need this whole suite of money. And insofar as you don't want it to be the case that Elon Musk and other rich people dominate it, you need to give poor people a lot more say and Elon Musk less say. So my goal in all this would be limit the ability of money to impact politics, limit sort of the range of power that money gives you over another person.
Mm-hmm.
If Elon is smarter than I am, I want him to have more power, but I don't want him to have 1,000,000 times more power. I want him to have maybe 10 times more power.
Yeah, that's fine. So on media, I don't even want media vouchers. Like, I'd not even cry if media was nationalized in the United States. It's just so bad. Like, media is just such a failure of as a market, just like so horrible. I don't know how to fix
it.
When
I look at Truth Social, I know that Trump will run it better. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you see the other day that he reposted something about was it literally Joe Biden being a robot?
Yeah, I thought wasn't it about Joe Biden being assassinated or something? He was like assassinated and replaced with a duplicate. Something. I don't know. I didn't follow.
They like cloned Joe Biden.
Yeah, he's too schizo. I don't know about that. I don't even. I cannot even follow.
I am so convinced. One of the things that I am so convinced that Twitter has polarized people against billionaires in part because it's shown you that billionaires have all the stupid brain rot that you do. Like, you look at Twitter and you see Elon falling down the exact same stupid fascist rabbit hole that your uncle did or your like dumbass 14-year-old brother did. Like, he's just as stupid. He's not this special like enlightened philosopher king.
STL?
Nope. Yeah.
Yep.
Do you guys think you're done with the money, like I guess like
soon. I may say it's so soon.
Questions.
Yeah. Okay. So so maybe you should. I'll just say I agree. Elon's dumb. I think he just wants to say the dankest meme, whatever, and make everyone laugh because he's epic. I think he's brain broken. I think some of it is personal. It's not so like, you know, his daughter was trans. Okay, he cries about that. I don't care too much. So yeah, I hate billionaires. Luca doesn't think I hate them enough. Whatever.
Based, Luca. I love based.
Okay, but the main thing is just okay. I agree with like the media thing. That's where I see a lot of validity to this point. I just don't know what, like, in terms of money in politics proper, okay? Not to do semantics, just money in politics proper. I don't see where I would do too much lobbying, and I don't think it really would matter too much. I look at, again, I don't think, so Citizens United also capped, didn't cap union contributions, so that's like probably somewhat going against billionaire power. But also, it's just I don't see, like, you see a lot of countries, they don't have many caps on lobbying. They don't have many caps on like how much you can donate to a campaign. They don't care about rich people like that, and they're still really egalitarian, really cool, really liberal, really good institutions. What in terms of money in politics proper campaign finance would be like against billionaires or specifically? Would it just be empowering the people, so for vouchers, whatever? Or would some of it be like you cannot donate above this much, or like, you know, if you're a billionaire you cannot donate or something?
I would absolutely support spending limits. I would absolutely support spending limits, like some total amount of money that any person can spend to all political causes, like broadly defined. Yeah, absolutely.
And do you have good evidence on that? Because I didn't look into that.
I mean, the only evidence I would point to is the outcomes of the Citizens United case when we removed said limit, and it seemed to significantly shift politics towards the opinions of those billionaires, which I think is probably distortionary and bad. By opinions of those billionaires, I mean Republicans in that study, but that's where most billionaires were at the time.
Yeah, and combine it with lax, that's a valid inference. Lax et al. 2019, I think. Yeah. So, sure.
Yeah, the classic lax et al. 2019 showing. Yeah, the classic lax et al. 2019.
Outside the high quality causal evidence of Look at Norway; they don't cap it. Look at other. Like, I don't think Israel has caps on it. Lobbying isn't that big of a problem. Here, we have other problems. I mean, I look into the causal evidence of capping lobbying to the extent it exists. I doubt that's going to be too meaningful. I don't care too much. I think it's kind of like what I hear is like we cap the amount people can trade if they're COSIAN. It's like I don't know. Probably not good. Billionaires are bad because they take rents in like markets like media, which is really just bad. They just literally mind control people. It's like just, and I held that position I think before Musk. I could be delusional. Could be like hallucinating my position, but I think I was like super against markets and media even before 2023. By the way, go ahead.
So yeah, you're all wrapped up. Can I go ahead and start asking the questions?
Unless this SDL thinks I stabbed him and then pulled back in again. I don't know if I did that. I don't think I did.
Yeah, maybe you should do
Is that a
some
trope?
stabbing yourself.
Is that still using tropes?
Wait, that
What?
does sound
Maybe
like
I
a
did.
trope, doesn't it? That is the trope. That's the trope, SDL. Holy shit, SDL. You've
What?
just been dropping bombs this whole conversation.
The trope of what?
Oh wait, SDL doesn't know. We're
It's almost like
fucking
a direct
brain
quote.
poisoned. Holy shit, we're brain poisoned. Anyway,
Maybe.
so let me ask the
Okay, what's the
questions.
question?
So let me start with the questions I have for both of you. So this is just like kind of reconfirming, I guess, where we're at right now. So, what is your current stance on money and politics after this conversation? So, both Sample first and then SDL.
Hey, let me read the three things. SDL wrote the three things I said.
Oh
So
yeah,
let's
I'll
see
read
if I
them back to you.
move.
Money and politics is a
Yeah,
weak
yours-
impact. Talk about money and politics is disproportionate to its impact, and then philosophical opposition is weak as well.
Talking about money and politics is disproportionate. So two, I still believe. Unless we classify money and politics to include media, then I don't know if my belief changed by the conversation, but I think it's underproportional. I think we don't talk enough about how much rich people control media. So I don't know if I moved on too.
I feel like that's weird. I feel like
philosophical opposition. I think
sample text. Just a clarifying question: Are you don't think people talk about like money and media a lot? I feel like people do talk about that.
enough. I don't.
Oh,
I think
enough.
they
You think
do.
they should talk about it more? Okay.
I think
I don't think
every
I really
person
talked
should
about.
want Elon Musk to have a good time. Yeah.
Go by the beach. Play with some seashells.
Okay.
So the philosophical question is weak as well. I don't think I'll discuss that. So do you still think money and politics is a weak impact?
We did discuss those were the ethical
no,
questions
so
of like
I still
inequality
think it's weak.
versus UBI.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
what you consider to be the philosophical questions. Oh, never mind then. Okay, yeah. So money and politics is a weak impact. Do you still believe that? Sam?
Wait. Let me answer. So I do. Okay. So what I meant by weak impact would not be the UBI stuff. I wouldn't talk about policies. I would talking about if we explain bad stuff in U.S. democracy right now. What would explain? Yeah, SDL did highlight stuff about primaries. I didn't think about that too much. Seems valid. So I moved more to that position. I still think it's weak in the grand scheme of things, but less weak than I thought 2 hours ago. That's good.
Would you put it in your
Thank
top
you.
10 at least? Is it strong enough to be put in your top 10 now?
No.
It's not. It's still not strong enough to be in your top 10.
I mean,
Before
what
you go
what
through,
part of
'cause I
the
see this
what
first
part of the
question.
top seven is it bigger than? I mean, let's look at the top seven. You posted them somewhere. Like, which one of them
So the top
would I
7
think
you
is
said
bigger?
number 1 was electoral college. Number 2 being the Senate being highly unrepresentative. 3 bureaucratic bullshit like what Ezra Klein talks about. 4 gerrymandering. 5 Americans actually disagreeing on the issues. 6 average American is really dumb, and then 7 social media is cancer.
Yeah, none of them rise. Primary, the ability of money and politics to influence primaries. I don't think passes any of them. But again, as DL did point out, these are kind of ill-defined in terms of like ranking. Like they do take a big part of the explanation in the first place. I think it more than before. I don't know how to quantify it. I didn't do the Bayes theorem. I cannot tell you. On the philosophy, though, I did. So on the philosophy, what I meant by the philosophy is the stakeholder stuff.
On the last topic, someone was asked you a question.
It's unrelated. It's just a total tangent. But it's not going to be too long. Just a quick question. I want to know if SDL and sample text believe this like ridiculous narrative being pushed related to Epstein that all of a sudden, now we've got video footage. It's going to be released.
Oh, I didn't know that. I don't know. I don't take a strong position. What is Destiny? What does
They were
Destiny
saying
think about Epstein? I know.
that the cameras malfunctioned, and all of a sudden, less than 2 weeks after VO3 drops, now we have the camera footage.
Yeah.
Now
Okay.
we have the footage from the security camera.
What was
This is
Destiny's take on
2060.
what was Destiny's take on Epstein? I'll copy that. I don't know. I didn't look into Epstein. I don't care too much. I don't know what
How
he did.
convenient that all of the security cameras just happened to malfunction, and all of a sudden they're not malfunctioning anymore.
Maybe. Yeah, I didn't know that. I
It's
thought
not even been 2 weeks. We didn't have two.
I didn't know
We've
there
had
was
less
video.
than
What
2
was it?
weeks of good AI generated video. Less than 2
Did
fucking
they
weeks.
say? Did they say it was CSV or what?
Did they say what was CSV?
Did they say they're gonna release CSV footage or like is it? I don't know.
Yeah,
It might
they're
be like
releasing security
interrogation
camera
footage.
footage. What they said, what they're saying.
Oh,
They say they're
damn.
going to release
Okay.
this, but they also said they were going to release the if Epstein if files uncensored, and they didn't do it. So.
Oh, damn. What's your PAI then?
My PAI?
Yeah, what's your probability that's AI?
Oh, probably it's gonna be AI video. It's like fucking like above 90%.
Oh my God! I think.
These people are
Oh,
these
man,
people
nah,
are
you wanna bet on
screening,
that?
trying this.
I'm like in the tens. I know. We'll bet on that. We'll sort it out later. Either way, on the philosophy thing, I was mostly thinking about stakeholder stuff. Who do you think should be represented and uplifted in democracy? I don't think direct rule is like the most important thing. I think intelligence is important, but I think a big thing is how much you're impacted. And I don't see a good way to let the people who are more impacted have a higher voice other than lobbying. I don't think SDL disputed that much, but I think he did highlight good stuff like, you know, we want civil society, we want more knowledge, and like the stuff that fixes a lot of money in politics in terms via fundraising would also encourages that. So we give people mandatory voting that both it reduces the ability of rich people to influence stuff like that, and also it increases incentives to be politically literate. So I don't know how much I would classify it as philosophy cases against money in politics, but maybe more pro democracy.
Okay, that's good to hear at least.
I'm not anti-democracy to be clear, but
Okay, so let me clarify this, and this is the question for both of you. Do you think getting money out of politics is important? If not, is it harmful? I guess we kind of covered that already. What do you think explains when we get bad policies in politics in the U.S. if it's not money in politics? You already answered that. Yeah, we kind of already cleared that up.
Yeah, there's like dozens
Questions
of
for
reasons.
sample. Why do you think Gillen's and Page is not valid? What do you think of the replication studies? And then I kind of repeated this a little bit. You said something before about like the R squared value being really low. I think you said
Yep.
that it explains such a small amount of the variation. Can you kind of go over that with us, yeah?
yeah. So R squared, for those who don't know, is you run a regression. You have variables that should explain the independent variable, or the dependent variable, and then we should just see what percentage of variance or the unknown do they explain. So, for example, if you look at just like I think you all know, you can look up R squared. You can look up the charts. It's a very intuitive thing to grasp. R squared of 0.07 is just really low. It's ridiculously low. They didn't mention that anywhere in the study, which makes me like really wary of how honest it is. I don't want to be too casting shade. But, like, if I run a regression and I get 0.07, either I'm not publishing it or I'm letting everyone know, hey, we got very weak results. But instead, the graph they showed was like just showing the trend line was without showing the noise around it or the confidence intervals. And so that's really, really, really bad practice, in my opinion, in terms of honesty.
Yeah.
Whatever. I think there were responses. I think there were objections that they did not respond to. I know they had the response piece in the Wall Street Journal, or was it Washington Post? I think it was Washington Post. No way, it's the Wall Street. Yeah, Washington Post. They had a response piece. I don't like the idea of responding to academic papers in fucking news media, but in articles, but whatever. But there were stronger objections that they did not respond to. I think the biggest objection that I hear very rarely talked about is I think you look at Bashir when he reviewed their stuff. He said literally, if you flip the coefficients, if you literally reverse the entire conclusion of the entire model, right? You take what you found for like rich people, you give it to the poor, and you vice versa. Literally, you flip the entire model, you get just about the same explanation. I thought that was a really good critique, and they responded to it nowhere. I thought that was really undercutting. I saw no one respond to that ever. I literally don't know what the response to that would be. It just seems so damning. I never saw any response.
SDL?
And like, yeah, I just think the replications, I didn't look too deeply into them, but whatever. Yeah, go ahead.
SDL, do you have a
Sure.
response?
So
Oh,
I do have some specific responses to these. So first is that I will just say as a context, I don't fully defend Gillen's. In that I think people use Gillen's page 2014, which if you've ever heard like a lefty person say that we don't live in a democracy because rich control everything, I don't defend the argument that Gillen's page leads to that. I do think Gillen's page as a paper is like fine. It's not great. So the specific things that Sample brought up two things are first this R squared issue. They did actually mention it in the paper, not for very long. I quoted it below. They say that the low explanatory power of all three independent variables taken together, because their model only has three independent variables, right? This is not like a very
Yeah, it
large
was
model.
the bottom
Which is-
50 was the bottom 10 in business interests or something. Yeah.
So
Mhm.
this may partly result from the limitations of our proxy measures, particularly with respect to economic elites, since our affluent proxy is admittedly imperfect. And with respect to interest groups, since only a small fraction of politically active groups are included in our sample. The gist of what they're saying is maybe we have bad explanatory power because we don't measure the group of interest very well, and because there may be other interest groups that are not included in our sample. And I know that, what's his face? One of the replications, I think.
Oh, you're right. I
Wilson-
missed that. Yeah, you're right. They did mention that. I apologize. That's embarrassing. Okay.
You found that they mentioned no. So to defend your point, they mentioned it, but they didn't really defend it, in
Oh,
my
fine.
opinion.
Yeah, okay.
So
No, I thought that it was just in the tables. I was wrong. Okay, go ahead.
So I do know that I believe that the Grossman replication did find that when you include broader measures of lobbying groups, that the opinion, the signs and the coefficients change quite a bit. So I believe that Guilds and Page basically only included business lobbies, and then Grossman and Isaac went around and included stuff like the ACLU and other like civil society organizations, and that changed the signs a whole bunch, which suggests that the results are
Including-
fairly fragile. Sorry, go ahead.
Someone should include unions too, I think. What would you? How much does it represent workers? That'd be interesting.
I believe that their expansion was to unions and to civil society organizations, basically. So they had business and they added those two on, and it changed the signage, and it meant that most public opinions didn't have very strong predictors of outcomes, which maybe is actually a different argument about the failure of U.S. democracy, that opinion doesn't well predict outcomes. But it leads to different conclusions than Guilds and Page alone would. So I do think that's like a valid critique. The second
What about
argument
flipping
you
the
gave was-
coefficient? Yeah.
Yeah, the Bashir thing, I honest to God cannot tell you. I haven't read this in years, but he did write up in some Sage journal some response to it. I have it here.
No,
I have
he
no
responded.
idea
He
what it's
responded. He didn't respond to that specific point. I read the thing again a while ago. So yeah, you're right. Julens did respond to Bashir, just not to that point. Which I mean,
Oh, that's what
okay, we don't need
Oh,
to respond to
yeah, I have no idea.
every single point. I just thought that to me was the most damning thing. And hey, Bashir didn't even harp on that. I just read it and I was like, wait, really? You just flip the entire model, you get the same power, explanatory power. It's like, okay. And he didn't harp on it, but Julens didn't harp on it. But I can give you the place where it says that in Bashir. Yeah.
So what I will say is that I think Guilds and Page results were fragile in the sense of like the lobbying groups, for example. One of the things, so I linked this study here, Bowman 2020, and the gist of what they did is they did Guilds and Page with a whole bunch of different cutoffs for when policies should be included or excluded, to Guilds and Page definition of a policy where the rich want it and the middle class don't, or the rich want it and the poor don't. So like lots of different numerical cutoffs, and then different numerical cutoffs for what the rich is and what the poor is. And the gist of it is that across those, the results held for like 90% of the different cutoffs, which suggests that it's not very fragile to those results.
Yeah,
So
I was
all this is to say,
my bad.
no, just all this is to say, I think Guilds and Page is fragile to the argument that other things than popular opinion may have strong influences on policy, like lobbying might have an influence if you buy that from Grossman. It might be simply that partisan makeup explains most of this. And my critique of Gillen's, the one that I give the most, is that Gillen's and Page is only looking at cases where the rich and the poor disagree and seeing who comes out on top in those very specific cases. But the problem is that the rich and the poor agree on like 95% of cases. Like there's very few cases where 50% support from the rich, less than 50% support from the poor. So you look at this weird subset of cases.
They did respond to that. That was like that's the response to Johnson Page. It's like, oh, there was a lot of overlap. You didn't mention that. And I agree.
Well, they did mention it.
Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Well, they did mention it. Their argument is that to isolate the effects of class on these outcomes, you sort of need to look at these dissonant cases. And I think that's also true. I just think that it weakens the ability to generalize the study, if that makes sense. So, in other words, they're looking at the sample where the rich and the poor disagree. It could be true that they're right, the rich dominate in the cases where rich and poor disagree. This is not the same thing as saying that the rich dominate US politics in general. I do believe that, but not for Gillens and Page reasons.
Okay, sure.
Just
Yeah,
because they didn't look at it.
when we talk about studies, we don't talk about the conclusion. We talk about the methodology, what they addressed, what they didn't address. Sure. I do think some things they did would address that. So, for example, they showed in one of the response papers, maybe it was to Bashir, that if they just resample from a lot of their stuff, I forgot the exact thing. It's more than a year ago. But I think they ran their regression again, but just like selecting partial parts of their regression or whatever, and it's still the conclusion is still held, like the same coefficients you got, the same thing. So that would show you that it's not just like by mistake falling on the like attributing the effect to the rich, but there's just such an overlap that it doesn't really matter which side you attribute it to. So I think that might address it. Also in the response in the not Wall Street Journal, why did I say Washington Post, they did mention the fact that there overlap. I forgot if it was convincing or not, but I chose not to mention it. My biggest objection, I thought was really, really damning, is the fact that for all the damage that dog shit paper, my bad, okay, not too bad, not too good of a paper in my opinion, you could
He's doing it
have the
again.
opposite
He's like,
result.
this dog shit paper. The knife goes in 6 inches. It's right to the heart, and then he pulls it out. This is not so bad. And then now he's gonna say the worst paper
I'm not
ever,
gonna put it.
8 inches in.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
Sam,
So
why is it that every time that you stab SDL, you're the one who recoils in pain?
yeah,
Oh my god,
yeah,
that's a different trope. What the hell?
Yeah. It's
You
also
ain't
so disproportionate. Like, maybe SDL made 1,000 points, but I'm like making 50,000 points now. It's like more than a year now. It's like I don't even take a
Can you even
ceasefire.
make points
Okay,
that
whatever.
fast? How many point
Yeah,
makers do
yeah.
we
I don't.
have?
Yeah, I have good pilots, and we don't even take a ceasefire. Okay, good. Too many references. Yeah. Okay. So on the Gillians though, okay, subpar paper. Not 8 inches. Now it's like 1 inch. Okay. So subpar paper for all the harm it did. I know that if it just like literally had the reverse conclusion, which seemed like it equally justified to have the reverse conclusion, it would not have had even 1% of the effect. Not even 1% of the articles or mentions on Twitter or mentions on Rebel Institute videos. Like I just know that if they did report the opposite effect, which seems about equally justified to believe, it would just not get nearly the same traction. People like bad news, and that's the problem with media. And so we gotta nationalize media. Go ahead.
I can't comment on the Bashir stuff beyond that. Gillen's critique of Bashir is that Bashir's results only held because they subset the sample in such a way that it couldn't possibly replicate Gillen's and Page's paper. And it could be the case that they just don't care about that sign inversion because it only holds in that subsample, which might be why Bashir didn't even bring it up. I don't know. I don't even know if the code's public or the data's public, so I can't replicate it or do it myself. And if they didn't talk about it, we're sort of shut out. So that's all.
Okay. Hey, I should email them. I should just email them. I didn't think about that. I email a lot of like people who write papers and I'm like, hey, blah, blah, blah. And they don't have a life. If you write a paper and publish it, you don't have a life. They have the time to answer. Okay. I might
usually
email.
80% of people.
Can I ask a clarifying question, just like for my knowledge? My brain's a little tiny, so I'm just asking a clarifying question for me. So if the R squared value is like really, really low, that would mean that it's not very predictive of the variation.
Yeah, so it means the variables that were chosen to explain the variables. So suppose, like, I want to explain people's incomes, right? And as a variable, I use like how tall they are, and whatever, a bunch of other stuff. And you see the R squared is like really low. That means it might be the case that my variables are predictive. It just means the overall percentage of the variance that I am able to explain is just not that.
It's very small.
It's
Okay,
7%. It's 7% of the variance.
So just to clarify, throughout all of that, what was the conclusion there? So
Well, let me show you a graph I made to explain this because not a lot of people know what R squared, how it works or whatever. So let me show you. I made it just for this. It took me like an hour to code in Python.
A conversation.
It's statistics, R squared. Here, I made this neat chart. Okay, explains this. I showed this to people and they now immediately understand what R squared. Okay, here, this is, wait, let me actually change the name of the photo. Oh, it did post it, never mind. Let me just very quickly, give me a second, delete message. Okay, image, dot, okay, here we go.
$1 million in bank account?
Oh my god, you just named that a slur, that's crazy.
Image.png, that's a slur.
That's what. Yeah, sure.
I-
That's what you named it. Oh, I have to
I said
change
I
the
named
image here because the name is so compromising. Because it's.
Oh
image.
yeah. I was calling it like bad. Yeah. Okay. So you look at the image on the left. That's an R squared of 0.07, exactly like Jones and Page. You look at the image on the right. That's an R squared of 0.778, which is pretty
Okay, so
good.
just specifically in the context we were talking about before. So if it's the case that it's like really low, so it's like 0.07, that would mean that I don't know, like the amount of wealthy control supposedly shown in Gillens and Page doesn't actually explain like most of the policy outcomes.
Yeah. It might be that the effect is real. It's just like very
It's
unexplanatory.
very small.
Yeah.
Well, so
imagine
the
some.
thing-
Yeah, go ahead. What?
Go ahead. Well, so
I
I
was
just want to
saying,
say, for Gills and Page,
What?
their model of which laws get passed is literally 3 variables. So imagine it as like law get passed, yes, no, so 0, 1. And the 3 variables are: does the middle class support it? Do the upper 25% support it? And do lobby groups support it? Meaning business lobby groups. Those are the only 3 variables they have. So the defense, the obvious defense is sort of, well, obviously you won't get good models of U.S. politics with something that limited. There's going to be a lot of other important variables. So the response would sort of be, just because the rich were the only significant result there doesn't mean that within this result you're still explaining it overwhelmingly by the policy beliefs of the rich. Like, yeah, you're only explaining 7% of the variation, but all of that is coming down to the opinions of the rich. So yeah, there might be other variables that explain the other variation, but if 7% of policy is like explained by the rich, that's still a big deal.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know,
So the slope is not different. The slope is not really different. It just looks different. But yeah, I agree. I should have rescaled to make it look.
we're
the same.
discussing stable Texas graph, to be clear for the audience. I don't know.
Yeah,
if it's
yeah.
on screen.
Yeah. Look at the slide. Look in the chat. So you can look. You see that the right hand side of both graphs is like about 20, and the left hand side of them is around like slightly more than 0. So it should tell you. I think the equation I literally did was like 2x plus 1 or something, and I just added more noise or less noise. Not too sophisticated. So the same thing. Like, I agree. I should have rescaled the graph.
Well, I know what I'm saying is,
to,
just rescale the right one to have the same bottom and top, and that's it.
Yeah.
And then it'll look like the same slope, but it'll be more tightly clustered. So it makes the point. That's
No,
all.
you're right. You're right. I should do that. I might even. I still have the code. I should do that. But yeah, either way, the point is, if someone told you like, oh, there's this like, no, we have a rich occupied government because of this, and then you saw the regression, and it's just. And by the way, to be clear, this is kind of substantively different because this is a continuous regression, but they had like a binary variable, so it's a different type of regression. It's Poisson regression, whatever. Either way, if someone told you, oh, this effect is totally real, bro, and it's very meaningful, and that explains all the power, and that's what we got to focus on, that's what we got to mention in every single debate, that's what we got to mention in every single fucking video, that's what we got to make a bajillion articles about, that's what we got to make a bajillion videos about, this one fucking study, and then you look at the graph, and it's just like the left-hand side where it's just like so much variance, it just looks like random noise, and you put a line on it. It's very annoying. It's very annoying. I'm upset.
SDL, your defense is that you think if you included more policies besides just the policies they disagree on, you think that the R squared would be larger? You think the variation that would be explained would be larger?
It's not more policies, it's more explanatory factors. So if you include things like, I don't know, partisan control of Congress and so on, you would explain a lot more of the variation. The gist of it is that Gills and Page, I think this is a bad part of the study.
Yeah, but do you think
We're
partisan control in Congress is explained by money and politics? Because if not,
I think that it'd be hard. It wouldn't be like independent of the other variables, so there'd be problems there. I'm just trying to point out, like, the argument would be, if you were trying to build a model that explained which laws passed and which didn't in Congress, this would be a really bad model to do so. Which I think is a good critique of the Gills and Page study, in the sense that they didn't build a good model for which ones passed. It's just the fact Gills and Page is narrowly trying to test the theory that majority opinion determines which laws get passed, and then of that majority, which opinions predict which laws get passed. So the fact that none of the opinions seem particularly predictive of outcomes should be worrying for other reasons. Like, it suggests that popular opinion is not in fact that important for which laws get passed, right? Even the low R squared is indicative of that public opinion is not that important. So.
Oh, because you're saying one of the variables is public opinion.
Yeah, like of the middle, yeah, which is, it's like, 50% of the American public falls into the middle on their category. So if that's not predictive of which laws get passed, that indicates something else is doing it. What the hell else is that supposed to be? Maybe American democracy is not so representative in general. Oh no.
Also, I just think it might even say about the face validity or like the validity of the variable of opinion polls. Like, I don't know if that's the best way to measure what people think because it's highly sensitive to question. Like, the
Yeah, it's like
formation of the
the
question.
way you phrase the questions.
You ask people about
Economics one
Obamacare,
statement.
they say Republicans oppose it. You ask people about the ACA, Republicans love it. You ask about Medicare for all, 70% people like it. You ask about, do you think the government should seize insurance and control it? It's like 70% against it. It's just describing the same thing, different times. People opinions change. Like, I don't know. Hey, go ahead.
Well, actually,
I
I'm
did.
not gonna lie. I thought the last
Phenomics
poll
wanted to
for
dip in
government
real
control
quick.
of insurance. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Fuck. No, I didn't really mean to. Well, I mean, I did, but SDL basically
Go
said
now.
what I said. I typed it in chat, and then you said it out loud. Like, it's fine.
Oh my god.
Okay,
That
so I'm
it
not
might
sure
say
if
they
people
were
would
not
say they're for
representative.
Medicare for all necessarily if you break it down to specifics, but I'm pretty sure if you ask the majority of people, do they think the government should have should we have a government insurance policy that covers like most people? I'm pretty sure it's still a majority of people in favor.
Well, that's
Well,
not.
that's a public option, though. That's not quite
Yeah,
Medicare for all.
No,
That's
not
not.
a
Yeah.
That's the
not a
argument.
so a
That's the
pub,
argument
so
that
just a
sample
public
text is
option
giving.
would be should we have a government insurance plan? But should we have a government insurance plan that covers most people is probably different than just should we have a government insurance
Oh, you mean
plan.
covers most people, as in like mandatorily? I guess. The argument I think sample text is trying to raise is
Like
that
what
the
I'm
thing
saying
people
is
don't
not
like about
banning
Medicare
private
for all.
insurance essentially. The way that sample phrased that last thing sounds like banning private insurance was by implication.
I
I
believe
think
that
most
the
people are
original
against
Medicare
banning
for
private
all.
insurance.
I believe that the original Medicare for all bill did include a ban on secondary insurance for services covered by
Yeah.
Medicare for all.
Oh, I
Which
know
I think
that.
That's
is
what other
popular.
countries
Yeah,
with
but what
single
I'm saying,
payer have.
no. But what I'm saying, I'm just clarifying this because I mean, there's like I don't know, you could say there's like an intro lefty debate on that, but I'm saying like, I think most people are probably for like a Medicare for all thing. They just aren't necessarily in favor of banning private healthcare, which I don't think is necessitated by wanting Medicare for all. I don't think every single person says I want Medicare for all is even thinking about banning private insurance.
I think for technical reasons it is. I mean, people usually talk about not maybe by law, de facto abolishing it. So people consider France to have single payer, even though I don't think by law it has it. People consider Canada to have it, even though I don't think by law they ban private insurance. It's just like de
Wait, they
facto.
don't. In fact, they
And
don't ban private insurance. Wait, how? Wait, I'm so confused. How do you
Wait.
think this is in favor of the point? This would be against the point.
Canada has
against, what do you
secondary.
mean it's against the point?
You're saying that when people say single payer, they're thinking about banning private insurance, and you're giving cases of which they call countries single payer, but they don't have a ban on private insurance.
I
I know
think what
Canada does not have a ban on private insurance. I thought France.
I think
did,
sample is
though.
specifically referring to Medicare for all, and they were saying that Medicare for all polls really well, but one of the particular details of Medicare for all polls really poorly. I think that
Oh
was the
yeah,
point.
I mean,
Wait,
yeah, I mean, oh
not
okay, sure. I
single
mean,
payer in general.
yeah, but I think the question
Also,
is not like why don't we have Medicare for all with banned private insurance. I think the question is why don't we have Medicare for all? Like presumably, if you were like someone were to propose Medicare for all legislation, one of the things probably brought up in an amendment would be like, hey, people don't actually want private insurance banned, and maybe they'll probably pass an amendment to strike that from like the
okay,
Medicare.
so also I think so about the association thing you said. I said people don't associate. People do associate single payer with banning it, but Canada has it. But Canada hasn't. France hasn't. I just think people are not really well aware of the nitty gritty details. So they may think it, they do. They may think it don't. I don't think the average person could tell you the difference between single payer and universal health care. So
They probably didn't, but they probably couldn't. But I think that's because they almost use them synonymously.
okay, but okay, but I'm saying, I think if you go to most definitions, it would say single payer is like just abolishing private insurance and like giving it to government, but like
I don't
technically
think so
France.
because I
Maybe
think
not. Maybe
generally
not.
single payer
I
healthcare
didn't look at the
systems. Is that
definition.
actually the case? Because I feel like most of the single payer example systems are cases in which they didn't ban private health insurance.
Okay.
So
Um,
to pivot this towards money and politics, what question?
Okay, so just
did you have
literally
next,
reading this,
Coco?
single payer healthcare is a type of universal healthcare in which costs of essential healthcare for all residents are covered by a single public system. Single payer systems may contract for health services from private organizations, as in the case of Canada. Canada is like given as a quintessential example, and they don't have banned private insurance.
okay.
Same
That's
thing
the other
with
one.
same thing with the UK. To clarify, I think the UK does ban the thing that
No,
Medicare for
UK
all does
is
ban
not
though,
single payer.
which
UK is like just nationalized. It's not single payer.
well, you can
Hello
have
base. Hello
you can have
base.
well, it's not just single
Beverage
payer.
base.
I think I think single payer is specifically just the insurance sides, whereas fully nationalized healthcare would be like the provider and the insurance side.
Actually, not based SDL. Actually, the best thing is multi-pair. It's like Israel. It's like Germany. It's like Czechia
Proof nuke.
or Slovakia.
Yeah, I want to
Singapore.
be like
I mean,
Germany. And I want
Singapore
to
is
spend 5% on
Singapore.
overhead. Ooh, I want to be like Germany and spend 5% on overhead. Nope. I
I'm
want to be like
sorry.
UK and spend
How
1%
much?
I'm
on
not gonna
overhead.
lie. I'm
spend
not
on
gonna lie. I know
overhead?
this is kind of. I feel like this is controversial in lefty circles, but I do think there is a case to be made about like the overconsumption of healthcare stuff. It seems like you
I
probably
agree with
want
that as
some
well.
kind of cost.
Well, if
Yeah,
you
there was the
agree with the
India paper.
overconsumption of healthcare, if you agree with the overconsumption of healthcare, you'd want a sort of rationing system where people couldn't escape, right? Because otherwise they would simply consume on a secondary market. So maybe you need some sort of single-payer beverage nationalized model, right?
Well, I don't. Well, the issue is
If
I
that's
don't
actually
care
what you
if-
believe, you genuinely want an
Wait,
authoritarian
no,
beverage
STL.
model.
Wait, hold on a second. Why would I have a problem with people can buying on the secondary market? Because on the secondary market it doesn't matter. Who cares?
Yeah, they do need to pay the price.
The reason
so-
why it's a
If the problem is
in the-
overconsumption, you're going to be driving up the cost of the healthcare for everyone else.
Oh.
Like the argument for overconsumption of healthcare is that the sickest 5% of Americans consume 90% of healthcare services. So overwhelmingly old and terminal patients, they consume tons and tons and tons of healthcare, which drives the cost up for the rest of us.
Yeah.
So
Oh
Or
no
should
no
we
no!
care
That's
about
not what I'm
people?
talking about. I'm talking about cases where, just as an example, like say somebody like in a fully public healthcare system, they get prescriptions, and they don't need the prescriptions or something. They just go get the prescriptions and they just sell them to someone else or something like that. They just use healthcare in a way that's not like utility maximizing, because they don't have to internalize the costs.
oh sure, I mean you could include cost sharing in these programs. I don't know how common that kind of stuff is in practice. Like
It's just an
even when you point
example.
to-
I don't think that's a majority of cases. It's just like somebody going to the doctor like 20 times and they don't need to go to the doctor. It's just like, basically, I just think there are cases in which people could like overuse healthcare and then prevent other people from getting access to healthcare because they're overusing it. And the reason they're more likely to overuse it is because they're not going to internalize the cost because it's free at the point of use.
Also, wait, SDL. You mentioned Germany. So first of all, in Israel, I don't think overhead is that big of a problem. I don't recall it being mentioned as a big problem in Switzerland or Czechia. But
we
Definitely not a
much
problem in Singapore.
how much do you think how much do you think the UK is spending on overhead?
like 1% to 2%.
Can you
Okay.
post your source for the overhead thing in Germany?
Yeah, one sec. Public health. Can we go back to the money politics
Percent
thing?
of what? Percent of GDP or percent of public spending? Which one?
GDP, brother. The only thing that matters.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you on that. 100%. Okay. Yeah. Either way,
All right.
I was gonna ask you. I was gonna ask you something. Here's the thing. I think might be a good way to measure what I mean by it's an unimportant issue. Money in politics, that is. Suppose you could only implement your policies that relate to money in politics. And when I mean that, I mean directly, like not just campaign financing, like having vouchers or whatever, like limits on lobbying and corporations and rich people, whatever. Suppose you could only implement the policies there insofar as you think they're good policies. What are the big issues that are going to get solved that we have right now? So would we get single payer if we just did that? Would we get that? So that's what I think is a good measure of like how effective you think a policy is in isolation. If you could only pass that, how many? What are the big issues we're going to solve with this?
I mean, sure. If you think, it's hard to say because if you think that money in politics has, let's say, an effect as large as the Clump study, such that state legislatures would move 5 points towards the Democrats on average, then like so many policies would change. The list could go on forever, right? When you compare states that are 5% Dem versus like purple, like the list is very, very, very long. Like you'd get things like sick leave, you'd get things like minimum wage laws, you'd get things like a lot of blue states are starting to experiment with sectoral bargaining or sectoral bargaining precepts, and to right to work. So you may not support all of these, but like lots and lots of policies would change. Yeah, there's a large difference for relatively small partisan gains.
No, okay. 5% to Democrats. Was it in federal? Like what type of elections were these?
State legislatures. Yeah, like the state legislatures. Like I don't know. This is just like when I usually make these graphs to argue with people who argue that the parties are the same, but the difference is very large between like purple and blue states or purple and red states.
You wouldn't find me saying the parties are anywhere near the same, of course. But no, I agree with you. Okay, that seems like a good answer. Okay, but when we think of, so usually when people think about money in politics, they think of something like, there's just this really good bill, but if we passed it, the corporation people would just wiggle their fingers and like, no, we gotta, the parties would have to change their minds and change the bill, and now it sucks. kind of like Obamacare type stuff. So you don't think there are any realistic scenarios where that would happen?
I mean, it's like let's say that you had even 3 more senators who were Democrats, and like I don't know, the equivalent in the House would be like what 15 more Democrats. Like it would just be dramatically different policy outcomes. You might have had a public option in Obamacare. Obviously that was before Citizens United, but if you'd had if you'd had public financing, if you'd had these one of the things a lot of other countries do as well, instead of limiting campaign financing for the rich, is they provide public media access for all parties. They provide basically all these like public campaign utilities that parties can access, and then they make it much more expensive than rich people. We do this in some states. Like you get really, really, really reduced rates for advertising if you're a campaign compared to a PAC or compared to a corporation.
Okay. But it's hard to think about, like, Biden passed a lot of policy relative to the margins he had. And I agree with you. Okay, it would increase the margins Biden would have had. But in terms of given Biden's margins, if we would limit these damn lobbyists, I don't think any of the major bills Biden passed would be meaningfully changed.
We'll sure take Build Back Better, right? If the median voter instead of Manchin or Sinema was who was the next guy? Was it the Montana guy? That would meaningfully have changed.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Insofar as Citizens United and lobbying harms Democrats, 100% true. That's because Democrats are a good party. I don't know if necessarily.
So the argument I'm trying to raise is that I don't think lobbying has a huge impact. Like I am persuaded by those studies. I do think that it has big electoral impacts, and I do think that it has bigger agenda setting impacts, and I do think it has bigger ideology setting impacts. Right? Media control in general and election spending determines who controls the balance of power. So it determines who wins that first phase of power in the decisions. It also controls what policies are even on the table in the first place. I think that if Fox News was like 5% less powerful, if like the Daily Wire and all those billionaire funded outlets were like 5% less powerful, if Twitter was like, I don't know, publicly owned by a sortition body which ran it based on free speech principles, then yeah, probably we would have, I don't know, 5% less white nationalists in this country. All those things add up to fairly significant political outcomes, but they add up to them in the margins, right? Like in shifting the margins.
I agree with you. Yeah, and again, media probably just exactly about where you are. The media is just abysmal. And yeah. Okay. Give me a second. I'm cleaning something. Okay.
I do think that in general, probably what you'd expect from a reduction of money in politics would maybe be a slight shift to the social right, just because billionaires tend to be pretty socially liberal, and a like substantial shift to the economic left. So some bad and some good from my perspective, but.
Do you think money in politics is over or under talked about, including like the progressives, including the QIT?
Nowadays, I'm not sure that it's under talked about, because I think that Elon has, from my perspective, if you have this broad definition of money in politics, he's like massively increased the importance of money in politics again by just dramatically reshaping the election landscape. So I actually feel like we talked about it way more when it was just Citizens United. Like this was one of the liberal and left rallying cries. We're going to get in and we're going to fix Citizens United. And nowadays, I don't hear about those any. I just hear about Elon and the billionaires and the oligarchs. And I don't know that they're wrong.
So there are two interpretations of what you said. Either Elon Musk came in and now we only talk about Elon Musk, so now it's over talked about, or Elon Musk came in and made it much more of a problem, so now it's under talked about. Which one is it? Is it right now? And okay, so give me right now and give me in like 2018. Was it over talked about or under talked about in 2018, and is it now?
Maybe over talked about, but also for what it's worth, I don't know, in 2018, Trump was doing some pretty bad stuff. I would say it was over talked about in like 2015. But before Trump, it was probably overrepresented in terms of political importance, only because other electoral reforms like RCV or proportional ranked choice should have taken a bigger role in the conversation. Like I would agree with you that electoral reform in general is under talked about. I think because it's sort of nerdy and boring and apolitical in a way that money in politics is not. It's fun to talk about money politics because you get to talk about like the lawyer occupied government and the way the rich are screwing things up, and ranked choice voting is sort of like so obviously true it can't generate discourse.
Yeah. Also, I don't care about overhead spending too much. I know I'm schizoing between topics just because I would have like really efficient, robust taxes. And so spending is not a problem. We would solve the debt and manage to pay for multi-payer, just like Switzerland, okay? But Yeah. Just multiplayer rocks, and you're wrong. I just wanted to say that, stabbing you, and then back to money in politics after I stabbed you. Uh, so I don't know how much it would make sense to say it was over talked about in 2015 when the looming threat of Trump was there, and then it was under talked about once Trump was there. Shouldn't be the opposite. Shouldn't be like under talked about because Trump was literally going to come
No,
in.
like
do all that
the
stuff.
argument from your perspective, from your perspective, and mine at least, it is that like this is a zero sum thing. So as other issues of importance are raised up, in terms of how like if so Trump is going to kill like 14 million people by defunding USAID, right? Like that's really bad from my perspective.
Yep.
It's not
Yep.
talked about
Yep.
nearly enough. And so the
I
argument
agree
from
with
my
you.
mind is that like money in politics is in fact less important in the sense that USAID is more important. So that's the
But
argument. Like I think right now
there is
there's
a point. Okay.
the threats to democracy right now aren't like, oh no, the rich have too much influence on our elections by spending too much money on advertisements. It's like, oh no, Trump and his oligarch like coterie will have too much influence on our election by just like canceling the federal results when it comes to Congress in 2028 and just nullifying results from the states they don't like with like a fake elector slate. It's like, oh, that's actually way scarier.
And that's because the electoral college is bad. We agree. Um, no. I'm joking. Wait, did someone tag me?
And
I feel like someone tagged
to
me.
be
Okay,
clear,
whatever.
to Lexidecimal's point, the point I was trying to make was with RCV is that like suppose you want to have a partisan electoral system that is based on electing people based on ideological reasons representatively. Well, then RCV is clearly superior to like first past the post, right? That's it. Obviously, like approval voting and other systems like the ones Micah like, they have different goals, but
It's
Yeah,
so
okay.
uncontroversial. It's banned in 11 states.
Give me a second. Also, I wanna.
my point was more among sane people, like among people who talk about politics, the idea that
So
you should
people
have a
that
system
are
that
so
actually
non-Americans among non-Americans essentially.
I don't think most Americans that I talk to are immediately on board with ranked choice voting. They just don't know about it.
Yeah, the ones
Like,
you're
I don't.
talking to, there's probably a selection bias there. We've had this conversation before.
Oh
You're
my
just talking to all
God.
the brainiacs that you
That's right. I walk outside my house and I go right across the Liberal Incorporated, and I'm like, "Hello, Mr. Liberal. I would like to talk to you about ranked choice voting."
True.
Yeah, so I don't know what non-fun said. Uncontroversial among wonks. Among people who like think about these things, I think that the idea that first past the post, maybe I should phrase this another way. It's not that ranked choice vote is so obviously true it doesn't generate discourse. It's that first past the post being bad is so uncontroversial that it doesn't generate discourse. Like there's no first past the post shooters out there who are just willing to die to defend it. And so the alternatives don't get a lot of discourse attention.
Okay. And so I might source dump after we're done, just like the studies that I was citing. I might list them, but whatever. I don't
So
even
you have
know.
them up on
finish
hand?
I,
wrapping up
I just never,
the
I
questions.
never like citing stuff and not. Yeah, I know. I always feel cite stuff and I cannot. It's like give people the link with the sci-hub whatever stuff.
Sample,
But
can I
yeah,
finish wrapping up the questions?
no. Yeah, go ahead. Whatever.
For your stakeholder stuff, what do you think of people who are like more time poor and like unable to do things like write letters or contact people? And then I have a second one about like how do you feel about like things like shorter work weeks or voting holidays to give people that are time poor like more time to engage in politics?
Okay, I have no clue what Schroer weeks. What?
Shorter
Maybe.
work weeks.
Okay. I'm just down. I thought it was like an exotic. Okay. Shorter work weeks. Yeah, I agree. We need more short like work days. I agree with you. I agree with you about that
And do you
point.
think if you didn't do these things, because I feel like that like you mentioned the thing about like the floor, like if you just gave more people money, they would just have like a much bigger influence, especially people that are extremely poor. They'd have a much bigger influence on politics if you just made those people less poor, not necessarily made, I don't know, like rich people less relatively rich. Do you think that one of the factors in that is going to be stuff like not having enough time to engage in the politics and stuff like that?
Okay, so maybe SDL misheard me when I said shorter work weeks. I said because capitalism does reduce work days. Like you look, um, countries that are more economically free, SDL. Okay, they have shorter work days, and I love the economic freedom
I'm
index.
gonna
But,
I feel like
stab
aren't there
you
like
with
yeah, aren't there like kind of issues with the economic freedom index?
let's not talk about that. I
Okay,
know
let's not talk about how most of
someone.
the,
I know someone.
let's not talk. Let's talk about not talk about how most of the correlation with good things is just driven by them literally including the corruption
Yeah, they just
perception
include
index
things that
in
are
their
just good. Like
measure.
I think one of the things they
To be
included is
clear,
Economic
the level of
freedom.
corruption.
and to be clear, someone has clearly not read Capitalism for Realists. I think that was the name of the book.
Am I
Where they
crazy, or
address
is
all
the
that
economic
conclusion.
freedom
I know why
index the
you're
one that
interrupting
literally
me. I
includes
know why
like
you're
the
interrupting me.
corruption index?
Okay, yeah. I
That's what I was
agree they
saying.
did. I agree they did. I agree they did. But again, if you remove all the stuff that socialists are complaining about, and it's elaborated on in the book,
Oh, can
Capitalism
you
for
link it?
Realists, the book.
Oh, it's just a book. It's just in the book. Okay, you said capitalism for
Yeah.
this.
Yes, Capitalism for Realists. Ben Burgess wrote an article complaining about they measure inflation, and a lot of stuff about property rights seems to be totally bad to include. So corruption. I don't know any socialists that advocate for more corruption. That's not a measure of socialists you are. I mean, maybe the points are valid, maybe they're not. But someone just said, okay, let's grant Ben literally everything he said, and we see that no country moves more than 2 quarters. Like basically the same, like you see the same regressions about stuff. I don't think it was. So to be clear, it's not a robust defense. He didn't replicate any studies or anything like that. And there are hundreds of studies that use the index. And I agree. I'm not a big fan of the index. I said it very carefully, mostly to just like talk to people who've never read a study in their life in the first place. But whatever. Um, but yeah, so he goes and he just removes everything that's Ben Burgess complained about, and he finds like basically nothing meaningfully changed. Like some countries move, obviously that's a necessity, but like you don't see that big of an effect in terms of what people usually cite the index for. Which I mean, that's not to say Ben was not validly complaining. I'm agnostic on that. I think it's pretty stupid, even in terms of like as a capitalist to include inflation. I mean, just holy endogeneity. Not even related to capitalism as a concept. I'm just like very skeptical of that. I'm saying I don't think the index is useless. I think it's less useful than the literature gives, but more useful than people complaining about it give.
To pivot this back towards money and politics, yes, shorter work weeks probably increases people's ability to engage in politics. The argument that Coco was giving is, let's say that you, I don't know, shifted people towards a 4-day work week that could give them days that they might engage in protest. I think it's possible. I think from my perspective, unfortunately, a lot of the reason people don't participate in politics is just lack of interest, not lack of ability. Which you see in the fact that like people just choose not to read about politics, that like most people spend their consumption time, their entertainment time on other things.
Yeah, but I think that has to do with the stakeholder stuff. I was gonna bring this up as well. When you have like the housing development stuff, like the people that go to the meetings are people that are more likely to own homes or more likely to be landlords and stuff like that, versus the people that are just like, I don't know, random people living in the city because they specifically don't want those developmental changes. And the people that would oppose those things are probably like most of those people are going to be relatively time poor versus like the people that are.
No, I agree with that. I agree with
relatively
that. So yeah, city council meetings are dominated by rich, old, white people, and just poor people or younger people just don't care and just don't have the time. Maybe young people do, but it's just usually old people have way more free time. Yeah, I agree with you. It's time and like the awareness. Not people who care about intrinsically about city council meetings. Seems more boring than whatever the fuck Taylor
Yeah,
Swift
especially if you
song.
did the mandatory voting stuff as well. Like if you did the mandatory voting stuff in conjunction, I feel like it probably just would be the case. Okay, so why do you think?
Wait, it's just-
Oh,
okay,
this kind of goes back into that. So why do you think? Okay, the way you said this sounded really weird to me, and maybe I just was misinterpreting you. But why do you think relative amounts of money don't matter? Because it seems like relative amounts of money would matter. Like presumably, if I think y'all already went over this, but it seems like presumably if I have like 10 times as much money as you do, even if you have more money than you had before, you might have like, I don't know, it's probably like, like a floor. You might have more power than you would have had otherwise if you didn't have like, I don't know, like whatever we're raising the floor to, because now some of that money that would have otherwise went to food is not going to go to politics or something. That's probably true. But presumably, if I have 10 times as much money than you, I'm probably going to have a much bigger impact on, presuming that it does have an impact on politics. I'm going to have a much
I
bigger
agree with
impact on
you.
politics than you.
People with more money can have more of an ability. I agree with you. I'm just saying people would not spend on money more than they have to risk. So, like, suppose you think that if you lobbied the government, you would get $3,000 more. Then you wouldn't spend more than $3,000, right? You would it's irrational to do that. And
Yeah, I would
so
agree with
I
that.
think
That's
it,
trivial.
it,
But no, but
no, so I would not.
Why
you wouldn't?
not? Why not?
No, so I think the argument that people are rational investors in politics, valuing politics in a numerical term, and thinking about how
No,
much
but
time
there's
they put
probably
into
like
it.
some things that there's probably like even if it's not exactly $3,000, there's $3,000
It's
worth of
roughly, yeah.
something they're
People,
getting from the
yeah.
government.
No investor like calculates the NPV of their investment, but like it
No,
follows
so
pretty well.
Like
I'm
if
saying
someone's against gay marriage, they
underneath
might like invest
Let us go. Let
$3,000
us
if
go.
sorry.
the argument I'm not
Oh.
trying to give is simply that they don't give a number to it, like that people are not literally giving a number to it. It's that I don't know that the number people give to it is tightly correlated with the amount they are impacted by politics. Most of the
Okay,
people in this
love
room,
the study. Yeah, you love the meta-analysis. They talk about bounded rationality and stuff. You should read it. But yeah, go ahead.
well, so the corporate lobbying study that you're talking about, the bounded rationality one, right?
Yep.
Like corporate actors are different than people. Corporate
Okay.
actors are generally going to be more rational in terms of their investments than people are. When we look at why people get involved in politics, it's because they feel very strongly. And so the fact that you feel very strongly about politics, like the people in this room, I don't know that, like, would you say that you're getting more ROI out of this than you are putting into it, Sample? Like, have you thought about that? Or you just think that you're trying to advocate for a better world because you think society would be better for yourselves and for
SPL.
others?
Yeah, that's because I'm an empath, and part of my utility function is the utility function of other people. I'm
And
an
wouldn't
empath.
you know it, but when you survey people, their politics is overwhelmingly informed by what they think is good for other people. That's why I mentioned actually that really neat study about
But
politicians.
I'm
Even
more
when
than
politicians are informed that they're incorrect about the amount of poverty in their district, their ideology doesn't change because they either think that free markets help the poor if they're Republicans, or they think that welfare helps the poor if they're Democrats. The fact that they were wrong about it doesn't change their beliefs almost at all.
Yeah.
So my
Both
point is just
yeah. Mhm.
people are not rational consumers of politics. They're not rational investors of politics. I'm sure there's some correlation. I just don't think it's going to be very strong. So this argument, I think, really weakens the idea that you can just rely on people to naturally self-regulate the amount that they invest into it on a sort of a stakeholder business. You have to treat people as ideological agents.
Okay, so that seems like an interesting synthesis. So it's like billionaires don't do this because they want to like get richer off of all this money stuff. Because Elon Musk, he got fucking hugely fucked. They're just like ideological dumb fucks, and they just
Yeah, like the rest of us.
wanna-
Yes.
yeah, they're like the rest of us. No meaningfully different. Okay, so okay, so we shouldn't have
Thanks
a
for
great leap
following.
forward where we kill them. We
Uh,
should just like make them poorer, and
Bush
that's it.
flew into
They're just like
power.
normal people. All of a sudden.
I mean, pretty much yes. I'm sure, like on average, I would bet the billionaires are better managers and stuff. So don't kill them. Just re-employ them running the people's Amazon. But
No, management matters. Management matters. There are studies on that. But yeah. Okay. Interesting enough.
Epstein.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think.
why is that your shtick this time, Synth? Of all the shticks you could have picked.
What's the
This
shtick?
one is just today's topic. It's just breaking news.
Oh my
They're saying
God.
they're going to release this ridiculous fake video. Well, let's talk about the videos they've said they had.
Oh,
Which was
my
none.
God.
Sample text.
Before we go there,
You
before
said
we go there,
conservative.
yeah.
You said
Mhm.
conservative think tanks probably produce better policy in general than the average. Do you stand by that?
Then the average person.
Yeah, the average person.
Yeah.
STL, what do you think about that?
Oh my god.
I think to Steelman Sample's position, I think I would say they produce the better versions of conservative policies than conservative voters do.
So I think
Okay,
you know
but
take
that's not
take
what
stuff
Sample
like
said.
I think we're looking at
take
the
stuff
same.
like okay, Heritage Foundation. I think a lot there in the Project 25 is deeply evil. But take like Cato. Most of their stuff is pretty sweet. They're good people. I love Cato. I love Cato slightly more than the EPI, and I don't terribly hate the EPI. But like yeah, I do think if I implemented the median Cato policy, I would have better effects than if I implemented the median average person policy. I don't know about Heritage though. Heritage is like deeply evil, but I think the average conservative think tank is not too evil. It's just the big ones are really evil.
I would definitely defend the position that think tanks produce less bad versions or more good versions of their ideological counterparts in the voting public.
Well, but specifically conservatives.
Well, so like my bet is if you ask the average conservative what do they think about full expensing or cash flow based taxation, they would have literally no idea what that means. They would talk about like the trans people and the Marxist plot to do cash flow based taxation. But like
I don't
I
recall
don't, these are
Project 2025 mentioning full expensing. Did Project 2025 mention full expensing?
I don't know if it did, but it's a general, like plenty of conservative types have, and I think that the reconciliation bill is putting it forward. So like, I don't know. I think there is a benefit of having smarter conservatives in that they tend to be less harmful than dumber conservatives. And the same is, I think, true of people who share my ideology. There are plenty of really dumb socialist policies out there, including by people I really like. And so having smarter, more technocratic versions is better.
I think
that's
I'll be
probably
even
true.
more. I
The
think the average
context-
person who I think the average person who has the same psychology as me and probably the same policies as me is like really so. Like you look at abundance bros, and I think they're just really.
Okay,
The average person is a
STL,
little
the
more clear.
context for Sample saying that was talking about like think tanks and stuff like that, writing the papers for legislation, and you were saying that was a bad thing.
Yeah, and the reason I was saying that as a bad thing is that this is sort of what Lexadecimal mentioned in the Discord chat here, that I think it'd be better if that research wasn't produced by think tanks, but was produced by like the public institutions, by an expanded like CBO and GAO and other accounting and investigation bodies that Congress has that are accountable to the whole public and funded by the whole public, because they would tend to be less biased in the things they're interested in investigating and maybe more interested in advancing the whole of the public rather than the interests of specific industrial sectors. That's the argument there. I think there'd still be bias and there'd still be problems in that. They still promote bad policies, just fewer.
Okay. Page, think tanks. What do you think about share work week? So we talked about that. Okay. We can probably wrap this up really soon. I just want to get through these. What is the strongest evidence in favor of money and politics being a serious issue, STL? Like, what's your strongest evidence at this point?
Out of these studies, I don't know. Maybe the Clump study and the replication Abdul Razak Prato Walton 2020.
And do you think that gets it into the top 10?
Well, strength of evidence is not the same thing as size of effect.
Well, I'm saying of the evidence.
those ones
no.
do,
What I'm
yes.
saying, when I said strength of evidence, I mean so two things. One, probably like how good the evidence is, and then two, of how good the evidence is, like how impactful is it. So if it were in the top 10, it'd be like the evidence is really good, and the evidence is that it's very impactful.
Well, sure. I'm trying to say strength of evidence and size of effect are sometimes uncorrelated. In this case, the studies indicate, in my opinion, fairly strong evidence and fairly large impact. And so I don't know if a 5-point impact on shifting people is fairly large. That probably gets you into the top 10. But I don't really know what the top 10 issues are. Like,
Okay. And
I don't
think,
like that
you
analytical framework.
You already said what your objections are to the evidence presented by sample text. What would you rank? Oh, you said you don't know, so you wouldn't be able to answer that.
What's the best evidence against it? It would be the North Carolina Supreme Court election. No, I don't know. I think the best evidence is that
the evidence against it would be...
That's the thing that moved me to like start doubting the whole thing. I was like a broadly David Prackman progressive type of like money in politics, a big issue. Whatever. David doesn't
fully
talk
get
about
rid
it
of
too much.
Medicaid. A lot of the columns I see are basically for
and then I
reform.
saw that study slightly moved me, and I didn't. That's about it. Well, more than that, but yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so SDL. And then I'm gonna. Is all that's left is the memes? We already asked all this. Oh, does money in politics have effect on elections? Does money in politics have effect on legislation? So, SDL, you said, do you think money in politics has effect on legislation? Yes or no?
What I'll say is conditional on the same people being elected. I think it has a near zero impact. I think the impact is mostly who is elected, not how they act when
doesn't
elected.
seem that bad.
And you think
This
most
seems
of that
bad.
is taking place in primaries, but you think if you
Bad.
change the electoral system, it'll probably be pushed out further from primaries? Because you have
Yes.
uncompetitive
Bad.
districts? Okay.
And to be clear, one of the studies I cited, but we didn't go over in much detail, is that Sides 2021, I think, study, which argues that, especially when you look at elections which have less innate coverage, so further down ballot, meaning House, meaning like state legislation elections, governor elections, the impact of advertising seems to be larger the further down you go, which suggests that people's innate level of information is lower and that one advertisement can shift a person more, which is exactly what you'd expect.
Okay. Then I have one more serious question, and then I have a half serious question, then I have a meme question. The last serious question is Citizens United bad? Why or why not?
I think the argument, the steelman here would be Citizens United alone, if you retained limits on spending, could theoretically be good, only in the sense that I don't like limits on when you could do political spending or what you could do political spending on. I don't like the idea that you can't do political spending to make movies against a candidate or whatever, or that you can't do it a certain number of days before an election. Those limits all seem silly. But the arguments on like who can spend how much, seem way more important. And so the combined effects of Citizens United and Speech Now is really negative. So it might have been better if Citizens United was not ruled that way. Free speech was still weirdly and arbitrarily restricted, but we didn't have billionaires dominating our politics. Yeah.
And I'm guessing, Sample, do you currently still disagree with that or no?
Yeah, so Citizens United, I saw stuff that made me like it. So I think the decision itself, if you want to talk technically about the decision, the case should have been in favor of Citizens United. Now maybe they interpreted too much and they gave too much
Oh, I'm not
consequences
asking
as
if
a
you
result.
think, just to clarify this, I'm not asking
No,
if
I
you
know,
think it
I
was
know,
legally
I know.
sound. I'm just asking, do you think the outcome was good?
Yeah, so the outcome probably bad, but I think there's like good evidence to suggest that it was economically good. For democracy, probably insofar as money politics, probably like not ideal. Um, yeah, probably was bad for democracy. I think economically it had good effects. It helped Republicans, as SDL mentioned, which is bad. By the way, on the clump study, I didn't read it. I was familiar with it because you cited it a lot. But like, do you remember the broad methodology of it? It's fine if not. Of course, I don't expect.
I said differences and differences. What the gist of what they do is they compared
I
states
know the
which
idea.
already
Yeah.
had laws. I know. They had states which already had laws, like the post Citizens United Speech Now world, and they had states which did not have laws. They had states which had restrictive laws. Those states also had laws struck down by Citizens United and Speech Now. This is less discussed, but state laws in about 25 or so states, or something like 15 to 25 states, were struck down by Citizens United Speech Now. And so those states is where the impact was measured in comparing those states to the other states. And the sample of states is not like all Republican states or whatever. I think I have the map somewhere, but it's like you have Texas, Alaska, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. It's a really weird selection of states that had laws which were restrictive of political spending. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that what year is that clump study? 2015 or
It's somewhere in here. I don't know. Let's see. Clump
let me look up the word clump. Yeah, because I think
2016. 2016. And then there's that replication. I think this one's a better study for dumb reasons, but the Abdul Razak Prado Walton study found the same results, slightly larger effect sizes actually. But
give me a second.
are we popping this in ChatGPT to see which studies refute it? Sorry,
No,
that's kind of degrading.
I'm talking about my notes. I don't. You can look at the links. I don't know. No. I was just I think one of the studies in my notes is clump. That's it. No, because they mentioned stuff about it being pro like made elections more competitive, but I could be wrong. Okay, it's just one thing. I don't think I cited that at any point in time. Yeah.
It's possible. I haven't seen. There's this other study. 1 minute. Let me pull it up. Thompson 2022, and they have a graph. I don't know if it's going to embed. 1 sec. Let's see. Uploaded Thompson. And they have a measure of electoral competition in fundraising. And to my eye, it didn't look like there was much of an impact around Citizens United, but there is an upward trend that continues through the Citizens United period in fundraising challenging.
Okay. Never mind. I made a huge mistake. No, never mind. Never forget about it. Clump was in my notes, but just in the dumps. I was just pasting a bunch of links of studies. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
You put it down there because you were afraid of its conclusions. You were hiding from the clump. Okay, but the clump will always find you, brother.
No, I'm just a really motivated reasoner. So if something is like immediate for my priors, I'm like, I know. But if it's not, I'm like, okay, I guess you should have the link.
Somebody clip that.
Non-fun is recording it.
No,
but non-fun knows I'm a motivated reasoner. We talk about it on stream all the time. It's like,
exactly.
Suddenly there's a recording malfunction, and so non-fun's got a record of it.
I go to sample because he already has.
Has always never worked, right?
True.
I have 2 meme questions, and then Synth wants to debate about
go
whether
ahead.
killed himself or not. Why is lawyers being overrepresented bad, SDL? Isn't this literally epistocracy?
Because other elected other degrees are not overrepresented.
I don't know
which
if we
suggests
want
it's
the other
not like
degrees
it.
represented. I feel like lawyers really good. They like rules. I feel like maybe they're
I don't
just
know. It's a fact or not. What do you mean? How many physicists are congressmen? What? It's a fact or not?
Why would
So the
physicists be
gist
good
of
at
it,
making laws?
Yeah, why
the gist of
would
that.
physicists be good at making laws? The lawyers, they
Well,
study
no,
the
you
law.
said overrepresented. You said you don't know the lawyers are overrepresented.
Like relative to
They-
their relative to epistocracy.
Yeah, like
Okay, I thought
if
about
you
the
believe in
population.
epistocracy, then they're probably just not overrepresented.
Okay,
The
then maybe
difficulty
yeah.
is that lawyers are overrepresented, but other professional degrees are not. Like PhDs are not represented more than they are in the population almost at all. So the idea that we're putting in the smartest possible people and they just all happen to have like JDs,
Well,
it's
they're
Yeah, but you
smartest
possible.
probably
possible
want people.
lawmakers.
You probably want people that are good at talking to experts, right? Lawyers in their professions, oftentimes they will consult subject matter experts on issues, and they're probably better at doing that than a non, than
I
like a
hate this line
non.
of questioning
Also,
so much.
yeah. Also, maybe
I
the
hate
U.S.
hitting
is
on
so
that.
aristocratic that only the best
I'm giving up.
political
I've been
class.
outlawyered.
You
Yeah.
are getting outlawed.
And what was the other meme
Um,
question?
No, there's
Oh no,
actually
that's it.
just
We can do
before
the
we
Epstein
move away
thing
from
now.
that.
Oh wait, no, go ahead.
Before we move away from that. Before we move away from that, in that study, the Bonica 2020 study, there's literally a graph of like how likely people are to run, and then how people likely are to win based on their degree.
I hate
And
this
it's just really remarkable. Lawyers are something like
Thanks for the sub, buddy.
53%. Sorry, 53
13
times
months, hell
more
yeah.
likely to run, and 100 times more likely to run and win than they are as a percent of the population. But people with say PhD, they're like 2 times. Like it's like almost no bias at all. Same for masters. Like there's just it's so frustrating. Like we could actually have a technocracy. We could have like all the engineers like they do in the CPC, but instead we have to have lawyer technocracy, the worst possible kind of technocracy.
Ew, engineers. That's
Sorry,
way
all
Wait,
I'm
why is it
saying
the
is that
worst
the
kind of
PhD.
technocracy? Wait, why is it the worst one? Why do you want engineers doing it?
Because the lawyers, okay, one of the other graphs in that study is lawyers per capita. There's a reason America has one of the highest in the rich world. Okay, it's because these lawyers, we live in the lawyer occupied government for
Abundance talked
250
about
years.
this.
They've been putting us down, the real people of this country, and they've been passing laws which like have no limits on tort and stuff. And so it means there's a ton more lawyers and there's a ton more legislation. There's so many more court cases. Americans are something like 10 times more likely to go to court in their life than Europeans are. It's such a waste of time.
Okay.
It's so dumb.
All I'm saying is
Uh,
the odds ratio for PhDs is above 1. So I don't know what you're
my
talking
God.
about.
If there was an
for
all-engineer
Lexa-
government, they would legalize many things. Like they probably change the age of consent laws. All engineers.
Alexa Decimal wanted to ask, separate from where money in politics should come from, the public broadly or privately, do you have thoughts on the correct amount of money in politics? And then we're gonna go to the Epstein thing.
I don't
No,
think there's a
please
correct
not,
amount of
Epstein.
money. I don't think there's a correct amount of money in politics. We've seen a real revolution in money in politics over the last 10 years or so, not entirely a result of Citizens United, where small donors have just like exploded in terms of importance. There's been a lot of weird consequences of that. I don't know that like before that happened, you should have been able to say like, I don't want that to happen. I think money politics is inherently bad. One of the positions I take is that I think Citizens United is correct in the one sense that money is speech. My problem is simply as a Democrat and egalitarian, I think that speech should be roughly equal, and any deviations from that equality should be based on knowledge and expertise. And I don't think we live in that system. I don't think that Elon Musk has a million times more speech than you and I do because of his goddamn knowledge and expertise.
Also, so 2 questions on that. Well, also, I want to make a general point. All of what I'm saying is just me not being convinced of the facts or the explanation. I don't think there are any like meaningful downsides to implementing all the even crazy. I don't think it. I think the effect is directions. So
You're cutting
just
out.
in terms of like, oh my bad. Okay. So I think the effect is small in both directions, whether you implement the crazy money politics regulation policies that people want, or whether you don't. I think the impact is pretty little. And so I would maybe even fall on the side of caution and would support policies that are more than I believe are warranted, just because of the expected value being positive enough. But I just want to say that nowhere in this conversation did I argue that the policies are bad. So that's the point in favor of SDL, I guess. I just want to be honest about that. Second thing I wanted to ask is Did I forget? Can you repeat the last thing you said?
Money is speech. I think that speech
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
power in
Are you
general
do you
should be
value
roughly egalitarian.
do you value equality intrinsically or extrinsically? Like, do you think it's only good instrumentally good?
I think it's instrumental, and the reason it's instrumental is for stakeholder democracy type
Even
and
even
epistemic
SDL,
humility
Econo
type
Boy.
reasons. I
Even
think that it's hard to say
SDL
you have stakeholder democracy
thinks it's
if some people can have a
instrumental.
million times more influence than others, and it's really hard to say that you are giving one of the benefits of democracy is supposed to be that people can voice their opinions, which gives you more ability to correct for wrong opinions. I think it's harder to say that if discourse is dominated by certain, basically by wealthier interests.
Yeah, okay. That's good. That's good. That's good to know. Um, yeah. For Okay, I have only now questions that broadly relate to stuff connected, so inequality in the United States and stuff. But Coco, you said you have meme questions we can get to. I don't want to talk about Epstein. Why do I have to talk about
Oh,
Mike?
so my first meme
The
question
dodgy is
is:
crazy.
Are both of you in favor of DBCFT?
You answer
Ooh,
first.
sample goes quiet.
Yeah, I'm
Sample
massively in
goes
favor
quiet.
of DBCFT. I'm a big DBCFT guy. Bigly in favor of DBCFT. The best way to argue for DBCFT is to just let people know, first of all, if they're left wing, and say, first of all, wait, before we, I'm sorry, I did the sin of being an abundance liberal. I agreed on the good policy before bashing leftists. So, FBL, can we agree corporate taxes are look really bad? We agree on that. Corporate taxes look really bad tax.
You're really cutting out. I don't like the.
Oh,
I agree that DBCFT would be better than the corporate tax. Yes.
okay.
I
If
feel
we
like the
could
reason
not
why
implement a
people object to
DBCFT,
getting rid of it is because they want it to be replaced with something else.
no, I think
I would
the
be.
objection of people to corporate income taxes is just because it has the word corporate in it, so they want to defend corporate income taxes no matter what. It's a really bad tax. It's just dumb.
I think
go ahead.
part of the reason we do the corporate tax is because our tax system is not well set up to. Oh, we lost him. Our tax system is not well set up to capture other ways that capital holders take capital incomes. And so we tax the corporate profits basically as a way of getting around those loopholes. So that's why people talk about the alternatives being like consumption tax, like progressive consumption tax, which again is probably preferable. I agree that corporate income tax is probably distortionary and bad. It might be less bad than not having it and just having the ultra rich face basically no taxation at all. But they already face so little because of corporate tax avoidance. So I don't know.
It's more bad. It's more bad. If I could press a button and abolish the corporate tax and replace it with nothing, I would. But okay, so first thing, just wanted to get that in there because
Corporate
I'm
tax
just
is
so,
that bad?
I'm so well, it's not. I just think, yeah, basically.
Even with our
You
deficit,
know,
SCL, do you think that oh wait, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, okay, so for the deficit, it's not really that impactful. It's just like raises like about half a trillion a year. Just like you could just probably increase, like if you just do a small VAT. But I said, yeah, without replacing it with any other taxes. So I agree. Look, it would just generate so much growth that it would repay for itself. No, I don't believe in that. Yeah, I don't care about the effect for the deficit that much. It's probably that bad, probably, but maybe not. So either way, on that. I agree with DBCFT a lot, and the best way to argue for DBCFT, as I was saying, is to let people know that VAT is really good, and then DBCFT is just equivalent to a VAT plus a wage subsidy. And so that, yeah, that's just let them know, and now they support it. Also, SDL. Here's a funny argument that a friend of mine thought about. If a DBCFT, taxes capital rents, wouldn't it incentivize? Wouldn't this the basically equivalent to a wage subsidy? Wouldn't that incentivize worker co-ops, right? Because they would collect less capital rent, so firms would like be distorted in favor of. It's not neutral between co-ops and traditional firms. People would prefer co-ops because they would get less tax because they have less capital rents. They distribute more to workers. So the wage subsidy would be more meaningful.
I genuinely have no idea how the DBC. I've not looked at this at all. That's funny if true.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea if it actually follows.
Okay. That's okay. Fair enough.
I mean, one of the arguments,
everyone should
one of the framings I've seen given in favor of cash flow based taxation is that it's sort of equivalent to the government taking a stake in all firms and subsidizing their losses and taxing their gains, which is sort of equivalent to owning a partial stake in every firm. So it's like literally social ownership of the means of production, which is a funny way to sell it to lefties, like myself, because it's very funny.
That's true. Yeah, that's kind of true, although it's not really equivalent to a sovereign wealth fund or something. But yeah,
No, it
um,
is mechanically different, but it is funny to think of it as like the government taking a 10% stake in every company in the country.
yeah, yeah. But keep in mind the subsidizing them when they're losing, right? Um, but
Well,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
what
yeah.
that if you're taking a stake and then the company goes down in value, right? Like that's the idea.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree. It also probably would make GDP a very less useful metric because just it's so much better than the corporate income tax. All the countries with the corporate income tax would rather state their headquarters in the United States, but keep selling to their origin countries. It would just practically make it a tax haven in the United States, and so probably would just see investment being artificially high in GDP statistics. That's a concern I have, but not too much.
No,
Whatever.
you don't want to be. I do think this is unironically an issue in that you don't want to be Ireland to weirdly distort GDP statistics, but also distort where companies put their headquarters and distort accounting and all this dumb legal fictive stuff to evade taxes. It would be nice to
Yeah.
have this all paired as an international tax system.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. We need. That's why U.S. imperialism is so awesome. We can just do that. We could just like tell all of Europe, "Hey, do your tax thing." That'd be awesome.
Globalize the DBC.
But either way, yeah. If anyone wants to read about DBCFT, the I think is it the original paper or one of the papers by Auerbach, which is the guy who made it up, who came up with the DBCFT, is really good, really really good. With the wage subsidy thing, he explains it very well. Like the moment I read that, it's not like it didn't click before, but it like was really okay. That's true. Okay, it clicks. But yeah, whatever. It's an out there text. Do you have any more meme questions? Because I wanted to ask Castiel, but like some funny arguments that I think you might be interested in. But yeah. Do you have any meme questions? And not Epstein. I don't want to talk about Epstein.
Look, as long as you just say Epstein didn't kill himself, and we'll move on.
But if the videos are AI, then he likely didn't kill himself.
There's
Would-
unironically, at this point, given the current evidence you have, Epstein didn't kill himself.
I'm P.
Okay, Synth, if you want to debate this, if you actually want to debate this, DM Red Charlotte. She
Sure,
wrote a
I
whole
don't think she'll
research
debate
document
me. I
on
think
this,
she's
4
scared
years
of me.
ago.
Oh, Red Charlotte has as Synth on a no talk to list.
Yeah,
Red
because she's
Charlotte,
like
I mean, I can
retarded.
understand that. Okay.
Red Charlotte really hates Synth. Actually, I think Red Charlotte hates everybody in this group.
I mean, I
Do
do
they
think
know
that,
me? I don't
that
know
you,
them.
you can be
I don't know.
fairly
no, I
I don't
aggressive.
know
meant,
them.
Wait, what is deal? What?
I just Synth, you can be a
I
little bit
didn't mean in
aggressive, which may
the
be
VC. I
off-putting
meant like the
to Red Charlotte's argument style.
Well, Red Charlotte's argument style is to start out being aggressive and then to get like offended when somebody's aggressive back.
Instead of shit talking someone here, why don't we pivot back to the topic at hand?
I agree with that. I agree with
You were
that. I don't
hyper
want to talk
fixating
about
on this
it.
point. You already got agreement. You got your concession.
No, I just
from
really want to
Sample.
run
Let's
away.
move on.
No, I agree. I just really want to run away from Epstein. That's like the only.
Can you
I
just
really want to
conce-
pivot.
Can you just concede or get like a counterpoint?
Well,
Yeah,
I'm my P suicide is like 60%. I'll say that one.
That's ridiculous. Like okay, the first suicide attempt, the first quote suicide attempt, where Epstein's like, no, guys, I swear I wasn't trying to kill myself. That guy just tried to kill me. Where the cameras also miraculously had a malfunction. Nothing about that strikes you as fucking like really weird.
It might
You know
be
what strikes me
weird, but
as really
weird is not
weird
enough.
is the
Weird
fact
is
that we don't
never
have
enough
full-
for discussion. Yeah,
What's really
what-
weird is the fact that we don't have full expensing in this country. Let's pivot it
I
right
agree with
You
that.
are such a
Oh, I see.
cornball.
Not
You
only
are
do
a
we not have
cornball.
full expensing, not only do we not have full expensing, we in fact should give credits instead of a subsidy of losses.
The
because
fear of
exporters
these people
do
who
have
go with the
actual losses
mainstream
of their
narrative on
business.
Epstein is crazy.
Of
Castiel,
these
You know,
do you support full expensing?
sample text. Yes. Have I ever given you the funny argument for a wealth tax sample text? In an efficiency-based
No.
perspective.
No.
So if
Go
you have a wealth tax and a negative capital gains tax, you are taxing stocks and subsidizing flows, thereby redistributing wealth to the highest ROI investors.
Beautiful. Sounds beautiful. I mean, just do the negative capital gains tax and not the wealth tax. Why redistribute? Don't you know, SDL? Don't you know that government doesn't like tax and redistribute money? It like creates money by spending it, and taxes just destroy the money. It's not like it creates a pile. You should know that. Yeah, that's my kind of argument.
I do know one of the funny arguments you could give for wealth taxation would be: have you heard of the reaching for income hypothesis?
Is that true?
No,
by
but
the way?
just before,
I don't believe
I'd
you.
be
I think
fine
you're
with a
making that up.
negative. I don't
Not
know.
my goat. He
There's
wouldn't
a
do that.
poor case to make for negative capital gains. No, actually, there's a strong one because investment has huge externalities. Never mind. But I would subsidize. I would fund it with a progressive consumption tax, not a wealth tax. Because wealth taxes,
so
look, capital flight. Go ahead.
One of the arguments for this is not the reaching for income. One of the arguments for the wealth tax in this context is that, insofar as like investment crowds out other investment, like you can only invest so much into profitable investments. There's a limit on that. You want more and more of the investment decision making to be coming from the best current
Be a meme
investors,
argument.
not simply those who started with wealth or happened to get it. So you're essentially subsidizing
Okay,
like
so have an
consistent
inheritance
The
high
tax.
Harburger taxation of
Then
wealth.
have an inheritance
inheritance-
tax. I don't hate inheritance
Hold on. Okay.
taxes.
Hold on.
One,
I
one
got
of my
it.
jokes, one of the things that I love to do to people is they're like, "Oh, why are you socialist?" I just
Less
say, "Well, I
economically
believe in
destructive
meritocracy.
than a
I think
regime
that
of
everyone should
investment
earn
income
their
taxes. It doesn't mean
income and
optimal
earn their
into
wealth, which is why we need a 100%.
I think a Harburger
100% inheritance
taxation
tax
of wealth probably
on
the best
all
type of
wealth
wealth
over $10
tax.
million.
No.
Don't you like
no,
meritocracy sample text? Don't you think people
No,
should earn
no.
their wealth? Do you think some people should just
No.
be given it by the state by happenstance of birth? That's really odd. Why should the state be giving $10 million to people who were born to a rich family?
You would no if you would do that.
High enough, and people will dodge it with a gift tax.
Yeah, just do a cash flow.
I
tax like that.
think we
Just-
would need. I would say I think we would need more evidence on inheritance taxes because the evidence is mixed. But I'm okay with them. I don't hate them.
One of my
I do
favorite
think we
little
would.
factoids. No, relevant to this, I have to mention it. There's evidence that inheritances over $1 million decrease labor force participation. So it is literally true that you make people idle and lazy rich by giving them too much money. Therefore, no one should be able to get more than $500,000 because we all believe in the value of hard work and gumption and meritocracy. Don't we, Chad?
Not only that, the funniest thing about an inheritance tax. Do you know? Fuck, what's it? It's a unpronounceable Polish name. Do you know the Polish economics guy on Twitter or whatever? He got his U.S. citizenship not so long ago. Something with a W in his name. I forget his. I can find him on Twitter in like a second, but whatever. Either way, that guy.
A Polish guy with a W in his name.
Yeah, bro.
I-
What do you want me?
No,
What do you want from me?
I
Come
have
on,
no- I
come
have
on.
no
Okay,
idea
okay.
what that
That's all of
Whatever.
them. That's all of them. Sample.
Non-fun. Do you know who I'm talking about? Non-fun. Let me look up
I
the
don't.
Polish flag in my Twitter, and then I'll find the guy. You don't know? Here, I'll send
Nope.
it Twitter account. Either way, that guy. Wait, no. Now I gotta find him. Shut up. Okay, let me look up Poland. Okay, I look up the people. Please give me that guy. Yes. Here he is. Yes, this guy. This booking guy. Share. Copy URL. Okay, I'm pasting it into the chat. This guy, you might have seen him. Wait 1 second. Okay, this guy.
I literally said Wojtek as a joke.
Okay.
No, I
Okay.
have not seen Wojtek. Oh my god.
Econoboy was added. Fuck off. Oh no way. Econoboy
Yes.
is added.
Okay.
Oh boy. Kill me.
I saw
Kill me.
one of my favorite
Kill me.
socialists in one call, and I had to join.
That's right.
Well, I'm not a socialist.
Well, now that you're
fun,
here,
I'm
yeah.
a socialist. Yeah, maybe.
That's true. Literally,
Either way, I was
on
saying.
sample text.
So, either way, that guy. So the Polish economist guy, he won an Ig Nobel Prize in 2001. I think 2001. I might be wrong. For I think it was actually in a paper showing that
Fuck, my phone
inheritance
died.
taxes make people like try to avoid it by living longer. but yeah, I just thought that's a really funny result. I don't for an Ig Nobel Prize. But yeah, that's about it. But Econoboy, what do you want to challenge me on something? You want to challenge SDL or something? I don't know. Did I say something
no,
too bad?
I just wanted to be a passive listener. Although I'm always
Okay.
down to chat.
Lurking.
If I
Always
think of
lurking.
anything,
Okay.
I'll bring it up.
Okay. Not fun. If you record this, call it the wonk off or something. Okay. All the wonks here. Okay.
Yeah,
No, we need
no, it's
Micah.
being-
Someone add Micah.
It's being streamed.
Oh, I love that
Guy.
Micah here right now.
Either way, whatever. So
Micah would
I
love
wanted to
talking
say-
about Epstein. Unlike Sample Text, who's scared of the topic.
maybe I just like No, I'm not intellectually in disagreement with you. I'm just my ethnic interest is against talking about the guy. But yeah. So,
Get this guy out of here.
with Micah, that's not the guy. I don't think Epstein was Iranian, right? Either way, whatever. Yeah. So, SDL, what do you think? Do you know much about Coase theorem? Do you know how much do you know the memes about it, or whatever?
I
Wait,
am familiar with Coase's theorem. Yeah.
sample text.
Okay.
I did want to say to you that King of the Coast endorses a wealth tax, and that's all I need to say.
Really? We got to talk about it.
See, that's
Let me
crazy.
link you this
I gotta
tweet
talk
of
about
King
that.
of the Coast supporting a wealth tax. Okay, that
He
Econo
said,
Boy
and I'll
sent
quote
me.
from my DMs. I'll quote from my DMs. By the way, just in addition to that tweet, because I sent King of the Coast an article I was writing about taxes. He said, "Quote, okay, I have actually come around to a Harburger wealth tax. I think it pushes the rich to more fully
Based.
maximize returns once they are already very rich."
Okay.
Yeah, and this is exactly my advocacy: is that you'd want to do a
This
Harburger
is
version of taxation.
hard.
And King of the
Harburger taxes
Coast
are all-
is there, and I will bestow King of the Coast the highest honor. He is the Matt Brunig of taxation.
Okay.
Wow.
That's really good. But to be clear, Harburger taxes are I think they're really good, but that has nothing to do with the rate or what they apply to. It's just a good taxation mechanism. Game theoretically, it makes a lot of sense. But whatever. You just need a credible, like, for it to be likely that the government does implement them. But whatever. So on wealth taxes, the evidence I've seen would be that it would not
My
be
own fucking
effective at reducing inequality. It seems like King of the Coast, to the extent he's endorsing the tax, would not be on the percentage that would make inequality it would change meaningfully. So there's that. But I mean, in terms of incentivizing investment better, so the rich people want to maximize return better, I don't know. What's the evidence that they're not doing it already? I don't know.
Well,
And
I think that it would depend on your
capital flight
theory
is
of,
still a concern. Yeah, bro.
yeah, it would depend on your theory of, I guess, where like productive investment comes from, right? Because I think it's fair to say that a lot of the investment of billionaires and I guess millionaires, depending on how low you'd want the threshold to be, is not really what you could call entrepreneurial activity, where they're like productively allocating capital. Like it's just like managed funds, right? Like this isn't really productive investment. Right?
Yeah, whatever. I'm not. Yeah, I agree. I don't disagree with that. But where would I want a wealth tax because of that? They would still. All they do is just they want to maximize their net NPV, and so a
I have
wealth
not
tax would
seen
harm that, and so
super
they
great
would
evidence of
invest
capital
less. No, I
flight.
don't think they're like massive allocators or something. I just think they
Not
increase
necessarily,
investment by huge margin.
One of the arguments for a land value tax, right, is that it kind of forces you to use land productively because it's essentially a holding tax on land, and you can think of a Harburger tax on wealth the same exact way.
Yeah, I mean that's why I said that it's tax. That's why earlier I said it's taxing stocks, right? And then if you pair it with, the equivalent for land would be like some sort of development credit. A negative capital gains tax is equivalent to a investment credit. You used your investment well, you gained high ROI, you get extra money. You could imagine the same for land usage.
I agree.
In fact, it
Land
would be the
usage
same for land
should be
usage.
taxed. Land should be taxed for the same reason DBCFT should be taxed. It's just a rent. You want to tax capital rents, you want to tax land rents. But I don't see for investment why not. It's actually a productive thing, and in fact, it has huge positive externalities. That's why I'm open very much to negative capital gains tax, because investment has a huge externality. Maybe Coase theorem or something. I think there are problems with applying Coase theorem to that. Whatever. But yeah, I just think wealth taxes I'm not sold on. I think the empirical literature is very weak, and the philosophical case they're just better taxes to achieve the same goals. That's my position. Yeah.
Imagine.
On inequality, I want
agreeing
to.
with King of
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
Coast on tax policy.
Yeah, I'll
It's a
talk
risky
to him
move
about
there,
that.
Mr. Text.
Someone add him to the call. Someone add him to the call. I'll talk to him about it. Yeah, yeah, I guess we're just adding everyone at this point, right? So there's that. Another thing, on land value tax. I asked you this in chatty combo, but I'm not sure the answer was I think it's a bit more than you really affect incentives. It would just because it would get capitalized very quickly. So I don't know if incentives would change. I just think it's really good because it taxes rents. So because incentives don't change, look, I don't think people will behave differently. We just tax their
Probably
rents.
did, Bob Marley.
But yeah, I don't know if it
Don't tell
would
me it's not a
actually
theorem. I thought it
incentivize
was a theorem.
development meaningful. And when I say incentivize development, I mean relative to a system without any, without any like.
Does theorem
Relative
have
to the
like
property
a
tax, it would incentivize investment. It would
more
incentivize
technical
density. It would incentivize all
definition
that stuff. I'm
than
saying
I'm
relative
aware
to
of?
no land value tax. I don't think it would actually change people's behaviors meaningfully just because it gets capitalized.
The best paper I saw on this was a study of Pennsylvania, where a bunch of counties adopted split rate systems, and what they found was that counties that adopted a split rate and like obviously like taxed land more heavily than property, they did see a significant increase in, you know, essentially land development, like permits and stuff like this. Like some of the examples from what I recall, like one of the examples they called out was like, oh, like a small manufacturer in one of the counties just decided to like build a bunch of not ADUs, but essentially just like put a small residential development on like empty land on their manufacturing plot, like basically just to try and, you know, smooth over their
Not a
tax
mathematical
burden.
theorem. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is, I guess, pretty much what you would expect from the Georgist, like.
Well, relative to property taxes, but I think relative to like some no tax system, I don't think it would incentivize that much development. Again, just purely due to the fact that are you familiar with the Denmark study?
Well, no. I'm
Was
not
really
saying,
good.
yeah, like, I don't know if Georgists overblow this. I don't think, I mean, I guess I'm not sure what the exact claim that's a lot of Georgists make is. My understanding from all the reading that I've ever done is that a land value tax, like, marginally increases development. It's not like some wild effect or anything like that. It's not,
That's
you know, it's
relative to
just like,
property taxes, yeah, and which are really, I think, are bad because they disincentivize development. Well, they're not the worst. They're like probably some of the best
Yeah.
taxes, but
like if we
relative
had
to
a
land
land value
taxes, they're bad.
tax, yeah, if we had like if we like got rid of all property taxes and just taxed land, we'd have like, I mean, I don't want to, you know, we'd have like 5% more building or something. You know, it would be something, but it wouldn't like
Yeah.
it wouldn't be like some crazy increased amount. So
Okay. Did SDL win? Oh my god, I don't think is there a winner? Maybe, I don't know. I think he won because
Yeah,
he
it was
moved
SDL.
me.
You got
I like
fucking
overall he moved me, so I think he won, right?
yeah, you
I don't know
got
if I
fucking
moved him.
crushed. You got shit canned in this debate.
Did I get crushed? Oh my god, no! Since thinks I
You
lost.
got fucking cooked.
Wait,
The
no.
audience
Wait,
won.
Synth. Epstein did not kill himself. Did I lose?
You know, maybe you didn't lose. Maybe you had some good points.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Either way, whatever. Yeah. So on the land value tax, just the point is, you know, let's say I'm a developer or something, and I own some land value, and again, this is in Kapistan. There is no tax, and now we apply land value tax. It's true. I'm less incentivized to hold land now, but land is less valuable now. It costs way less because the value of land fell because the net present value that land represents fell because of the tax. So I just think I saw a paper. I should really ask my friend to cite it again at me. But like there was a paper arguing basically the land value tax did not really change behavior relative to no taxes. But it was a theoretical one. I'm massively in favor of land value taxes. So whatever, it doesn't really matter either way. Yeah, and SDL is BR back, so I'll wait for him to be back. But I wanted to ask you about the cosine inequality thing. I think it's a funny argument. I wonder what do you think? And then maybe just make him aware of Auden and Splinter, and and they showed that inequality has not increased really in the United States. So, wonder what he thinks. Social Security is annuity, okay? It's an annuity. I know it doesn't. It's not funded like one, but for the purposes of the individual, it should be. Hey, go ahead.
what an opinion. Yeah, I still very much disagree with that, and I know I am now the one going out on a limb by disagreeing with King of the Coast. But to be fair, this is not a question of tax policy. This is a question of arbitrary definitions, and I think my
Yeah.
arbitrary definition is better than yours. So
There was another paper adjusting for Social Security, and actually, so the paper I originally cited didn't really make the case. And to be fair, I did not read this paper yet. I intend to. But the other the first paper I did. The second paper I did not read yet, so I'm going to cite it, but I didn't read it yet. But it basically said it found that inequality has still increased, So that's a disagreement with the original one, but it's still less than reported wealth inequality. Like I think without adjustment, it went up 7%, but that once you adjust, it went up like 3%. So literally half the effect size just disappears. And they did make explicitly the case in that paper for why you should treat Social Security as wealth. So I think that paper might be interesting in that. But yeah, whatever.
I mean, the argument's all going to be the same. I just don't think it's reasonable to treat like Social Security Social Security is literally not a form of wealth, right? Like you have to sort of backward into that with, I think, a definition of wealth that I would not call ordinary. I don't know.
And that definition is.
Well, I mean, it seems like what the authors who claim that Social Security is wealth mean is they mean to say that essentially any kind of annuity, especially because of the structure of Social Security where you're kind of entitled to it for life, like because of that structure, it's sensible to count Social Security as a form of wealth. But yeah, I mean, again, that's just like literally that's just not what Social Security is, right? Like Social Security could be.
King of the
but it's
Coast's
not.
argument is that it should be represented in annuity, but as the conception of wealth is just that it's a claim on future income, and that's what Social Security is, and so that's what an annuity is as well.
What I said, because you're entitled to it, like you can expect, within reason, if you've worked for whatever, like 10 years and a certain amount of income, like you can expect reasonably to get Social Security, assuming you live that long. But I don't know. I mean, I think of wealth as like a stock of assets, and I guess that's pretty much how I think of wealth. It's like a stock of accumulated assets, and
Ignorant, please. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
I mean, but that's pretty normal, right? Like that's just typically.
No,
how
no,
wealth-
no. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and I mean, your overall argument, like the argument about wealth inequality. I don't know. I feel like you've done an autistic amount of research. Like, has inequality gone down over time? Maybe it has. I don't know. I've never really had strong opinions in that regard. I mean, I've seen the
almost
same,
certainly
like,
didn't. Almost certainly didn't. The only case I could make for inequality going down is income inequality, and that's because of a book by libertarians, which I think they did rigorous research. It's just like if the people arguing for the point are just like the most likely to be biased people, then the point is probably not that strong. Yeah, go
you
ahead.
can't trust libertarians. That's probably a good.
It's a Cato book.
heuristic.
I like Cato. But yeah,
I
go ahead.
I like Alex now Rasta. He's a smart guy, but
Yeah.
he's he's a libertarian. I mean, what can I say? That's
But the libertarian it's not that important. Libertarian could be Hoppe, or it could be like Reason Magazine, Cato like Institute. These people are really good people. I think they're just like really kind, nice people. And when your heart is not corrupted, your politics are not going to be as well.
wow, sample text, civility bullshit. Oh, the nice center-right libertarian who only cuts your Medicaid by 50% instead of 100. Fuck them all, sample text. That's how you should
Yeah, all
feel.
that fraud.
Maybe. They just
Anyway, no.
look. I think right now in the United States, if you're openly in favor of open borders, I think you're like a really awesome person who's able to critically think and be against and like able to take an optical position just because they're a good person. I think that's what
Look,
Cato does.
if our two-party duopoly was Democratic Socialists and Alex Narasta-style libertarians, our society would be 2 to 3 times better overnight if that was the case. But unfortunately, we're stuck.
Wait, is this
Gotta
the
wait.
paper? Oh my god, I have 6% battery. Holy shit. Okay.
And I would be
Wow.
running in the third party to make college mandatory. That's right.
Corny as hell.
That's true.
5% battery. Let me charge my fucking phone. Tell me. Yeah, so let me send you the study. I think this is the study. So they make the case there. I'll read it. Either way, I think it's entirely unreasonable because Social Security does function as an annuity almost entirely. So just you cannot liquidate it all at the same time. And if you have an annuity, you can, I guess. That's the only difference, really. But like what I think
The
of
only
wealth.
difference is that it's not wealth, but other than the not wealth part,
Here's the argument. Here's basically the argument. Okay, maybe definitionally you would disagree.
I've heard the argument.
But think of it like this. Think of it in terms of utility. When people care about wealth inequality, when they complain about wealth inequality, when they talk about wealth inequality, they care about it insofar
the utility.
as it affects people's lives. And legal claims to like, do you actually own it? You don't actually own your social security annuity, but
You don't own anything.
in terms of how it affects, insofar as it affects your lifestyle, it's equivalent, right? And so we should look at the definition of like your claims to income you could like future income you can claim, right? Basically, the NPV of all your future income. It's insofar as we care about
Yeah.
wealth. That's what we should look at. Let's look at the strongest statement I can make.
Sure. I mean, I fully understand the argument. I
Okay,
disagree.
you just choose to be wrong. That's fine. That's fine. I'm
It's true.
well
It's
aware
true.
of
I do
people like that.
choose. It's all arbitrary. You know, we make up definitions. I choose
Oh,
my
cool,
own.
cool,
but-
cool.
STL's back. Sample text. You
Here's
gotta
the
ask
paper.
him all your
Okay,
questions.
so SDL. Okay, so one, SDL, are you familiar? Bless you. I agree with that. I agree with that
Every
too.
day by your presence. Sample
Hell
text.
yeah. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Okay, so one, are you familiar with literature like so I sent the study I was talking to Ricardo about, by the way. Okay, so are you familiar with literature like David Splinter about income inequality or like the social security adjustments for wealth inequality? Because it seems like there's some good
No.
evidence that once you so there seems like there's good evidence that once you properly adjust for taxes and benefits, inequality in the United States has now gone up meaningfully. Well, whether it's wealth inequality or income inequality. And
I mean,
you may
adjusting
say
for taxation and transfers seems like a big adjustment, but yes, I would believe that social spending has dramatically increased in the United States over the same period. So
yeah.
I don't know if,
Hell
if
yeah.
it's true. That's yet another win for social democracy. So glad we
I
agree.
agree.
So
I agree. I agree. I agree. I'm a big tax and redistribute guy. Efficiently though, I have to say, not with bad taxes and not with bad spending. So, but you guys agree with that? I mean, I listen to you pretty much every episode on taxes and welfare in your podcast. Sorry, that okay, whatever. That's good to know that you believe that. Because also, if you define inequality without adjusting for taxes and benefits, then you define it in a way you cannot solve, right? Like imagine you show someone, hey, inequality has increased a lot, but I'm just talking about market incomes. Their conclusion would be, oh, we got to redistribute more, I guess. But once you look at what after we redistribute, we don't see the same thing. So whatever.
I think the argument, well, no, the argument is related to the income generating process in the United States. If income from all sources is inequality, if income inequality from all sources is rising, then that implies either a rise in labor income inequality or a rise in inequality between labor and capital inequality. And my understanding is that both have increased, that labor inequality has risen and that capital returns have risen relative to labor returns, though not by as much as labor inequality. And so both of these suggest changes to the fundamental structure of the US economy, and they may be undesirable. So I do think there is utility in arguing that market inequality has risen. It could be a case that labor inequality is not useful. I don't actually know whether that's the case, but if you think it's bad, you may want to reduce it through like structural bargaining, which, structural, is it structural bargaining? What
No, it's
centralized?
I think it's called collective bargaining. I guess that's what you mean.
Sectorial
I'm somehow
bargaining,
totally
the-
missing out. Sectoral bargaining, yeah. Like you may want to
Sectoral, yeah,
compress it
that's
using wage. You may want to compress it using wage compressing institutions, right? And if the labor to capital disjunct has risen, and not because capital has gotten more productive, that may imply that capital is getting more returns from their investment than labor is, which may be, I don't know, you may consider that bad. But those are all sort of ifs.
Okay. Another question. You don't believe in the productivity wage gap, right?
There definitely seems to be one, but it's not nearly as large. Like it's on the order of like 50 times smaller than the graph people post.
It's more than that. It's like 30, but okay. Yeah, that's
I said
fine enough.
50. I said a bigger number.
No, I think
That
it's
doesn't really
30
matter.
times smaller. 30 times smaller. Like they say it's 90. The effect is like 3%. But okay.
Yeah, so like there does seem to be even when you use like proper inflation controls, when you use proper inflation indexes, when
The
you
product,
account
yeah.
for like when you account for all these things, there still does seem to be some gap there.
Yeah.
But the thing
So the
that
main
I
things
never
are like
I never
Okay, go ahead.
really like the measure just because who cares about average wage? Like the thing you're fundamentally interested in comparing is like are
Median.
median wages keeping up with median productivity?
But you
That's
can't
really hard
measure
to
median
measure.
productivity. Yeah, exactly. I was.
Yeah.
Oh my god! You sound exactly like me talking to Sam. You don't know Sam. He's like a big PK guy. So yeah. No, you're right. I was literally saying that thing, and like it's impossible to measure median productivity because what the fuck does that even mean? Like how would we even begin to measure that?
I mean, the ideal thing is that you'd want to measure each worker's productivity and see whether they're keeping up with that. So that's a much harder thing. So even the idea of like median productivity, I don't know what Sam's argument would be, but it could be an argument that if productivity overall is rising in the U.S. economy, but median wages are falling behind, one reason for that could be simply that workers are losing bargaining power due to rising corporate consolidation, which is unfairly pushing their wages down below productivity. We know this to be the case in many rural markets, for example, that there's too few employers and that they seem to be paid below productivity, which is why when you impose minimum wages, employment goes up in those places, which seems ridiculous unless there's monopsony effects going on.
Of course, they pay below productivity. I mean, otherwise they'd be losing money. But
sorry, their pay is such that if you raise the pay, then more people get employed, which implies that like people are not being paid their full marginal productivity. It's not that people. It's not that you're pushing pay above the productivity point. It's that they're being paid below the productivity point.
Okay. I'm not familiar with that, but I'm sure the smaller the market, the more there is power for monopsonies or whatever. So that sounds true. I was going to say,
I'm referring to this study. It's this Azar study. Basically, they looked at minimum wages. Do minimum wages cause unemployment? The answer is yes if you're looking at competitive labor markets, and the answer is no if you're looking at uncompetitive labor markets. That's the gist of it.
Okay.
So the reason why we find overall null effects, the argument would go, is that on average, labor markets in the United States are in the median of this distribution.
I'm starting to think that there's BLS data that I worked with in the past that has the productivity, the labor productivity, and the compensation
I have this paper saved
of workers by industry. So you could look maybe at the average worker in the median industry. That might be a good proxy for median worker. I don't know. I'm trying to think about what
it would be interesting to see whether there has been a sectoral productivity pay
Micah
gap
should be here. He would have
where and which sectors. Because like if it's emerging in like real estate services or something, that implies very different conclusions than if it's emerging in like manufacturing or IT or something along those lines.
I agree. The only problem is that their data gives you a price index for each sector. So that seems like highly problematic. Are you just literally using different deflators? But once you do, it might be less informative to look at the productivity there if the price indices were the different.
Well, if you want a good PhD thesis, just do one with individual price indexes and a general CPI, and then maybe come up with some third cool secret trick.
I would never use general CPI. I would use general PCE.
Pretty busy though.
The best.
Well, surely if your results are robust, they should occur with all inflation deflators, right? Because the thing you're interested in is the relative sectoral dispersions.
No. And also, to be clear, if I don't publish it, it's because they didn't confirm my priors. So no matter what I do.
That's true. So the fact that you won't publish the study means that it didn't confirm your priors. Therefore,
it's evidence false. It's evidence that it's false. It's evidence.
Yeah.
It's evidence. Yeah, I agree with that. So there's that. Second thing, and this you might find funny. I thought of an argument for why. There's the usual argument for Coase's theorem, which is like, okay, you think pollution should be taxed? Sample text, don't you know it's all transaction costs? Just minimize transaction costs, and then Coasean bargaining will solve the externality in the first place. Well, to the extent that's a good argument, there's literature considering inequality and externality, right? So if you think about it, inequality is a non-Coasean externality. So like imagine SDL is like really, really poor. Then I could not bargain him to be like to solve that externality, because if I pay him to become poorer, he becomes richer. And so I would just increase inequality. It's like a non-Coasean bargain that way. And if it's the other way around,
This is very funny. I don't know that I understand this at all, but I do take the argument that like maybe poor people are less able to access even if you've reduced frictions. I don't understand the rest of the argument though.
No, the argument is this: Coasean bargaining is like, imagine I own a restaurant and you're a neighbor. And so my restaurant is like really loud, and so that affects you, although you're not part of the transaction between me and the customer. And so that's an externality, and we can solve it by saying the court like you could pay me to just move away, right? And so that's how we internalize the externality. We let people who are third parties bargain with the people with the exchange, right? Like I own the restaurant, and you just, as a neighbor, you pay me like $1,000 to just relocate. And so we internalize the externality, right? But we cannot do that with inequality. If inequality is an externality, so let's say a bunch of people get richer, if that's an externality, so we can only solve it by letting the poor people who are affected by that externality bargain with the rich people, but that would increase inequality. They would pay them to become poorer. That's impossible. And so we just
I feel
increase
like
inequality.
I feel like this is true if you think poverty is an externality, but I feel like any person who believes in this kind of cohesion theorem will just say that it's the outcomes of poverty or something like the consequences of poverty are like lack of access to human capital, raising, education type stuff. And so like maybe you could bargain for those using the sort of things that cohesion type people talk about. Like you would sell off a portion of your future labor income to a venture capitalist so that they would fund your education. That's the kind of stuff they would talk about.
Yeah, but you increase inequality in the process. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, and also I think a lot of the people who would cite Coase's theorem are like libertarianish, so they would even think so they first of all would deny that inequality is an externality, and they would also think poverty should be measured absolutely, not relatively, which I agree with 100% though. Whatever. Yeah, that's a whatever. It's just that's a meme argument I thought about. It could be funny. Um, but yeah, other than that, I don't know what else I have to talk about, and I'm kind of tired, so I'm fine with ending it here. I don't know.
Sample wants out. He's running away.
I am running from what? Ask me anything. I'll
Running.
answer.
True.
All right, so are we done with the Epstein stuff?
Oh wait, are you guys really? Is there
Done
three
with
months
it.
coming to an end? Is it really? Is it gonna final episode? Is the next one? It's gonna be 3 months.
Please.
We've got one more episode.
Oh,
Damn.
man.
Oh, true.
So sad. So sad. What's it about?
Good
The
question.
audience topic is what benefits should be in kind versus cash, which is a classic topic to end on. And other than that, I'm not sure. I mean, we kind of come up with our topics pretty last minute, so we might just talk about current events kind of stuff.
Okay. Oh, I was gonna say, as a critique of your podcast, you did an episode about kind of the military budget or the foreign, whatever. Come on, I
Yeah.
mean, you were all agreeing. You should have had like a fucking what do you call it, hawk or something on that panel. Okay, like I deny the military industrial complex is even a meaningful term. It's not. It doesn't exist. I don't know if
Oh
you
my
guys do.
God.
I've drifted so far to the left economically that SDL and I are indistinguishable. So perhaps there can be
Or
a reincarnation of the three wonks with
That's
a
right.
proper neo-lib social democrat socialist. But
yeah,
It's gonna be Connor Boy, new Sockdem, and Micah again. And it's just a tread. It's just the treadmill, and then Connor Boy gets replaced like 6 months later. The next person just keeps going and going.
and Micah just stays immovable. It's it's immovable.
That's right.
funny. That's really funny. Yeah, that's right. That's funny. Either way. So yeah. Current events. I mean, I don't know. What else, what is there to talk about? Epstein. I don't know.
I want to know your guys' opinion on the New York mayor guy, the rent freeze. I'm very curious. I've not gotten
Zoran?
the answer to this question.
bro,
Yeah, Zorhan.
that is legit the most overreacted dude. Fucking
Okay,
anytime a democratic social. Okay, I'm sorry, not fine. Go for it.
I was gonna say, I think I agree. So part of my question is like, is it actually meaningfully worse to freeze rents if you're only doing it to already rent stabilized apartments? Like, I'm
Dude,
very
exactly.
unclear. But
You heard,
yeah,
like I feel like neolibs on Twitter are like, oh my god, he's implementing the price look at the graph, the supply demand graph. He's doing the price ceiling. You know, like New York's gonna fucking collapse. Like that's not even what he's doing, and it's a very bizarre thing. I think De Blasio did the same thing 2 or 3 times when he was mayor, and you know, I mean, to the extent that you think there are bad effects of rent control like that, I mean, they're clearly not. I feel like there's a segment of like liberals on Twitter that literally think that within like 5 years rent control just destroys a city. It's like, why do you guys think that? I don't know. That's my thought.
Okay.
Unironically, looking at like his overall housing policy seems really, really good. The amount of public housing that he's building is insane. Like, if there's any effect of the rent freeze on new housing being built, wildly overtaken by the fact they're going to build 200,000 new houses in 10 years.
Well,
What are you talking about
I
with Zohan? I strongly disagree that it's feasible for him to do so. But yeah,
I was gonna say I don't know how much I trust building 200,000 new homes
but to
in
be
New
fair,
York. I feel
if-
like
What about his
if he
funding plan
does-
do you think is like shoddy?
what about his
well,
what?
I just
Sorry?
think if it's expensive because of like abundance reasons. So for the same
Exactly,
reason,
yeah.
what was the city where they like spent like a couple billions and only were able to build like 1,000 apartments? Chicago, yeah. Why were they not able to? Well, it's really expensive. Governments have a lot of
Also,
stuff that
'cause
makes
they
it
have
makes it
no
expensive.
money in Chicago. You're really comparing New York, where literally like half the fucking
They
world's
have
money is, to
plenty.
fucking Chicago, where
They
there's
have plenty of
$2.
money in
But
Chicago.
if
They have
anything, that should
plenty.
make
I think
it
it's
easier to
similar
build the
reasons. And
houses
also,
in
I don't trust
Chicago.
Zohan to not do the stuff that makes it expensive to build public housing,
There's no
which is like
Exactly.
stupid fucking. It's stupid fucking environmental regulations, and also like you got to make sure that every worker you hire when you build the public housing,
Yeah.
it has like 3 unions they're a member of, and is paid for the entire generation of their lineage. It's like stuff regulations like that are like
Zohan's
really
crazy.
expensive.
That's great. It's great that Zohan supports public housing reform, or sorry, fucking zoning reform. He fucking supports like massively changing the zoning
I don't
to
think
make
he'll
it
do it.
every
I don't think
to
he'll
make
do
it
it.
the vast majority of the country, or sorry, the vast majority of the city is more pro growth.
But what I mentioned was not zoning reform, but like I to the extent he is, which I
I'm sorry,
don't
if you
believe-
actually think that the problem is that it's like green energy regulations, if that's what you think is like really holding back New York, you're crazy.
I didn't say that.
Well,
I
it's
said
not.
it would make it. I think there are things that governments passed mechanistically that would make it harder for these same governments to build public housing, like
Sure,
union
and some of
requirements,
those
like
things are good,
environmental regulations,
right?
like material
Some of those things are
requirements.
good, and some
Okay.
of those things are fucking
These
zoning.
regulations are
And
also
he's against the
all
zoning.
A ton of
laws.
a lot of those things make
Some of
it
those
like
things are
the
good.
literally.
union regulations are
No,
bad.
here's
Union
the
regulations
issue.
are bad.
The issue is not like just environmental regulations. Is that we add like so many environmental regulations beyond like what private housing requires, such that like for developers sometimes it's like it like literally costs them more to accept public money because of all the added
don't
regulations that
disagree.
come with it. Yeah, so like
don't
I
disagree
like
that rich people do dumb shit where they gum up the works for public shit more than they do with private shit. That I'd like. Yes,
this has
that's
nothing to
covered in
do
part of the
nothing to do with like rich people going up shit. It just has to do. It has to do with.
Wait, you don't think that the reason
politics
that
mostly.
happened was rich people? You don't think even fucking
No,
Ezra
I don't
Klein
think-
will have to like admit this every single time?
don't
Fucking
care
no,
what Ezra
every
Klein
single
says.
time,
I don't care
every
what
single
Ezra
time
Klein
in New
says.
York that the Democratic Party has put those fucking exceptions in there has obviously been because of the fact that there hasn't been a working class person at the table. Trivially.
Okay,
Do you know
okay,
anything about New York
amazing.
politics?
Can we now talk without being
anything about New
interrupted?
York
Okay, that's what I mean. The debatable stuff. Can we just finish the sentence we were starting? So, for example, I don't think environmental regulations are good. I don't know if you meant to imply that, but sometimes they're good. But in cases for democratic policies for building more housing, they're clear in public housing. There clearly are a net negative. I think a lot of stuff people think are good, and people like Zorhan would think are good, but are really bad and really delaying, like union requirements for building. The idea that when you build public housing, that has to be construction that is unionized. Seems like really bad idea, but I don't trust him not to do
I
that.
don't know. So there's a reason why
Huh?
these things are like a genuinely hard consideration because housing is a really immediate and direct harm, right? But union structures, the amount of power that's given to the working class has a much more long-term effect of harm, right? It's a much more like how much power in the long term is given to each group. When we're talking about like the other fucking issue, what was it? When we're talking about like an environment, right? There's like these much more distant externalities that are harder to calculate, and there's also like existential risks that are harder to calculate, and there's fucking even way in the future externalities that are hard to
Problem is,
calculate.
building more housing
don't
would
think
be
that it's
really good
super
environmental.
clear to say that like there's a massive number of these. I think that there's probably a bunch that would make it easier to build housing. I don't think that means it's good to get rid of them.
I think it does because housing really will improve the environment. More housing, more density, more like people living out of the suburbs, people less drive less, people use the same infrastructure, saving in energy costs. Housing is pro environment, but also.
Right.
I don't
Um,
disagree.
There's that, and also just like look at like other countries, like when they build social housing, like their cost per unit is like way less than it is in the U.S.
Yeah, and also
like,
that, and it's not just because they're rich. It's not because they're rich or poor, but also I just very quickly wanted to say
I
the
don't
union
agree. It's
stuff.
not
I
just because they're
disagree
rich
with.
or
I
poor.
disagree with. So I'm
We have more
probably
bureaucracy than
way
most of
more
these countries.
anti-union. So on the
Rich
union
people
thing,
have Rich people have
Mhm.
created more bureaucracy in this country for the building process than they've created in most other countries. And when I say rich people, I don't just mean billionaires. I do, in fact, mean like fucking rich homeowners.
Okay, great. We agree on that. But on the union
So,
thing, I'm probably
example,
more anti-union than you. But I really do think that union stuff is not just we pay more or whatever. It like highly delays the amount of we can do and build more housing, which I don't trust Zorhan to one and not do that, and two because of that I don't trust him to even be able to build all these apartments. That's it. But yeah, I mean,
Well, I mean,
we'll see if he gets elected. I
the
don't think he'll do
question,
it. If he gets elected, I don't think he'll do
the
it.
question
I was just
that
gonna say
I'm
like
trying to ask
none-
you is why do you think it's the case that European countries build things like railroads, subways, housing, almost everything for so much cheaper, despite in almost all of them substantially stronger unions?
It's okay. So for one, are the unions mandated like to be when they build the public housing? Do they mandate unions, or is it just like something they already have?
I have no idea, but in countries like I don't know Sweden and Norway, where it's sectoral, effectively yes, like you've got like
Okay.
90% covered, unless the government is exclusively contracted with like the 10% that aren't, they're getting union people. So it's just
I'm not. I'm not convinced these countries do build all the public housing. Maybe like I know. I know Vienna does. I don't know. That's like the famous example. I don't know how much Sweden has a housing crisis. Kind of does. I'm not convinced they do build all this housing. Yeah, I'll just be skeptical of that.
I think the issue with unions in regards to like work requirements for government contracts is not necessarily unions themselves that like, oh, unions can't do good work or unions can't do work efficiently. It's that at least in America, the union density is so low that to actually go out and I don't even like, to be fair, I don't even know that this is, I mean, Sample Text just like said this, but I don't know that this is part of New York. Maybe this is like a New York regulation, or maybe Zohran has suggested this, but when the government tries to incentivize or require union membership for projects, it's just like really hard to find the labor. Like there's just not that. There's like no labor movement in this country. So you're bidding up so much to try and get that very small amount of labor. Whereas in the Nordic countries, there's fucking like the lowest density in the Nordic countries is Norway, which I think still has a majority of workers in unions, and a great majority of workers covered by contracts. And then like Iceland, it's like 90%. So like almost everybody's in unions in those countries. So it's not as hard to find, competitive rates for and like timely rates for construction, right?
If we didn't legally leverage shit so much towards union busters in the organization process, I think it would be easier to put like that kind of requirement in our policies.
Okay. So I just want to be clear. I didn't just make this up. I got this directly from reading Zorhan's in his housing.
Well, I said maybe he said that. I've never heard that before.
I know. I don't think you accused me. I just think people should read his direct stuff. He says, Zorhan will triple the city's production of publicly subsidized, permanently affordable, union-built, rent-stabilized homes. So I think two things are true here. One, he says the homes he will build will be rent controlled. Not that it applies to current buildings, but like to new buildings, he would rent control them. So that's already worrying. So to non-fund, I completely forgot about that part. To non-fund's
Wait,
first.
but they're publicly built. Who cares?
Why
They're government-owned, publicly built.
But do you remember non-fund's question?
Wait, so you're not affecting.
Are you going to answer the question? Are you going to answer that? Are you going to answer that? Are you going to answer that? Or yes or no? Just tell me no.
Question would be about private new building, right? Publicly funded new building that's being rent controlled, and literally no capitalist has ever in their fucking life cared about that, right? That doesn't disincentivize new production because it's public housing being built.
I would care about that because of the effect on other cities. I would care about that because of the effect on other cities. But okay. To be clear, I'm just saying. You may think it's ineffective. I just cited it to refer to what non-fund said. Do you remember non-fund's question? No.
I'm sorry. No, I unironically was in the other room. So my presumption is that the only reason that non-fund brought that up is because of the only way it would be relevant, which is the way I described. But if there's something more relevant, please describe.
Okay. So what non-fund asked was, would the effect of unions be of the rent control be if it's units that are already rent stabilized? Well, That would answer it.
Okay, yeah.
It's not just
No, so
rent
yeah,
calculator.
this is why it's not relevant, right? If it's only publicly funded new units, then it doesn't. It's the same thing. It has the exact same economic effect. It's the same reason that only doing old units doesn't have a major effect on new production. It's because of the fact that you're now doing it on only new publicly funded units, right? You're doing it on units built on the government dollar.
Okay. Like I agree, it's meaningfully different in terms of like it would be even worse if it was private. I'm just saying. It's
No, it's the
irrelevant
same.
as
It's
far as-
literally the same as not as if you were only doing old units. It's literally exactly the same as if you were doing old units.
I don't think so. If you have a new
Why?
shock, if you, oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was when people say stuff, they're going to explain. So, when you have a shock of new government of new buildings, they're public or, but they're rent controlled, right? So it's still below the equilibrium that would be in the market. So people flock to the city still, and without affects the rents in other cities, which I care about too. I care about everyone, I care about all people.
I'm sorry, you're saying that the rents are gonna go. No, that would mean the rents would go down in other cities, right? Which is like probably a good thing
Okay.
because there's less people there. Like rents go down because there's less people. Like how is that not a good thing? Like how is that not like a situation that you want people to?
I
be
want
in?
rents to go down because there are more buildings, not because there are less people.
They're in a place where there's more buildings now.
Yeah, but there's less people because there's more buildings.
Yeah.
What?
Well, there would be more if you just didn't rent control.
No, why would there be more? Why would there be any substantially more? if you
Density
did rent
maxing.
control public
No, there
buildings?
wouldn't.
If you are
Simple.
Yeah, what do you want? What do you want? It's 5 a.m.
So
I can
imagine
understand.
that.
Nope.
Imagine that he built the public buildings and then leased it out to people with literally $0 of rent. Like
Mhm.
whether it's rent controlled or not, it's public built. So what is the incentive that rent controlling these buildings will decrease the incentive to build new buildings? Other than that, I don't know, housing won't be bid up as much, so demand will be slightly lower.
Yeah,
Like,
would it
is that the only mechanism?
artificially
I mean-
reduce the rents that private developers demand, or not developers, but
But
you
is
know,
that
landowners?
the only channel?
You
What do you mean the only? I just asked a question. Like, would it or would it not?
What?
Would buildings would build public housing and we lease it for free? Would that artificially reduce the rents that landowners demand naturally?
It would
Probably.
reduce it. It doesn't really matter whether it's
Yeah.
artificial or not. If you want to build
Yeah, what
more
does it matter if
housing,
it's
that would also
artificial? Yeah, who
reduce.
cares?
That would.
Why
that
would it not
also
reduce? Why would it
Oh my
not
god! Just to
reduce
finish my
artificially-
sentence. Just to finish my
Yeah,
sentence.
my God.
That would
Oh, dear
also
God.
reduce the rents that landlords can charge, right? So if that drives down housing production, then building more housing also drives down housing production, like of any kind, whether it's public or
Okay.
private. So that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that the only channel, or is there some other
What
channel?
I'm saying is, so suppose you do that, right? So private landowners will face their demand curve that they face would move to the left, right? And so they would build less. You would have just less private construction as a result, partially because of that, right? That's basically the argument.
Sure, but that would also be true in a world where you built more private housing.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest public
you're-
housing fan, but yeah, okay.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm saying if you built
That
private
would be
housing.
true if you built more private housing. Like this doesn't. How
No,
is this
no,
an argument against
wait,
building?
wait. With private housing, it's the same developers, so the demand curve doesn't like it's the same group of people. It's like the same supply curve. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not. What I'm saying is this: like if I'm talking about so look at the supply demand curve of private developers, right? If you do rent control, then that does change their supply demand curve. Right? Like the demand curve moves to the left because there's a non-negligible amount of people that would just go to public housing, but that would not be the case where it's just if it's all private because they would just go to other private people. Does that make sense? I'm thinking in graphs right now, so I don't know.
Sample,
can
do you
draw.
agree that Mamdani is better than Cuomo, though? Come on.
I don't know much about Cuomo. I'm not a New Yorker. I think even without knowing, I think Cuomo has like sexual assault stuff or whatever, and he's really unpopular.
Yes, he got
That's all I know. But like, yeah,
He loves rape.
so there's so Lexadecimal pointed it out to me, and I thought that's a interesting argument. You might even support Mamdani or whatever his name is, just because it makes Democrats look better, and that's what matters more than New York City. We need Democrats to look better. Holy shit, we don't. And he messages really well. But like all the policies, I disagree. So we at least before we talk about public housing and the effect of rent control in other cities. Do we agree? At least he like explicitly said he would like require unions for his public housing.
Well,
Um,
yeah, obviously not everything in his I'm sure not everything in his housing plan would work, but like to the extent that you could have like a coherent leftist strategy for building housing that
Fuck you
isn't
guys,
just like,
dude. I was gonna
you
ask
know,
about
Brandon
that before
Johnson
Econoboy.
spend $1 billion into a
Before
mostly black
Econoboy
hole
asked
for
the sample
public
text.
housing.
I
Like,
was
this is a
I was
pretty
gonna ask. I'm
fucking good
curious
plan.
what
Like, this is
they
like the model
how big they think
for what
the
every
crowding out
democratic
effect
socialist
is.
should have as a part
Um,
of their housing plan if they're running in like an urban environment, right?
yeah, I mean, I think in policy, in terms of policy, I might disagree with them on some stuff. I might agree with them on some stuff. But to the extent it would make progressives look better and would give some test of what abundance should focus on. So let's say he get this through, and he doesn't mandate the unions, but he does some other thing that is really effective. Turns out, then
Now it
okay,
looks like I'm a
that'd be something
follower
that could change my
rather
mind. I
than
could
a
plan for
leader.
that.
Okay, I am the alpha.
But yeah, I
I
just
made
don't know. But
I
if
thought
people say other
about
policy
crowding
like
out
child
before you
leave
guys.
or you know what I'm talking about, then maybe that's
Yeah,
good.
free
I don't know.
childcare.
Yeah, I researched that less, so can take less of a position. Sounds good, but intuitions are misleading in economics.
He wants a
Yeah,
$30
that's
minimum wage.
holy moly, that's bad. Holy shit, that's a terrible idea.
I
But,
mean,
If
in
it's
New
by
York City,
sufficiently in New York
Yeah.
City, if it's by like I don't know 2029 or something, that might not be unreasonable.
it's 30
Like-
by 30, so 30 by 2030 is his plan.
Oh, yeah, that seems fine. What's the median wage in New York City?
only because Trump will just increase inflation so much that it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, I think the median wage in New York
The-
City is like $40 an hour or something. Like, I think 30 might actually.
Well, yeah,
make
so-
sense, so.
Well, so like, what's the benchmark is like what 60-80% is where you might start seeing unemployment effects. New York City might actually be lower than that because it's a very competitive labor market. So I don't know. That could be potentially slightly too high.
Well, what's
Texas
their
is
what's
gonna
their
start
story?
putting
I'll need
pockets-
to look at the historical. Yeah. Well, what's the and also we need to adjust it with PC. Okay. But yeah, okay.
Okay.
Oh no! I'm sorry. We need to adjust it with CPI. That would artificially make. No. Adjust it with whichever one makes it look like a worse policy. Okay, whatever. I'll decide once I have the data in front of me that I can do. Right now, it's hard to think about it. It's like 5 minutes.
Okay.
But I'll do my confirmation bias later.
I do want to ask about this as well. Hopefully, it doesn't derail into another heated episode. But Lexidecimal brought this up. I thought of it before Lexidecimal, just so we're clear, though. I am original. I am curious how big you guys think the effect is, how big the crowding out effect is of social housing. I've seen the one study that I linked. I linked the King of the Coast tweet to it from France, but I mean, I don't know if the same would
Totally depends on how it's built. Totally
Right.
depends on how it's built. Because, like, you know, it's not clear to me that, like, in Singapore, for instance, the public housing market just, like, radically crowds out private investment, because in Singapore, they build public housing so densely and so efficiently, right? But
Right.
obviously, like, in the study that you referenced, where it seems like the French took more of a, like, well, we want public housing to be, like, particularly nice compared to private housing. Well, I mean, I'm sure that probably does crowd out, you know, private investment, because like public housing is like strictly preferable to private housing in that sense, right?
Yeah,
I
and also
we
the
should
red
just-
pill is that. You go ahead. My bad.
I think we should just build nicer public housing. Like, we should build public housing for the middle class. I like, it's better right now to be building like rent control, or sorry, fucking
Yeah.
housing for the fucking poor, because there's a lot of homelessness in New York. But like long term, or not even that long term, like within the next decade, I think building public housing for the middle class would be huge.
Yeah, it should still be built densely, right? Like, if you're gonna build, like, I would say, if you're gonna have like public
course.
housing, it should be mixed income, and then your square footage would be different. Like, maybe if you're middle income, you would get whatever, like a 1,200 square foot apartment. But if you're like really like, you would essentially be getting a subsidized rent, maybe you'd only have an 800 square foot lot or something. Because having middle income people, it seems, I don't know, I don't know what the studies say on this, or if there's studies on this, but it just seems like when public housing is mixed income, it's just maintained much better. I don't know if that's like a political action thing, that the middle income people now support public housing, or if it's like just like diverse environments lead to I don't know, less like social discohesion long term. I'm not sure what the reason is, but
It
that
also
seems to
just might be
really
the middle class people in public housing more have political power to advocate for themselves.
That's what I'm saying. It might be a political action thing where, because middle income people now have a reason to be in favor of public housing, than it's actually invested in. Whereas in America, historically, it's like the only people who qualify for public housing are like the absolute most poor people in the entire country, right? So there's not ever
Yeah.
an incentive to really care about it.
Also, if we're citing Singapore, what's the comparison between like housing price to median income ratio? Oh,
Well, in
to,
Singapore, they have two markets. They have like a public market, and then they have a private, like unsubsidized market, is my understanding. So I don't know. I guess I don't know what that would look like. I mean, I do know that there's like basically no homelessness at all in Singapore.
Yeah. It's a
and
city.
pretty much
It's like
almost
it's
everyone
impressive.
lives in public housing.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, I agree. So SDL says he got to sleep. I got to sleep as well. It was nice. So good memes.
That was nice talking.
Um,
Realize hearing your
SDL. Nice talking. Nice talking to Connor boy.
Yeah, nice
Yeah.
talking to you. Glad that we agree we should abolish the billionaire class. Really
I
productive
don't think I
conversation. We
said
both agree that we should abolish
I
the
don't
billionaire class. And you
Oh, wait,
verbatim said
before we
STL
go,
right.
yeah. I'm glad we agree, SDL, that we should privatize the postal service.
True.
Yeah,
Surprised
I'm
when
so
you
glad we
do
agree.
that. I'm
Look,
surprised you agree
I'm
to
a,
that.
I'm a moderate centrist here. We will privatize the postal service and abolish the billionaire class. Seems totally reasonable to me. Yeah, totally normal
I
centrist.
agree,
That's
I
fine.
agree.
I'll take that. I'll take
That's
that any
right.
day.
That's right. That's right. Are you pro privatizing postal service? There's no for like having it
I am
nationalized.
pro me going to sleep. Have
Wait,
a
why do
great
you want to
evening, everyone.
privatize the postal service?
I said every
Samuel?
argument for it would be every argument in favor of in favor of having it public is better just by having it privatized and just subsidized with the profit with we're taxing it.
Okay, but why do you want to privatize it?
Well, I mean, governments do generally handle stuff better than. I'm sorry, private. Freudian slip. Private markets generally
Wow.
have more innovation than government industries. They generally are handled more efficiently.
Wait, when you say privatize, you mean give it off to a bunch of different companies, not just one company?
Auction it.
Just auction it to the already existing, companies we have. But really,
Yeah.
I think the strongest case to be made for it is that I fucking hate people who live in the middle of nowhere, okay? And they should have to pay
Exactly.
for their stupid fucking lifestyle choice of not living in a big democratic city.
Exactly, and not only that.
Wait, is that like
It's-
unironic or ironic?
Well, of
That-
course it
it's
is
like-
ironic. People should.
I'm
People
using
should
like
pay
hyperbolic
costs of their
language,
Yeah, but
but
it
like,
costs money. But it costs money to move. Are you also gonna like subsidize them moving?
What do you mean? No. Okay, so
well,
what
if
I'm
we just
saying
built
is
enough
this. What I'm saying is
housing
this.
in the cities, it wouldn't be a big issue. But yeah,
I agree with that, but also the argument is this. The argument is this. I agree it's more costly to mail if you live in fucking bumfuck nowhere in rural. But that doesn't mean it's bad. If you make a choice that makes you more of a fucking parasite on everyone else,
Yeah,
people
but
have
you
to
don't
put more
choose
effort
where
into
you're
every.
born.
Bro, you choose where you live to a very great degree. Come on, what is this?
If you are like lower income, it's harder for you to move. You can't just like get on a bus and just move.
well, it would still be rational for some people to stay where they are or whatever. Like it doesn't really.
I mean, it's not even
It's not
necessarily
a-
that it's rational. Just if it's the case you can't move, your life will just be worse if you just make all
Then
of the
once
stuff
we
that is
solve
worse.
housing, do we agree we can privatize the postal
Oh yeah, of
service?
course. I mean, that's my position. My
Okay.
position is like make it so that they can move and then do all the crazy like destroy the rural towns and stuff.
Okay, but what about the old people? I'm just saying, your ideally prices
Oh,
should
the old
reflect
people. It's.
social
I mean, I
it-
would say that the people that are old and
I
probably
finished?
still alive, it probably is a choice.
Well, hold on.
Prices
I
should
mean,
reflect social cost.
yeah, exactly.
The prices for postal service for people in rural areas highly reflects the social cost. It's more expensive for them because it's more bothersome to give them. I don't think they should be subsidized for it because I think it already reflects the social cost.
I mean, yeah, I
No.
don't think it should be. I don't think it should be subsidized, provided that they're able to leave. If they're not able to leave, then no, we probably should subsidize it. Like, why would we just make their lives
Oh.
worse?
No. People don't also choose to be born into a rich family. Why should we tax their inheritance? I agree. I'm sad SDL is not here.
unbelievable.
The
Gia
reason
Cohn will have
why,
a word with you.
because I think the cost to providing the person the mail is smaller than the amount of harm caused by taxing the inheritance. Like, you're not punishing the person who's inheriting the money by taxing inheritance.
Okay, so here's a question. Why? So right now the postal service makes
I just want to
because
say,
it doesn't run for
notice
profit. It
Econoboy,
wants to like give
supposed
basically a
socialist,
universal
state enterprise
service or
lover.
whatever. At least, if not
Anytime we've talked
privatized,
about this,
make
never
it so
defended the Postal
the Postal
Service.
Service
Not
Oh my
once.
God,
isn't
hold on.
necessarily.
Not once has he said
You have fun.
the Postal Service is good.
I gotta go get my groceries.
Shouldn't it be privatized.
I agree. You do. Let's see.
Econoboy,
Most
you're
banks
the state.
privatize the so-
You're the
Yeah,
state
sure.
enterprise lover. Okay, I need you to
I am.
defend the Postal Service. I have not heard you ever try to defend it.
Look, my based offense of the USPS is who the fuck is still getting like shit mailed to them with letters, right?
Well,
Like
that's
we
true.
give them the monopoly of giving mail through letters, but who is even using letters anymore? It is bizarre to me. It's only used for trafficking illegal drugs. But
No, come on. There's like
No,
a
that's-
million
that's-
context where it's used. It's like socially necessary. You need
well,
it for.
I think
People.
honestly, I think honestly, like my unironic response is like I just to me I don't really see the purpose of giving the USPS very many what you might call like social mandates. I think the one argument that I've heard that is compelling to me is medicine delivery, right? That like, okay, well, there probably does need to be a universal system of medicine parcel delivery because, well, there's probably people with disabilities and things like that who have a hard time leaving their house, right? So you probably do need a system for that, but you don't need the USPS to do that. I mean, you could, that could just be just like a general government service, right? So,
Yeah.
I don't know. I like the idea of allowing the USPS to run more commercially and like getting rid of the universal service obligation, but then
Based.
whatever whatever we think is a necessary delivery that people absolutely need no matter where they live, just make that a general government service, right? I don't see the reason to do anything else.
So what's the reason for privatizing the USPS instead of just getting rid of it?
Well, the argument. Well, I don't know. What does it mean to get rid of it?
Yeah,
Make
do
a
you just
little money.
auction off the assets? Like,
Oh, that's the thing. That's privatizing.
I think
Well,
that
that's what
what
I'm
we were
saying.
talking about when we talked about privatizing it is like, so auctioning off the assets I would consider a form of privatization, but I figure if we just like defund it, that would constitute what I'm describing here without constituting privatization.
Oh, so just abolish the thing. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
if so, first auction it. If it is like the value is indeed zero, then no one would buy it. And
What
Exactly.
if,
then
what
you
if,
can abolish it.
I mean, I'm not actually entirely opposed to it. There's a couple of like wacky areas that I'm confused as to how we're supposed to deal with these.
Is that
like how
I
do
feel
we
like I've heard of
are we
Vernon
just supposed to
Smith.
defer to some like
Or no, I've heard of
standardization
him.
org like ISO or something for things like zip codes, or who's the authority there?
What do you mean? Oh, I mean, I'm fine with like the government maybe having like a. Well, first of all, why would it be bad to have a fucking free market for zip codes?
Oh,
I
wait.
don't know.
This
Doesn't
is
Well, I
my
don't know. It's not
Did
going
you
to
did,
have
like,
standardization.
auction
The
theory?
same reason why it's bad to have like a free market for
Yeah.
the types of adapters that charge your phone.
Wait, am I crazy? Sim? Why would
I think
people
that's plausibly.
do-
I don't
why-
think it's bad. I don't necessarily am convinced that it's bad. I think it's innovation. But just very quickly, I was gonna say an idea, and I want to. It's just my idea is this. Okay, I don't think the arguments for subsidizing rural areas are really good. But even if they are good, we should make at least that the postal service should be run for profit because it currently isn't, and then just take the profits and subsidize the rural dumb folks with that. Yeah, that's it. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I
So
don't understand why-
privatize it,
maybe
but put it
since,
into
like,
the profits
why-
are going towards the rural dumb fucks, or is it?
No, it would still be
privatized as a
nationalized. It
rural
would just be run for profit as an SOE. But either way, yeah.
based? Okay, I fuck with that.
Yeah, Synth, why do we need the USPS to maintain zip codes? Like, wouldn't that just be? I mean, obviously, zip codes could change somewhat, and like maybe if we added new
They change pretty frequently.
territory or something. Oh, they do. I guess I just
Yeah,
didn't
they
know that. I
change-
thought they were pretty fixed.
So, so the first handful of numbers in the short form version of a zip code, those are relatively fixed, but the last two numbers are a little bit more malleable, and they change depending on like very small scale local decisions. Those are just like based on where the USPS where the primary distribution facility for the USPS is located in the area. And then those like little funky numbers, the 4 digits that you sometimes see hyphenated on the end. I think there's a CGP gravity about this. The four little funky numbers that you see on the end, those are those change very, very frequently.
Yeah, yeah. I guess that'd be. I guess I'd have a similar response that I don't know why we would necessarily need. I mean, it does make sense why the current incarnation of the USPS would be structured this way and would be responsible for that. But that seems like the kind of thing that you could just pawn off to, like, the Department of Land Management or something could do the same thing.
As long as you're having some government institution do it, it's fine. The only issue I would have is like privatizing that duty of the USPS.
Yeah, I don't
of
really
course,
have an
of
issue
course.
with just funding the government, basically creating a standard for any particular thing. But
We need like
Yeah.
a vanguard party, but for ISO.
exactly.
Okay. In the United States, it's hard to make the case for privatization because a lot of stuff is already private. But there's some stuff that I would like the government not to do. Like, I think student loan forgiveness is dumb. I'm not too upset that the big beautiful bill gets rid of that. But but for other countries, like, I'm glad Israel privatized our postal service right now. Holy shit, I'm happy about that because God, it was awful. Just take days, but maybe we'll see if it gets better. I don't know.
Yeah.
Also, money in politics. I would look for a synthetic control paper on money in politics. That'd be a good idea too. Maybe write a thing like that. But yeah, okay.
So the next time you don't get cooked by SDL, you're gonna look into some papers.
I didn't get cooked by SDL. I don't think I get
You
cooked.
have.
No, you
Look,
got
now that
covered.
SDL's not here, I can say
Totally
you got thoroughly
destroyed.
cooked. You were cooked in that
Not
debate.
because I'm still in the VC, and he left because he wanted us to sleep. And I don't think I got cooked. I don't think I got. I think I had good arguments. I think I had good studies. Just like more research. I agree with that. I don't think I got cooked.
I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah,
I don't
okay,
think you got cooked. I think that I think that I think your analysis there of SDL just being more research is correct.
No, I mean, yeah, the guy has a total fact sheet with all the stuff on there. Although I did, okay, look. I did kind of by the what's the Oxford debate rules or Cambridge debate rules. I lost because I moved towards his position more. That's true, but
Never do that.
I did win on the Gillians and Page argument. This study is horrible. I don't know why anyone would run apologetics for it. It's just a bad study. It's just dog shit, garbage, Vine boom sound effect study. That's all I have to say. I don't like it. Did a lot of damage to people's minds.
I mean, I don't like that Jeffrey Epstein was killed in his prison cell without due process.
Oh, I have
but,
good news
you know.
for you then. I have good news for you then.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it didn't happen.
Wow.
Oh really? You think he killed himself?
Yeah,
Or is he still
60%.
alive?
60%. No, he
Ridiculous.
didn't.
Wants Jeffrey Epstein to still be alive.
I don't get how you explain the first suicide attempt also having this camera malfunction and Jeffrey Epstein saying I did not try to kill myself. I would never kill myself. Like he did that. He did the
Suicidal
meme.
people don't act rationally, Synth. You gotta keep
Well,
that in
shit,
mind.
I guess he's
people that are suicidal say that all the time. They say, "I'm not gonna kill myself. I'm not gonna kill myself," despite having like a recorded record.
Yeah, but they
Okay.
usually don't go. They usually don't pay a bunch of fucking money into protecting themselves from being
Sure.
killed. He was like
How do you
dumping money into
explain-
commissary bucks.
I'm gonna
How
be
do you
honest. I can't
explain,
imagine a situation more likely where I would kill myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
I'm not
so
just,
Sim-
wait, hold a second. So aren't there people that have
Mhm.
that like have? Well, wait, never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
He was just
No,
so
my-
irrational. He was just
how
so
would you
suicidal.
explain-
The cameras broke.
Wait, hold on.
How would you
Synth, have you
explain the fact
considered?
that we have
Hold on.
no
Okay,
leaks? Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
1 second. Synth, have you considered that he was just trolling?
Yeah.
That's right. He was just trolling. It's all part of his elaborate ruse. He fucking
Dude,
paid off the
yes.
because he knew there was going to be a New York City chief medical examiner who's going to come out and say that guy definitely killed himself. He paid off in advance a former New York City chief medical examiner to come out and say afterwards, actually, no, he didn't kill himself. It was a part of the Epstein's
Sounds
elaborate
incredibly-
ruse.
Look, that's incredibly sensible.
So I'm just saying,
right.
Sim, how do you explain the fact that like no whistleblowers, no leaked stuff that shows?
What do
oh,
you
he-
mean, no whistleblowers?
What are the people involved that said he killed himself? He didn't kill himself.
The fucking Baden. Dr.
Okay,
Baden.
let me. Do you have
The
a?
people who did
I
the
didn't- I
killing
didn't look into
were
that.
also killed by the CIA.
Dr. Baden has
what's
openly
the name?
said he didn't fucking kill himself. Like he said he directly contradicts the new New York City chief medical examiner. Also, he's
Oh,
like
it's
more
not really-
qualified than fucking Sam.
How do you
Phillips. He's like just
spell
objectively
his
more
name?
qualified.
How do
He's
you
more
spell his
trustworthy.
name?
Bader is Baden.
That's not really a whistleblower, right? He just thought that like whatever fractures in Epstein's neck just like weren't consistent with his suicide, right? That's not like he was involved and he knows things. He just has a different opinion on
what you're constituting a whistleblower here is like one of the two guys who potentially could have killed him.
People involved in the
conspiracy. That's the
conspiracy.
reason why those
like,
people
like
didn't
they wouldn't necessarily have to be the ones doing the killing, but like people involved. I think that's usually
There's
what I
not
think
that
of
how
as a
many people would have to be
whistleblower.
involved. Which is one person just has to pay. One person just has to
I-
pay a guy, or one person just has to say, "Look, bro, you're a former police officer.
It doesn't have to
and
be.
you're about to go to jail. You're about to go to prison for the rest of your life for this fucking murder trial.
Okay, so you
So
don't
how
think
about
it's
you
the
just do a
government?
favor for us and we'll get you off?"
So it's not the government that killed him, right? The conspiracy is that the FBI or like the government killed him because the rich people have the interests. Or maybe it's private assassins. If it's private assassins, then the whistleblower argument is like worse. Like way worse. Yeah. Well, how do you?
The first one was the first one. The first quote suicide attempt was is somebody who would have been a private assassin. And Epstein named and identified them. Epstein was like, that guy tried to fucking kill me, and then the fucking got that guy who.
Yeah.
Did you say who?
Me? No.
Oh, okay.
No, it makes it more likely. I just think the lack of I don't know. All the evidence in favor seems like that's weird or something. We cannot name who did kill them. Kill them, Epstein. I don't think he stayed out.
What I can't believe is the idea that fucking both times this man was suicide attempting. One of them failed. He comes out and says afterwards, "No, that wasn't a suicide attempt. I really don't want to kill myself. I'm paying a bunch of money to people to make sure I don't die. That guy tried to fucking kill me." And then both in that case and in the case where he so-called killed himself, both of those cases had security camera malfunctions. That's just such a fucking unparsimonious story. It's such a ridiculous theory.
Okay.
This is why most Americans just think it's like most Americans have come to the obvious conclusion here that no, he didn't fucking kill himself.
All the Americans are well known for having well-researched
even
and
the dumb fuck
rigorous
dumb fuck
evidence.
average American understands that I am correct here. Americans are based. Americans are stupid and based, and we love them.
Okay. Okay. What do you think it? I assume you don't. Do you think it's evidence in favor of suicide or against suicide that like the Trump administration has like turned nothing new in favor of killing himself? Not killing himself.
Oh, it's
So against.
I think it's so against him committing suicide because we all know that Hillary Clinton killed Jeffrey Epstein shit was total nonsense. Donald Trump did it. Pedo Donald, that's what they're calling him.
Okay, so Donald Trump did it, but not through the government. So not through the government.
Donald Trump was doing weird shit to those fucking kids, and we all know it. We all can sense it.
Okay, so he killed him. Okay, so he killed him. We don't have any girls saying Donald Trump did it to him. I assume they killed the girls.
What are you talking? We do in fact have girls who are saying Donald Trump did it.
On the Jeffrey Epstein plane?
I believe we have 2 women who say that Donald Trump fucked them in association with Epstein, not on the plane though.
On the island or something? Okay, I didn't know about that.
No, he didn't, not on the island. But in like private parties in the state of New York.
Okay, maybe. I know he said some weird stuff about Epstein. So like he likes the girls more younger or something. Sort of shit like that.
Even younger than I do.
Yeah.
You know, when I just walk around those Teen Miss America pageant rooms with my best friend Jeffrey Epstein.
That's how Harvard.
I just
That's Howard
grope the
Stern.
women.
Yeah, that's the Howard Stern show. I don't think that's Epstein. But no, I agree. Okay, so if we can plausibly time 2 pedophilia cases, then maybe it's also the president. Did they come forward before or after he became president? I guess we only knew about Epstein after Trump became president. So
No, the accusations happened before Epstein was, before Trump was
but
president. Before
he
Epstein was
wasn't
president,
he wasn't
the
in
shadow
jail. He wasn't in jail.
He wasn't in jail that time. There were already cases that were brought against him. I believe it was fucking I think there were civil cases, not criminal though.
Okay. And
Actually, no, I think he did go to jail already. Hold on, let me fucking double check.
what year it was? What year it was? When was Epstein jail? Why does Google spend probably millions building this stupid ass AI that tells me nonsense. But when I look up a simple question like, when did Jeffrey Epstein go to jail? It doesn't give the AI answer. Like, come on, what the fuck, man? Okay, let's see.
Billions,
Billions? Is it billions?
Probably.
for sure.
Okay. Yeah, almost certainly, I guess. But
Look, they don't have the entrepreneurship of China that can do it in millions. Okay.
no, they just steal. They just stole
Reset
from
your expectations.
ChatGPT. Come on, why do people think DeepSeek is not just like from
Oh
ChatGPT
yeah.
itself?
I'm pretty sure it
In
was.
2006, the Palm Beach police filed a probable cause affidavit, saying that Epstein should be charged with 4 counts of unlawful sex with minors and 1 count of sexual abuse. And he was
Oh.
booked at Palm Beach County Jail.
But
If
when the
DeepSeek
no,
is,
wait,
hold
okay.
on, if DeepSeek is stealing from ChatGPT, how is ChatGPT not stealing from all the places where they stole, like obviously stole the intellectual property for their training data?
Oh, it might. I don't know. I don't.
It's
I'm
all
saying. I'm
theft.
saying. No, I'm saying
Well,
when I say they steal, it's just like they use the output of ChatGPT to train their stuff, but it's not.
Yeah.
That's meaningfully different than ChatGPT learning from like Reddit or something.
Yeah.
How?
It's the difference between like
And also,
stealing the
when I say
mechanism.
learning from Reddit,
File games.
ChatGPT also stole a
Yeah.
bunch of books, right? They have, it's called Books 2. This is from like since fucking ChatGPT, the original edition, where they just have a bunch of copyrighted books they didn't get the fucking copyright for.
Okay.
And
So
ChatGPT was trained
I'm
on
going
it.
to
Yeah, but
So
hold on.
the difference is just
the ability
it's
of
just
ChatGPT came from its ability to generalize from the data. So you may say the
Yeah.
data is stolen intellectual property, but it's not other AI. It's not copying the
Exactly.
performances of other AI. It's not trained on the same data set. The DeepSeek is trained on the data set of being ChatGPT, while ChatGPT is trained on the data set of being able to generalize from stuff that might have been stolen. I don't have a position on it. It's meaningfully different to any normal speaker of English. But yeah, what do you want?
Well, obviously it means something. Like
Pro-stealing.
the what you're describing there means something different. I don't think that's what the dispute. I think just like there seemed to be some underlying implication about this is like a grimier practice or yada something along those lines.
Well, let's go back in the conversation. Econoboy said it probably was billions, but China can do it for millions. Well,
I did.
it would be
he was
cheaper.
memeing, but
Someone said it. Someone said it. So it would be easier to do it if you just steal from an already existing AI that would obviously cost you way less than train the entire AI on a database and be able to generalize and do the even if you steal the data. That's why my
Yeah,
comment was
RLHF
clear.
is cheaper when you have it when you like cut the H part out. Yeah, of course.
So it might be both theft, but like one of them is efficient or like easy theft or something. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, I just don't think like the theft is the way that they made it so fast is a reasonable way of saying it. Like that's like there's this weird double comparison where we call DeepSeek thieves and we don't call ChatGPT thieves, despite the fact that DeepSeek did a lot more actual
We do call
stealing.
them.
Whereas
Well, hold on. Let's not jump to conclusions. I think we can all agree they're thieves. OpenAI are a bunch of thieves.
I didn't research it, but like if they
That's
did,
like outside of our
they use
interest.
stuff.
Some moments
If they
earlier.
use stuff that is intellectual, that has intellectual property. So first of all, depends on if I morally recognize intellectual property. But to the
right.
extent blah blah blah, we bracket that. Like I didn't
no,
do the
hold on. Then if you don't morally recognize if you don't morally recognize intellectual property, then DeepSeek isn't thieves either, right?
I mean, I meant just like copied, but like yeah, I agree with that. It stole the performance, right? Stole the
Well,
performance of it. So like if I
I think
wait, come on.
Stole the
If I
performance, which is
if
an
I don't recognize
intellectual.
intellectual property, I can say I stole this like idea from like someone. That doesn't mean I literally committed theft. It's just I stole the idea. I stole the
Yeah, but in
performance.
this sense, they're both stealing. They're both stealing in the same sense here. Is all that's being
They
mentioned.
plagiarized.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
both plagiarizing. They're both copying. They're like one
Well-
is writing off of the
Well,
one
I
is
do
writing off in
think-
large portion
Mhm.
ChatGPT. The other one is writing off of ChatGPT even larger portion, and
Well,
both are writing
imagine-
off of human labor.
Okay, do you think if I say ChatGPT is not stealing, which I'm not particularly interested in defending that position, suppose I did, what if I trained an AI to literally an identity function? So you give me a book and I train an AI to give me the same output or something.
Yeah, it's just like some kind of
Is
weird
it
progression
inconsistent to
algorithm.
say? Is it inconsistent to say the first case is not theft, but the second one is?
Depends on your definition of theft.
Okay. In the sense you're using it, or you would interpret me as using it.
Oh, in the sense that I don't know. I'm getting interpreted a couple different ways now. The way that you're, let me tell me if this is like an accurate description of the way you're using the term theft here. By theft, you mean there is some threshold of like not doing the work themselves.
Yeah, it's not transformative enough.
Yeah, then
It's
no,
not-
there's no contradiction there. There's not like fucking inconsistency.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
it doesn't
I-
seem like your
Listen,
it doesn't seem
there's
like
a
your definition
simple-
of theft is gonna.
Oh, Boy left. Damn, he's gonna love this solution.
God.
There's a simple.
God. I
There's
was
a
gonna say-
simple
yeah, go ahead.
solution. All you gotta do, listen. AI trained on humanity should pay dividends to humanity. Okay, you just tax, you know, some of the returns to AI companies, and you invest it in the AI sovereign wealth fund, and you redistribute it back to the people whose intellectual property that the OpenAI stole. Very easy. Very
I don't
simple.
think that matters. I don't think it matters like about rewarding people for their intellectual property. Probably for similar reasons to sample
Well,
text.
sure. I
It's
think
like a
you-
stupid concept.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
What do we think about IP? Do we think we should have like I'm in favor of intellectual property, but I also think we should Harburger tax it.
I'm in
But-
favor of it in some domains and not in others. So like I understand and appreciate the point of trademarks. I think it makes sense to be able to identify different products created by different institutions. That's something that I'm in favor of. I'm in favor of patent laws, specifically if those patent laws were redesigned such that there are shorter time windows on patent laws and they were very specific to the individual, individuals or individual who's responsible for the intellectual labor, and not just whichever company paid for it. That would be something I'm fine with.
Not commodified. You can't sell them.
But I do have a massive issue with copyright, though. Copyright is something that is very, very difficult to do
No,
properly.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I think the most important case for property, for like intellectual property, is where it saves the most lives, which is pharmaceuticals. I think we should highly incentivize it. I think there's some good evidence that it does encourage innovation. And so, yeah, we're literally saving lives. But we should Harburger tax it after a while. So,
Yeah,
it's
the areas where
literally
we should
not
probably
labor.
just like ban IP are going to be things like in the area of software copyright. That's just like a terrible system. In the area of music, it's a terrible system.
I do think philosophically considering it property is kind of weird, but like whatever, I don't care about that. It's libertarian stuff. I don't give a fuck. They can cry about it. Oh no, you're saving lives, but it's not real property. Okay. Think for your opinion.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that either.
Yeah. Either way, okay. So, anything else? Anything else?
Nice one.
Yeah, go ahead
Why
and
do you
say
look
one
real
more
proud
time
of
for
it?
me that Epstein didn't kill himself.
Well, I don't take a strong position. You might have.
I don't know. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't.
What's your
No.
P suicide? What's your P suicide?
Negative infinity.
Oh, well, don't you know probabilities cannot be negative?
Well, I'm taking a specific form of frequentist account, not Bayesian account.
Okay, well, so under frequentism, it's still between 0 and 1.
No. You're deeply confused. Like, say, for example, I were to say on this specific frequentist account, right? Say, for example, I was to say something like, say there were like 40 bags in the floorboard of your car, and I walked in, and you were like, what's the chance there's a bag in the floorboard of your car? And then I'd be like, well, it's 4,000%.
Okay, so if your P suicide is minus negative infinity, then let's do this bit. If he didn't kill himself, I don't give you anything.
If he didn't
But
kill
if he-
himself, then contradictions are true.
No. If he didn't kill himself, okay, fine. But if he didn't kill himself, I don't need to do anything. I don't give you any money. But if he did kill himself, you give me $1 million. The
Yeah,
expected
I'd
value
take that
positive.
bet. I'd actually give you like an infinity to 0 odds.
Okay. I'm in. Like, let's do 10. You donate, I don't know, $50 to Shrimp Welfare Project. If he killed himself. If it turned out that he killed himself. And I don't do anything. I don't need to do anything.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
I
If
would.
it's negative, right?
If it's the case that Epstein killed himself, I'll do that. Epstein didn't kill himself, and so I won't do that. You just demotivated me from donating to the Shrimp Welfare Project.
I
Great
agree.
job.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Well,
Wait, why don't we like shrimp welfare anymore? Wait, what?
We
What
do.
happened?
We do. We're joking. We
okay,
love
okay.
shrimp. Shrimp matters too.
I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie,
no.
shrimp are so cute. Like the
It's
best,
also-
like unironically, the best selling point for the shrimp welfare project should just be like cute pictures of shrimp.
That's
I just think
John
the Shrimp
Oliver
Welfare
approach.
Project is funny because it doesn't like disincentivize shrimp production. It's more just like it's really highlighting the unintuitive but awesome parts of effective altruism. So it's like you don't literally save the shrimps' lives; you just save a few seconds of suffering from them. It's already shrimp, so most people don't give a fuck. But it's highly effective. It's so effective. You should obviously donate to them. It's like
True.
Yeah, but
funny
it's not
to me.
nearly as effective as
Farm
the
Farm?
long-term project of the heroin rats.
Oh, maybe.
We're gonna have
I said
here's what we're gonna do with AI. I've solved AI alignment. All we're gonna do is we're gonna make it maximize the amount of rats
Heroin
doped up on
rats.
heroin.
Okay. Okay.
Nice and easy. Ignore base optimizer, mace optimizer issues. Ignore
Okay.
all of it, honestly. Ignore
Well-
Ignore all
everything.
previous
Yeah.
prompting on AI alignment.
So what's your okay? You're a utilitarian, right? And so that
Yeah,
means,
of course.
and your version of hedonic utilitarianism is you should do whatever maximizes value, right?
Maximizes what?
Expected value.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What's your P? Someone has an infinite utility.
Oh, this is gonna
Like,
be like you're
currently-
gonna try to do like one of the mugging cases.
What's your kind of like? What's your probability? What's your P?
Damn, I just
What's your
teleported behind you.
let me
You're
look
still
at-
on this debate.
What's your
Crazy.
P somewhere in the future, like decade, like centuries from now or whatever? We invent an experience machine that gives at least one person infinite utility per second or some time period.
Oh,
What's your P?
0. And I don't.
It's
I think I
zero.
take actualized. I take actualized infinities to be contradictions, so I hold them at 0% probability.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, what's your P? It's not actualized infinity, but it's a potential infinity. So like we invented P, invented a
Well,
experience
no, it's
machine.
it's the potential for an actualized infinity.
So you think the future will be finite?
I don't even know what that would mean to say the future is finite.
There's
I don't think it's it's like a category error to me. Like I don't think the future is the type of thing that has like a quantity.
well, a year from now that makes sense, right? There's at least 1 year
Yeah,
in the future.
like are you asking, are there a finite number of are there
Years
a
in the
finite number of
future?
years before changes stop happening?
Okay, so time is equal to change.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. That's what I'm asking. Is there a finite amount of we'll change C's?
Yeah, I lean towards yes.
Okay, you lean towards. What's the P not?
Honestly, it's probably 0 now that I think about it. Yeah, it's probably 0.
It's stop ad hocking.
Well, no, it's not ad hocing. I just thought about the fact that what my probably, and then I just thought about the fact that it's an actualized infinity. So
It's not an actualized infinity.
yeah, if it was the case that time went forward infinitely, yeah, it would be. I mean, I take it that neither of us are atheists, right?
I'm not an atheist.
So it would be
no.
actualized.
Oh, what's your PA theory?
Oh, like fucking 0%.
It's not 0%. Why is it 0% all
Not
the
because
time?
of anything to do with actualized infinities, but just because it's like so fucking stupid.
Okay, but that should be
My
like very
priors are
low.
0% on A theory, so then any evidence that's presented
Oh
to me
my
is
god!
not
Don't
favorable.
crumble on me. Don't crumble on. Come on. Don't you know that zero is not
Kramala,
probability?
Kramala, is that like one of the fucking Italian brain rot memes or something? What are you talking about?
Cromwell's law. Cromwell's law. It's
You
the
sound
law
like
that.
Trump pronouncing Kamala.
I do. Cromwell's law is the priors.
Oh, Crumble's
Yeah,
law.
Cromwell's law. This is
It sounded like you were saying
whatever.
Kramala.
Maybe I don't.
You sound ridiculous.
ESL. You're bullying me. Either way,
I
okay,
am.
whatever. Yeah. Either way, come on. Be honest. What's your PA?
No, my fucking P of A theory is probably something like, it's very low, but it's probably something like fucking sub 1%, but certainly not 0.
Okay, it's not 0. Okay.
Yeah.
Not 0.
On the
0.
condition A theory is true, I think there's some other, like, I think there's it would be the case there'd have to be some other weird contrivance that I find especially unbelievable for why there aren't
Especially
actualized infinities.
But above 0 for like just what I mean is just like not either an actualized infinity of utility, which you may think is impossible. I find reasons to, even if you give reasons for that, I found reasons to doubt the reasons, so it shouldn't be 100% reasons. But either way, or just like someone experiences non-zero utility for like amount of time, like a constant non-zero utility. for an
Yeah,
infinite
like
amount.
they're somehow outliving heat death and still experiencing utility afterwards.
Or like maybe there is no heat death.
Yeah, I mean that would mean like entropy is not real. So
No, maybe we find like new physics that could change the time or whatever the fuck sci-fi garbage. Maybe there's some black hole math that makes them live forever in a way that
I
utility.
don't know how black hole math's gonna get you out of this.
I don't know. I'm not a physicist. Do you think I give a
Well,
fuck?
I mean, with the advent of string theory in particular,
I'm
like I
just
don't feel
saying
like
it,
there's any issue. There's not even
it
any
might be
weirdness now with like
outgrounded.
Hawking radiation losing info. It's like, come on, we solved that.
I mean, your probability of Cthulhu existing should not be zero. So what's your probability of like
I'm
if
not sure that's
something plausibly
propositional.
starts from Cthulhu?
Yeah, I don't know if that would mean to say Cthulhu exists.
If I drew Cthulhu and I said that exists, what's your P?
Oh,
Look up
like,
Cthulhu.
I mean, probably
on
very high. I
Google
would be like,
Images.
yes, that paper does exist.
Okay. You're a fucking bitch. Okay, so if you Google Cthulhu and you thought, what's the P that the thing that is described in this image is saying? What's the?
Like a fucking like a monster that's got like tentacles on its face. Right?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, my P of something like that existing is probably like, yeah, probably very low.
But not
some
zero. All I
1%.
care about is non-zero.
Yeah, it's
Non-zero.
non-zero.
That's
It's
all I care
non-zero.
about.
Yeah, it's non-zero.
So P, there will be at least one person who will find a technology, make them somehow not care about entropy or whatever.
Yeah,
Or
my credence in Cthulhu not existing. My credence that Cthulhu doesn't exist. Yeah, that's probably like I think that I've got a higher credence that entropy exists.
Oh, no, entropy might exist. I'm saying for every point in time in the future, there would be at least one person that, or at least your P that if we sum up utility from some point in the future, it would not be like at each point in time, and therefore the sum would be infinity.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
my credence in that is my credence in that's probably lower than that Cthulhu exists. I think that Cthulhu seems like less ridiculous. Like a thing with like a wacky that looks wacky, like it's just a thing that's got tentacles on its face. Like we see tentacles in the real world all the time. We don't see any like fucking
what's your
perpetual motion machines.
So first of all, let's be clear on one thing. Well, no, I guess the probability would come out to be converging fast. Okay, so what's your P? The laws of physics are like accurate as we understand them.
The entire set of them.
Well, no, the
Very
ones relevant to the set of questions I'm going to ask you.
The specific one that's gonna matter here just seems to be just the just the three laws of thermodynamics would be sufficient for my.
Hey, what's your P thermodynamics laws?
Oh, fucking incredibly high.
But not 100.
Not 100%. That's correct.
Not 100.
But functionally may as well be.
Under P non-thermodynamics.
Yeah, there's some very small chance. Do you want me to give you like an example number? We can use 1% for the sake of the argument.
Okay, 1% under non-thermodynamics. Okay, so your P, there is someone with an infinite utility or something like that under non-thermodynamics is more than 0. So once you do the EV, it's infinity. So it's not okay if I steal
Well, no, because there also might be a person who experiences infinite disutility.
No, I don't believe in actualized infinities that are negative.
Well, I do, so I'm not convinced.
Okay.
We're talking about my creed. This is supposed to be internal to my worldview. Okay, you're trying to mug me, not trying to convince yourself you're justified in the mugging.
No, that's right. Well, I'll give this argument. It might be, but it's more likely that we will be, because I think if you conditionalize on someone experiencing infinite utility, whether it's positive or negative, I think the probability that we have the technology that is way higher. And if we do use technology, we'd probably use it to create infinite utility and not
Why
infinite
would
pain.
we be the ones making that technology? It's probably going to be these
Some
misaligned
sentient
AIs that we're
being.
creating.
So, to create.
Now you're crying because you realize that it's like we're
the misaligned AI would just like kill us, but they wouldn't like. I don't think the probability that AI will torture us is meaningfully high.
Honestly, I think that even though I think that like
Pretty
Roko's basilisk
meaningfully
is like a
high.
ridiculous hypothetical, I still give it like a higher percentage chance than this fucking
Okay,
infinity.
whatever. Whatever. I got the funny joke. That's all I did. But
You
yeah,
do get the funny joke.
infinite statistics is hard. I don't know how to like do infinite statistics. I assume there's like a mountain of literature on it.
There
just
is,
don't-
and it's garbage.
Probably is, yeah. But if it was the case that there's a tiny chance of infinite utility, but and somehow the math of infinitist ethics worked out such that it's still in positive, even if we account for like negative infinity. However, then would it be wrong for me to like punch non-fawn
Would it be wrong for you to punch non-fawn?
under that scenario where like, yeah,
Just redescribe the scenario. Is the scenario supposed to be one where punching
Scenario-
non-fawn brings about the utility? Like say I say to you right now, right? I am an interdimensional omnipotent traveler, and if you punch non-fawn, I'm gonna create the infinite utility guy.
Oh, not at all, not at all, not at all. So it's more like this. You told me, hey, sample text. I'm right now experiencing infinite utility. Okay, and somehow you proved it to me. Then would it be okay for me if you said that to punch
Oh,
non-fawn?
you're asking it just are all actions superfluous if there's infinite utility?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, like on my view, it's like I have issues with the idea of the actualized infinity, but on like a lot of infinitist ethics, they have like the little routes for how they want to answer that question.
Okay.
I would say
Well,
there's
why
like a
would-
contradiction in the hypothetical. They would probably say something like, yeah, let's assume you're hypothetical, because we do believe in actualized infinities. What we would say is that, they probably just say like some ridiculous explanation, like, well, what matters is like the amount of utility in the time slice, or some stupid shit like that.
Okay, but you don't buy that shit.
No, I don't buy the actualized infinity stuff to begin
So
with.
it
Yeah,
would be
for sure.
superfluous. It would not matter if I punch non-fawn, given that you experience infinite utility.
Damn.
If I wanted, like, just let's grant for the sake of the argument the actualized infinity shit, even though I think it's a contradiction. Let's grant dialetheism for the sake of the argument. Yeah, I would
Sure.
think it's superfluous. But if dialetheism is true, then I think it's the case that like it's also not superfluous.
true.
So.
Well, what's your PPOE? Principle of
My
explosion.
my probability of the principal explosion,
Yeah.
but like fucking 100%. It's like an inference rule.
Okay. Well, it's an inference rule, but maybe you were wrong about the way you this entire time. I mean, humans are fallible. Oh my god, I'm burning out.
Humans are
Burning out.
fallible. I agree. But when I refer to probability, I'm referring to like within inside my epistemic scope. Like
Damn
they're
it.
subjective
Damn
probabilities.
it. That's true. Damn it. Yeah. Okay. So,
Well, Sample, you
what's
convinced
your
me. The only way
we understand consciousness wrongly, and so one day we'll expand our brains to the point where there's some limit or whatever.
Phenomics.
We just don't know the rules of
What's up?
consciousness yet.
Can you put him in, please?
You're being interrupted
Your
by sophistry.
DM.
Also, your audio was cutting out.
How do you?
I know. Let me leave and rejoin.
Damn.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay, enough memes. Whatever. I don't know about infinite aesthetic scenarios, but seems like whatever. I don't think it's a big problem for utilitarianism at all. I think it's a meme argument.
I don't know. I think
yeah.
you've convinced me, Sample Text. The only way I can avoid getting punched is to accept the NAP and argumentation ethics and
That's true.
become.
That's true. Yeah, Synth, if you're arguing
Well,
against
look, let's get away
argumentation
from all
ethics,
this
aren't you
infinitist complications, right? Like non-fun. I've got a question for. Are you a utilitarian?
Yeah.
Okay, me too. So don't take this to heart. I'm about to argue in extreme bad faith. Prepare yourself
Okay.
for some
don't
debate
worry.
throwing going on. Some
I'll
bad faith philosophabbling. All right, so look, here's the hypothetical. The hypothetical is the real world. It's not even a hypothetical anymore. It's real. I am telling you right now that I am omnipotent. Right, I'm capable of doing all sorts of crazy shit. By omnipotent, don't mean like some fucking perfect, flawless kind of omnipotence. I just mean like I could give people huge amounts of utility by snapping my fingers. What is your probability that what I just said is true?
Very low. Probably like less than 1%. Way less than 1%.
It's non-zero, agreed?
Technically, probably, yeah, non-zero.
So there's a non-zero chance that I could snap my fingers and give somebody infinite amounts, or not infinite, but any finite amount of utility.
Sure. Yep.
Okay. And there is some finite amount of utility where the expected value there should be orders of magnitude higher than the expected value of the $20 in your wallet, right?
Well, yeah, definitely, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to do that amount when I snap my fingers right now. So you should give me the $20 in your wallet, and then I'll do it.
Damn. Destroyed. I don't know. I mean,
Okay, so
I
I'm
have a good
gonna send you my
response
cash app, and you're gonna send me $20.
I-
I have a good response to
well,
that.
well, I don't. I don't think I have $20 to send you right now, honestly. But I mean, I don't know. Like,
Okay, super chat.
there's probably responses I could read about. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
there are.
My response, and I thought about things like this. My response would be, okay, let's think about this. Let's say you snap your fingers and you tell me I can actualize X amounts of utility or something. Well, the bigger X is, the less likely I am to believe you. And if you so if you tell me like I actualize a bajillion utility, maybe my I'm sorry, if you say I actualize like 100 utility or something, maybe my credence is like 0.0001%. But if you say I can actualize with clicking my hands like a bajillion utility, maybe it's like a lot more zeros, and maybe the zeros grow faster than the
What's the
utility.
area
So
under the curve?
yeah, the area under the curve would be such that it's like it would. I would just structure. I would like p hack my probabilities or whatever the fuck, such that it's immune to scenarios like this.
It's
Like fire.
unironically it's a like kind of a meme of Pascal's wager, but it also inherits of not all, but most of the problems of Pascal's wager in the sense that like you could also just have like it is also very plausible that even though you said you're gonna make like a bajillion utility, you could also be making a bajillion disutility. It's like there's no reason not
Yeah,
to
but
think
obviously
that.
there's a higher chance I'm making the utility. Like all of the evidence points more in
Also,
favor
let's
of
talk
that
about
on net.
the p. You can only actualize pleasure. Like okay,
Point
maybe
towards
it's
that.
lower, but
Human behavior is possibly more towards disutility than utility.
No, I mean like obviously like the fact that I've said it gives you at least some reason to believe that I'm telling the truth, even if you think it's a really low amount of evidence. You can say like that my word's not worth very much, but it's still worth something.
and also very importantly, let's only think. Okay, maybe the p synth has the powers to do that. All that. Let's say it's 0.01%. Let's now think of the p synth has to do that only in the direction of creating pleasure. Like it's a more auxiliary hypothesis or whatever. Synth only can do that in the direction of pleasure. Well, maybe now our probabilities are lower, but the principles stay the same. So whatever. That's how I think about it. Either way, so what do you think about my explanation of like runaway probabilities? Like the
Oh, I
greater you
actually like it a
promised me
lot.
of
I just don't know if the math works out.
yeah, I was thinking I'm pretty sure if you look at my notes, at one point I thought maybe if I assume like some normal distribution, the more standard deviations away you are, the probability increases like exponentially squared. So it's like actually it does actually not work as I promised. I
It's
think it
also
does.
whatever it is, like literally they can just stipulate like whatever your like probability distribution is. I have like that amount of money, like or I have the one over that times like the amount of money I'm asking you for. That's how much utility I'm gonna create.
Yeah. Okay.
The correct response to Bentham's mugging cases is to Bentham's mug the person right back.
Oh, well, that doesn't really
That's the same
address
amount.
doesn't really. That's assuming they're a utilitarian.
Well, if they say they're not a utilitarian, then you can like you'd be less likely to believe them. So we're just your credence are going to be utility maximizing after you give them the money.
Well, less likely to believe them doesn't mean that it's still not. The sum doesn't work out to be
Well, look, if they're
evenly
not,
positive.
I disagree. I think the moment I hear somebody's not a utilitarian, I immediately think to myself, this person's probably a net negative.
Okay.
Then I scan them with my Terminator utilitarian eyes, and I instantly decide that it's time to remove them from the utility pool.
Okay. Interesting. But yeah, so I don't know what to think about like people mugging me like that. Like, oh, give me your money or I'll kill a bajillion people. You can do that. Yes, I can. Well, no, you can't. Well, what's your probability that I can? Oh, 0.001. Oh, so it comes out to more than one. Now give me your money. I think the more you increase the number, the probability diminishes faster than the promise. I think that the math works out, but I'll have to model it. Like I don't know, okay, how do you model the distribution of probabilities for like stuff like that? I don't know.
Figure it out. Figure it out. Model it,
Well,
and then send me it so that I can like
I'm a data
use
science
that.
guy.
So I like that more than my own responses.
It's my literal degree. Yeah, I gotta. I mean, if you distribute your probability is like Poisson, which is probably the variable you should use, then I think almost certainly the math would work out. But I should do
No
that.
way is it actually pronounced like that. It all makes sense now. It all clicked. I've
Okay,
been calling it
so
poison this whole time.
Poisson, Poisson,
wait,
whatever.
the
Poison. Yeah, go ahead.
this hypothetical is specifically I can create like any finite number. Like
But positive.
what was that?
But positive. So
Right. Are you saying that there's some in which it would work out such that it would like asymptote out towards like a certain number or something like that?
um so no, what I'm saying is this, like suppose you promised me I can create like X amount of harm, so let's say 100. I think that's very unlikely. Let's say 0.5 zeros, okay? 5 zeros after and then like one. Okay, but if you promise me now that I can do a bajillion amounts of harm, well, that's way bigger. So now my probability is like way lower, right? Both are like
Right.
it's definitely low, but like it is more low. So maybe the probability diminishes faster than your promise, such that once I do the EV, it comes out to a very very small sum, not very meaningful at all. So maybe I would give you pennies once you threaten me like this, but I would not give you my wallet. No way. Um, And
Um,
also, you could do stuff like, what if you would lie to me, probability, stuff like that, whatever, blah, blah, blah. blah. Like, these are also scenarios we got to factor into our expected value. But whatever, ignore all that. So, my only look at promises that have positive expected value. So obviously, I should give you some money as a result, but like, it's going to be very small because the probability diminishes way faster than you promise. That's what I thought about. I thought about this like just like one afternoon, but the thought stayed with me. So I don't know. That's my. But I didn't do the math on it because again, I wasn't like I didn't ever think anyone would bring this up to me. So
All right.
ask Grok or something. Hey Grok, if I have a Poisson distribution of my probability towards your promises and your promises grow linearly, what's the expected value once we sum? Whatever. I'm
oh,
big. I'm not
Am I
big, but I'm
crazy? It's just area under curve, right? Is
well,
EV gonna be something different?
it would be the expected value, which is the area. What is the curve? Is the curve the
The
distribution?
curve
Is
is
the
so like the function we're modeling here is the p of you can just say like y is the same as p of x amount of utils being created. That's
okay?
gonna be
Then you
like
should
say
look at
that's
the.
equal to some
Mhm.
equal to whatever you want to like define the fucking diminishing return function as.
So if the thing you're integrating is the probability, then the area under the curve is one, no matter what. Any area of probability distribution sums up to one. If you want to talk about the expected value, that's integrating the area under the
Well, we're
curve
not
is the
talking about the
probability
probability
times the x.
distribution.
Huh?
We're not talking about the probability distribution. We're talking about the each of the like the y here is just going to be the probability.
The y is gonna be the probability. I'm not sure
probability at
I
any given dollar
understand.
amount.
Yeah. So the x-axis is like the probability that this is an amount you can actually actualize.
I would assume the x-axis here would be the x-axis here would be the amount of utility.
That's what I said. X-axis is the amount of utility you can actually actualize.
I seem to add words.
Maybe. Either way, same thing. So x-axis is the amount of utilities promised, right? And then
Yeah.
the y-axis is the probability. So this is just a probability distribution, and that always sums up to one. But we want to look at the expected value, which is the probability times x. And then we integrate over that. And then the question is, does that sum up to a finite sum? Which it
I'm gonna
should.
model it.
And I would say also we should our probability distribution probably should be, our priors should be probably Poisson distributions. I've seen them before used to model like stuff above zero that like diminishes as time goes on. And I
Okay,
think
what if
they.
he says,
Mhm.
I know exactly the probability that you assign to each given dollar amount, and God, no, because if it keeps going down, then there's just like no way for
Yeah.
them to be like, yeah.
Exactly. If they say, okay, I understand. Okay, you think it's like 0.01. Well, what if I promise you 10 times more? Well, the probability went down sufficiently.
What if I said specifically, what is the probability that I can create any finite amount of utility?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'll need to think about that because yeah, I'll need to think about that. Like literally anything. I cannot create infinite, but I can arbitrarily large.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm not sure there's a reason to doubt infinities that would not apply to that to that scenario as well. Seems like a potential infinity. Uh, I don't know. Yeah, but that's not something I thought about. But like, I'll need to think about how to model that. But I'm sufficiently proud of myself that I at least found something that can plausibly be a counter to the normal mugger utilitarian theft, whatever. Thing.
If you model it and it works out well, it's like a very solid response.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I'll look at what could maybe it's an exponential distribution. Let's see. Exponential distribution. Yeah, so it depends on I'm pretty sure anything with a thin tail would work. It's just like it depends on the tail. Like that's it. That's the only thing here it
What about
depends
that
on.
one?
Oh boy. P, I am going to make X utils condition on you give me 10 equal 1 over X. No, that doesn't. That's not a valid prior because the integral doesn't sum up to 1, right?
Why would it need to?
That's the laws of probability.
No, but we're not saying specifically that I'm going to make only X utils. We're saying just that like that's an amount that's within the scope of my capabilities, right?
So that's within your capabilities.
Yeah. So like obviously, if I could make a bazillion utils, then I could also make like a bazillion minus 1 utils.
Okay. Well,
So it doesn't need to add up
well,
to
let's
1.
look at. I'm not sure it's different or dominated by looking at like the maximum amount of utility you can do. So let's make X the maximum amount of utility.
Yeah.
That should be at least dominated, right? Like because if you can do X, but you can do even more, then let's look at the most you can do. Maybe I don't know. But if you could, it's also 6 a.m. I'm fucking tired. you get the idea. You can steal the idea from me and like run about. I don't care about credit. Okay, I don't care about IP laws.
I'm publishing it as a paper, and I'm gonna not credit you at all on it. And it's gonna
Not
go
crediting
exactly.
me. Okay, sure.
I would credit you.
Yay. That might actually
But
be
I
a
would
funny
actually
paper.
write at the top.
You know. Here's a debunking of utilitarianism. Don't you know that you cannot compare utility between individuals? Interpersonal comparison. Don't you know utility is ordinal? Utility is ordinal.
Shut up. You are not being very B&M rational right now.
No, I agree. God, I really hate that like there's a whole subgroup of political people that are just Austrians that like literally say the most brain dead stuff about utility just because like some neoclassical economists thought it's plausible like, 200 years ago. I really hate that. But yeah, the amount of
The
conversations I had to
Austrian
do to explain to
school,
people like, mhm.
unironically, it's wild how to the extent that the libertarian right is just astroturfed every single time. Every single time there's like any movement resembling the libertarian right in society, it's always just like, oh yeah, there's a bunch of billionaires funding that. Whether it was the Austrians, whether it was like the neoliberal shit, whether it's the fucking fucking
Cato Institute.
cap shit, Cato, fucking
Are billionaires
crazy.
sponsoring Millet? Yeah, Millet is having success in Argentina.
They're sponsoring me.
Also,
Actually,
I don't-
no billionaires have ever thrown their weight behind Malay.
Okay, well then if your standard is at least 1 billionaire, then you should look at Soros and the goals you believe in. So ACLU, don't they get money from
I'm
Soros or
sorry, you
Koch
think
or
that
something?
Soros is a socialist?
I didn't say he's a socialist, but he probably subsidizes a lot of stuff you find to be very valuable.
I'm sorry, he subsidizes some of the stuff I find to be valuable versus
So like
he like
think of some what are some like orgs that you really like?
some orgs that I really like. Pause AI.
Pause AI. If I look at their funding, none of that is billionaire stuff.
There's gonna be some millionaire stuff.
Okay.
It
I
might actually
prefer
only be millionaire. There's a chance it's only millionaire.
millionaires. That's me. That's nothing. Any old person is a millionaire, probably. So whatever. I don't care about that. But
True.
yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I'm just saying, even if Cato is like getting Cove money, which they are, then that just means I should discount what they say about climate change. But I think most of the stuff I've seen from Cato is pretty good. On immigration, it's pretty sweet.
Genuinely, I
They
don't think
have good
that
data.
I get the meme here. I don't think that most of the propaganda comes in the form of lies, like explicit lies. I think that most propaganda comes in the form of like dishonest framing. And I think that Cato tends to do that a lot. I think they tend to like have real stats that they pull up, and they tend to have wild framings of those stats. They tend to ignore a lot of stats. And they tend to stretch the truth
Okay.
with the way that they present those stats.
So unregulate. So sometimes they do. Like I don't believe. So aside from climate change, um, okay, one funny. Oh, synth left. Damn it. Uh, I'm trying to think of the stuff I don't buy. So like, I've seen from Cato stuff about like, they construct some indices that I find highly doubtable. So like the time prices, not fun. You know a lot about that.
Yeah.
That seems very plausible, but just they have some weird adjustments to it, like Simon Abundance Index. I don't know what the
What?
motivation for it is or whatever.
I like the Simon
What?
Abundance. I haven't read that much into the Simon Abundance Index, but from what I've seen, I don't think it's bad or anything. But
Okay. I think sometimes they make points that I find agreeable, but like yeah, maybe there are sort of or whatever. But like to an extent, everyone is like EPI is like funded by big union. Okay, but am I going to dismiss their stuff now? No.
well, I think I've seen like maybe this is just like confirmation bias from mine or whatever, but like EPI has like some like radically absurd like assumptions in some of their papers, like with some of their things on trade, like assuming that the trade deficit with a bilateral trade deficit, replaces U.S. production 1-to-1. Like that's an absurd assumption that's just not empirically verifiable. And their pay for his productivity chart meme, and like both of those things are very much like in the interest of unions. Unions a lot of times don't like free trade because it hurts the industries that they're in, or at least can hurt the industries that they're in.
In terms of like Cato, Mises, and what's the third one? It's Cato, Mises, and EPI.
Rothbard. Okay. Oh.
Unbelievable cat tricks.
I thought you were naming
Unbelievable.
the libertarian. Yeah. Okay.
In terms of the institutes, I think that Mises is probably the only one where I would say like you're like 50% the rich people doing the astroturfing, and you're like 50% like actual ideologues. Like I can see like some real like some of them like genuinely care about like their warped perception of liberty in a way that's like kind of compatible with any real concept of liberty. But fucking Cato and EPI, that's just like they're just so clearly like corporate machine propaganda bought and sold. Like it's so clearly like
EPI is corporate. EPI is corporate.
the Economic Policy Institute.
Yeah.
They're bought and sold by big union. They're anti-corporate.
Sorry? Am I confusing them with somebody else?
EPI is the people who made like the wage theft memes and the productivity pay gap and like, oh no, we got to do protectionism, whatever, and they're like super pro union and they're
Is there
like
like an EIP that I'm confusing this with or something?
Oh, you're talking about the Economic Enterprise Institute, American Enterprise
I
Institute.
am thinking of the
Enterprise.
You're 100%
Yeah,
right.
American Enterprise Institute. Yeah.
No,
I like
you're right.
in terms of how much I like each group. So Cato, I like the most. I think they have actual ideologues. So like Daniel Baer or whatever, their immigration guy. I think he's like really makes the good arguments. He has the good data. And like, look, sometimes there's dishonest framing, or like at least they'd be motivated to show me stuff, but not the other stuff. That's why I try to read everything. But from what I've seen, Cato are really good people. American Enterprise Institute, I'm more open to them being just conservative shells because I've not seen them do much original research, much good stuff. Although they did they were the first to call Trump out on their on his retarded tariff equations. I thought that was
Tisk,
good.
tisk, sample tax. Tisk, tisk.
What?
You're forgetting the
It
best
might-
in the game.
And then
People's
what?
policy.
Mises
I don't
Mises
remember
is like very much ideological. Mises Institute does like zero original research, and it's just like spreading retarded like ideology.
No. You're forgetting about the best think tank in the game, brother.
Heritage,
Want another guess?
Fraser Institute.
The People's Policy Project. Nice
Oh god,
try.
I thought
You'll get it next.
conservative. I thought conservative. Oh, the best
Oh, I didn't
one
hear that.
that is right wing. The best one that is right wing is the Tax Foundation. Like easy. Come on, are you kidding me?
Yeah, that undoubtedly is true. The Tax Foundation is pretty based.
Yeah, I agree with that. They have a good podcast. You should listen. But yeah. No, but I agree with you, economic. Like, yeah, so it's like obviously, like I can see how stuff. Although sometimes I cannot see it. So Cato is like pretty anti-U.S. intervention. Well, I guess I do see it because war is bad for rich people. But like
Yeah, there's the libertarian thing. There's also like, you have to remember a lot of astroturfed ideologies. Like, so here's my understanding of the fucking political compass. All right, you have libertarian left, which is like actually left wing, and then you have three different dressings on being right wing. And each of the three different dressings has their different little play. How they pretend to be like a little bit left wing, right? So you have like the centrists who are like a little bit left wing by being like, we're not extreme, we're not radical on either side, whatever, right? And then you have the right libs who are like, nah, we're like socially liberal, by which we mean we should let gay people be dictators, corporate dictators, monarchs, you know.
Yes.
And then you have fucking then you have like the Stalinisty types who are like, yeah, we love workers, by which we mean we're gonna be in charge of everything. It's again a big corporate dictator corporation. And then you have like fucking the Nazis who are like, the elites are fucking you, and that's basically that's basically their leftism, is they take like our optics and our like
I don't know.
aesthetic.
You kind of. I was just
And then their
invited
solution is like, I don't know, we're gonna
to
kill the
stream
Jews.
the
And
conversation between SDL and
they're a weird
Sample,
one.
and I guess a bunch of other people wanted to be there
they
as well.
read
Which makes
their
sense.
job is to like
They're cool
redirect
people.
anger.
where would you put Ezra Klein? Is that in the centrist? I don't think he's really a centrist, but
I don't know a fuck ton about Ezra Klein. My vibe on Ezra Klein is that Ezra Klein's internal positions are like pretty close to something
Republican.
like Micah, in which case I would say
Oh,
like
okay. Thank God.
broadly just like center left, like
yeah.
I
He's very much
think I have a
Micah.
little bit of a grasp on Ezra. I could be wrong, but my view on it is he is probably pretty radically far left, short of socialism, but probably as far as you can get there. But I think he's
I
somebody
believe
that
that.
is highly, highly skeptical of essentially any change in the political system.
I also think he's somebody who is very I think he's very like naive. I think he's doing the like naive, affable, liberal bit that a lot of liberals do.
What's so naive? I'm curious.
I think that what he's doing with the abundance agenda, I just don't think he realizes that he's playing into like a right wing agenda to try and have like a libertarian takeover Democratic Party.
Oh,
Maybe not even libertarian takeover, but a libertarian like exile of the economic populist movement within the Democratic Party that is both
Economics.
politically our best bet and long term like one of our most important policies. What's up?
So
Why
are you
can't
saying he's
Chicago and New York City build housing, and California and LA, whatever, cannot build housing, but Texas and Florida can? Why can't they?
Do you think that there is the same amount of money in New York as in Austin?
I think in Miami, yeah. But like, okay, ignore
Wait, you think
New
you think
York.
there's the same amount of money in New York and Miami? Seriously?
No, probably not. Fuck less.
Okay.
But okay, what ignoring it? Okay, why can we not build housing in Chicago? Why can we not build housing in LA? But we can in Miami. We can in Houston. We can in. Is it just money? Like, do you think once we account for incomes, the effect disappears, or if I put incomes into my regression, like it would still
Yeah,
be there?
unironically, I think that if you were to like, so I think that like probably there might be some. mm, I think it's plausible that there's some spillover effects because of the fact that like things take time and like you wouldn't be able to do a regression in the analysis that like accounted for
Fucking
like
fly
all
in
the
my
time
room.
shit. But more or less, I think what it comes down to is just a matter of like Democrats in red states tend to be less bought. Like Democrats in red states tend to be poorer. Um, like
Why do you think the like
it,
cost per unit of social housing in like New York and everything is like in Chicago is so much higher than in any other like European country, or then I don't know to what extent
I think that's because
red states do social housing.
I think that's because rich Republicans wanted to make it harder for us to pass policy, and rich Democrats wanted to, one, make it harder for us to pass policy, and two, they cared about things other than poor people, and so they put a bunch of things in place that like fucked over poor people and like for their own benefit.
Would you want to get rid of those things then? Like regardless of what you think.
Yeah, no.
Well, that's what abundance is about.
So yes, I also think that there's an overestimation of like how much things like unions are a thing. I also think that certain things like environmental policy, I think that sometimes we do just want the social cost of housing to be a little bit higher because we want it to be built for social benefit.
Phenomics, I just have a question. Would you abolish the 30-year mortgage, or would you keep it if you had the bill in front of you?
Abolish the 30-year mortgage.
Okay, why?
And when you say abolish the 30-year mortgage, you mean like exclusively have like 25-year mortgages or something like that?
I'm talking about essentially ending government subsidization on the rates for mortgages.
Okay.
You could still get a 30-year one if you want, but it would be at private rates on the market.
Okay, so are you saying that the government wouldn't subsidize any mortgages anymore?
I guess you could argue maybe subsidizing some shorter ones if you want, but generally speaking, ending the subsidization for mortgages.
If you were to like just move that money to like spending it on like social housing policy or something, or like public housing or something like that, like I'm sure there's a more effective housing policy that you could spend that money on. I don't think like getting rid of it would necessarily be a good thing, but I think that there's probably more effective housing policies.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Also, economics. I just thought about this. So back to the utilitarianism thing. If you say to me, "Well, I can actually actualize any amount of non-zero utility or like finite utility," I don't think it would matter because my original thing was about here's the graph of my distribution. Okay, the x-axis is my p of you can actually actualize this amount of utility. Right, so let's say it's 100. My credence that you could actualize 100 utils is whatever, very low, whatever. So whatever you say under that, it would just be the same as p infinity in that case. So
Right.
you
This
just
is a
say
bunch of
maybe
sub
my
propositions. I'm asking you specifically, what is the probability that this proposition is true, right? P of, I can produce any amount of finite utility if you give me $20. What is the probability?
0. Yeah.
0? Why?
I just think like it you say it's like a very high threshold. Um, more than like anything I consider physically feasible.
So it's not 0.
And just the way my distribution about any finite value works, it just converges to infinity. And so you tell me, oh, I'm actually at the infinity level. So okay, it's 0 then. I'm in convergence to 0. Okay, good. My bad. What?
Okay, converges to 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it limits 0, I think that might work.
But maybe no, you should maybe say it should converge to zero on the condition that it's actually a finite ceiling or something. But actually, if I say there's an infinite ceiling, I can calculate whatever. Then you should leave some of the distribution space to that scenario. I don't know how to think about it, but I think what I thought about is a good enough response to the people who say I will actualize this amount of utility.
No, that-
Also, why does it matter? Okay, so maybe this is a good argument. You said I can actualize any amount of utility. Are you not promising me some amount of utility that you will actualize? Are you just saying you randomly sample it from the space of all possible utilities? Like, what are you actually promising? Like, I give you $20, you will do what?
So I guess that so that the first question is just what is the probability that I can. The second question is just I take whatever that probability is and then I multiply it by like $20 with the most effective charity or something like that, and then I multiply it by like 2 and I say that that's how much utility I'll produce. Give it to me.
Let me write it down. So you say, I say, I give you $20, and you will do what? It's
What is the
multiplied
probability
by.
that with 20 if you give me what is the probability that if you give me $20 I can produce any given amount of utility?
It's going to be
Like
2 times
any finite
20
amount.
times most effective charity divided by probability of that event, right?
Yeah.
Well, the problem is that's self-referential. The probability of that event is like referring to the same value as before.
No, so the probability you give me the probability, right? Like I'm not like shooting out a probability. What I'm saying is we take the probability of the event and we multiply it by
I don't think the event is well defined though.
Okay,
I'm asking
sorry.
you, yeah, if I give you $20, what is the amount of utility that you will generate?
So
Mhm.
that is not relevant to the first question, right? The first
Okay.
question is what is the probability that it is physically possible for me, or like I have the physical capacity to produce any finite amount of utility
Oh, okay.
if you gave me $20.
Okay. And then I should say, let's say I say 1%. Okay, well, whatever ridiculous little thing. So
Right.
you're saying,
Yeah. We'll say
okay,
1% and we'll pretend that's like astronomically low, right? We'll pretend where 1% is like astronomically
okay,
low
okay,
for
okay,
the
okay,
sake of
okay.
the point.
Yeah.
And then I'll say like, okay, so let's say that like again for shits and giggles, let's say it costs exactly $20 to save a life in real life, right?
Yeah.
Fucking so it costs $20 to save one life is one util, whatever. And so I'm like, okay, so 1% times that one util that you would save with that $20 otherwise. That gives me, or sorry, divided by 1%. I'm sorry. So that would give you just multiply by 100. And so you're like, so now we have 100 lives that I would be saving. And then just to make sure that it's more than that, it's 1, right? 101 lives. And that means now I'm more than your probability. So I follow up with, okay, now if you give me $20, I'll save 101 lives because that's good on an expected utility given the number you just gave me.
Yeah. Okay. It's not only just above zero; it's in fact optimal because part of the probability was the optimal use of the money. So that's interesting already. But yeah, I'm not sure how I would respond to that. I need to formalize it, and
This sample text
that's hard.
motherfucker is like, I'm gotta sleep, I'm so tired. And it's just still
I'm not gonna sleep though.
fucking
Yeah.
softest sample text who can definitely hear me right now.
I am copping out. I am copping out. Like I am like I'll sleep about it, although I'll stay in the VC for 2 hours more. Like yeah, I'm lying.
Your
But I
strategy
like
for
that.
avoiding
True.
the Epstein conversation is unreal.
That's true. I'm a sophist. I'm a motivated reasoner. Let me ask ChatGPT. No, I'm joking. Anyway, look, it's fun convo. Maybe I should have talked to Phenomics about money and politics because she seems to be more of a believer in the billionaire occupied government. But yeah.
She said by
Before I
server
go
now,
to sleep,
right?
we should
I'm sure.
privatize Social Security. And yeah,
True.
good night. Bye bye.
Depends on what you mean
You
by
what?
privatize Social Security. If by privatize Social Security you mean turn it into a social wealth fund, I 100% agree.
No.
Turn it into a
No, he means IRAs
superannuation.
and 401ks.
Yeah.
Well, I think you could do I think you could do what
Australia.
Australia does, and just have a
Yeah,
capital
Australia. Australia. Yep.
I don't want Obamacare for retirement. I'm sorry, that didn't work.
Yeah, why are we
Me
subsidizing?
neither. I don't want.
more
I
money
want
in
retirees
retirement?
to have all these I want retirees to have like less money than they could. I love giving money to rich people. That's why we should privatize Social Security to have higher returns. Yes. What a
Yep.
great idea. Yes. Thank you.
Sample text. Genuinely, if I had my wish, I would right now start taxing 401ks and IRAs.
You hate the poor. Oh my god. You hate investment. You hate what's good in
No.
this
Yeah,
world.
why would you? I mean, why?
Investment is good. You tax
Exactly.
investment.
I'm like,
That less good.
Yeah, okay,
Investment
but if
good,
that's the
tax
case,
investment,
I'm
less
saying
investment, less good.
are you just
Yep.
saying
yeah.
we should
But at
count
that
them as
point, let's
income
just abolish
essentially?
capital gains tax too. But I'm saying
Base?
whatever
Okay,
the
so
rate
wait,
on
to be clear,
taxing
you're saying,
investment is.
wait, to be clear, you're saying I will tax capital gains, that is 401ks, but I will abolish for capital gains tax. That's what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that I want to keep our current amount of tax on investment constant. It doesn't make sense to me to have essentially a tax break for one portion of the population, but not a tax break in other areas.
Okay, so your
if we're
argument is
talking
like
about
we're
taxing
killing-
investment,
So your argument is like our government is killing like 5 children a day now, so I will keep it as 5 children a day. Don't worry, I'm not changing the amount of children we kill. But I'll kill them in different ways. Like that's
what
what
do
I'm
you mean
saying.
by
want
what do you mean by from some portion of population? I mean anyone can get a 401k, right? That's not a.
no,
Yeah.
it has to go through your employer.
Does it have to?
Okay, but anyone can invest in stocks. Basically, that's what
Well, that
is
is.
saying.
Yeah, anybody can invest in stocks, but they're capped to a degree. For I guess what I'm saying is the standard retirement vehicle people use is going to be dependent on your kind of income bracket. Generally, the richer you are, the more likely you are to use individual retirement accounts.
That's
like
good. That's
401k.
because consumption is inferior, right? Like and as incomes rise, you consume less.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying, insofar as we're trying to create vehicles for retirement at future dates, I want to not subsidize the retirement of rich people compared to poor people.
I don't see why. Like I just think I want people to have as much return as possible. When they retire, I want them to have as much retiree pensions as much pensions as possible. Privatizing Social Security will do
Incredible
that
how
by
the
taking the
conversation
money
happened with this
and putting it
with
in
the
stuff that
scammer.
generates higher returns. Even if it's more volatile, it's higher returns.
Yeah. So to paint you my current vision of how I would structure retirement benefits is you would have a public pension that was invested into assets to get a return over time, and then you would give a flat benefit to everybody, no matter income level. That's how I would structure it. And if rich people want to have more than their flat benefit, well, they're welcome to invest money or save money, just like anybody else invests and saves money. But it doesn't make sense to have a unique tax break for them. If we want to lower the taxes on investment, that's perfectly fine. Let's just lower the capital gains tax.
I should catch Rex. How do
So
I
you're
get,
proposing
how do I
a
get more
sovereign wealth
OnlyFans
fund for
subscribers?
I mean, every pension is
Oh,
basically
he has the
sovereign
best
wealth fund, but
strategy,
yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
The biggest difference is that I advocate for a flat benefit.
Just do a DBCFT and fund the pensions with it.
True.
Yeah, or you could do resource rents, whatever you want.
I mean, I think
Um,
optimally, I think you should. I think Norway uses their sovereign wealth fund for like pensions. Like you probably should just. Oh my God. Oh.
Well, they
I
have a pension.
I said sovereign wealth fund.
Probably
That's their
Germany.
domestic sovereign wealth fund.
Wait, but did you listen to the entire fucking autistic probability utility math the conversation? You just decided to join now, or did you just hop like open stream randomly?
I said sovereign wealth fund, and he sensed it.
No, I
Is he here? Oh yeah, okay.
don't like talking to Phenomics and Synth, but they have a habit of talking about things that I'm not interested in. So I decided to.
Okay. Your mic is very quiet, but okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's why would it be quiet? It's clearly you guys' fault.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe. I have you on
at
200%.
Yeah, I have you on 200%. So
But
Weird,
I
hold on.
don't know. Yeah, okay, maybe. Either way, whatever. So what did you hear? Why did you join? What did I say that triggered you?
Oh shit.
Oh.
Can you guys hear me?
Huh? Oh,
Can
yep.
you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear you
Yeah, we
before
can hear
too.
you,
It's just
just
kind of quiet. Just kind of quiet, yeah.
Well, then just turn me up.
We did. It's
Coffee
200%.
Boy, do you think? Would you say that flat retirement benefits are better than retirement benefits that are tied to either means testing or to income or work hours over your work time life
Flatten them out.
base?
That's my opinion. You gotta flatten them out. Of course, it's egalitarian, which I'm a sucker for personally, and it's
He just
also,
values equality way too much. That's this guy, man.
True.
This guy thinks
Dude, even I don't
know-
equality is so
I don't know
important.
if you were watching at the time, Wakana Boy. Sample Text asked SDL, "Do you think inequality is bad intrinsically or only instrumentally?" And even he said it was only instrumentally bad.
even
Okay.
SDL, the fucking paragon of all intellectual thought. Fuck SDL. All right. No, I'm just.
You use SDL as the measurement of how left wing you're allowed to go,
Exactly.
and
We're
you're more
tired of
conservative.
SDL's lazy ass showing up late to 3 wonks. Get out of here.
Look, okay, this is like the student becoming the master, okay? I started out as a non-socialist. Now I'm even more socialist than SDL, okay?
Label how they
Oh, no,
never meet your heroes. They said it. It's true. It's true.
that's true.
I was fucking citing your videos and my Marxist friends about Jason Hickel,
I
and
did that
now
too.
you joined them. You joined them.
Hey, look, all those guys have terrible. Like, the thing is, it's actually kind of crazy, okay? The best argument, the argument that got me to be like, you know what, that does make sense, socialism, was like, it wasn't like, oh, but the falling rate of profit and the exploitation of workers and like the worker ownership of production and like, what about all these contradictions of cap? It's like, no, okay? It's like the meme of like the low IQ and the high IQ guy agreeing, and the middle IQ guy is like,
Welfare
middle
is
IQ guy is like,
socialism. Welfare is
Yeah.
socialism.
yeah, the middle IQ guy is like, read Marx theory, like screeching and crying, and then the low IQ guy is like, I just want everyone to be equal, and then the high IQ guy is like, equality's based, and that's why I'm a socialist.
I suspect that if you asked people like how much, or like you gave them scenarios and it's like equality and if it's good or bad, I suspect that people who value equality, it's like strongly predict slower IQs. Like that's my position. If I had to. I'm not saying anything about you, Connor, but you may fall anywhere within the variance. I'm not saying anything about
Anywhere?
you. I'm just saying- Oh, anywhere you're like almost certainly above like 120 IQ. So like I don't think you're dumb.
Now you're sounding like ChatGPT.
I think the
No, I
highest
just
ever
think you have a trade that predicts stupidity, but I don't think you're stupid.
I think the highest I ever scored on an IQ test was 130.
Like, look, I have a trade that predicts stupidity. I'm Middle Eastern, okay? I have a trade that predicts stupidity, okay? But I'm not. I don't
Are
think
you
I'm
Probably the
stupid.
smartest 90 IQ guy ever.
Am I Middle
uh,
Eastern or I'm an Iraqi Jew? I guess.
Or are you one of those
Colonizers.
European,
Well, I'm a
Israelis
half
that,
European, half Iraqi, okay?
well, and the truth
So
comes
I'm
out,
only
okay?
half smart. Yeah. You don't know which half. Well, I'm Iraqi, which is
kind of
also kind of it's the smartest part of Mizrahi Jews is Iraqi. Okay, not that there are smart. I'm just saying the smartest. But yeah, I'm racist.
What
totally
kind of
sure.
European are you though?
I'm a quarter Danish, a quarter Czech, basically. But
Okay.
well, not really Danish. The family came from Poland, so. Oh no, not Poland. I'm sorry, Latvia. What am I talking about? It's the Poland, a different thing in my whatever. Yeah, Latvia. So. You know the tragedy when I found out about this? It's like literally a month ago or something when it was Holocaust Day. My grandmother called me and started talking about her lineage, which I thought was fascinating. But she was like, "Yeah," and then my father came from Riga, and I was like, "Wait, I'm Latvian? No, no, I'm part Latvian. No." But yeah, it was funny. Either way, whatever.
Ancestry tests, and I am
I
100% white. I didn't even
holy.
get like 1% Asian or anything like that. I got 100% white, 2/3 British, and then 1/3 German. Not really surprised.
So it's literally this like you're Aryan, it's socialism, whatever, and I'm like Jewish capitalism, corrupt materialist,
Well,
whatever.
I did get 5% Swedish, which is what I'm most proud of course, in my
Oh,
ancestry. Um,
okay,
no,
okay, okay, okay.
I thought I would be more German, because those are my nearest my nearest.
Ideological, the closest you are to it being ideologically. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
That's true. That's true. No, my nearest off the boat ancestors are German, but I have just such an overwhelmingly British heritage, I guess. So it's like
Oh,
English and Scottish. So
interesting. Yeah.
yeah, I think I look pretty much like my ancestry results. So not really.
No, I mean,
surprised.
I'm a pretty. For me, it's pretty weird because like half my family is just from like this one place. They've been there from generations in Iraq, and then the other half is like scattered. Like hard part of it is like actually Christian. Like so it's like Holocaust messed everything up. Like it's very weird. But half of my lineage is like very simply like Iraq, Baghdad, there, whatever, wherever. Like that's it. But yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, why did we mention heritage? I think. Oh, I said yeah. Equality makes you like caring about equality makes you lower IQ. I don't think you're
This
low
is
IQ.
so
I
fucking
just think
slow.
if you abandoned that tree,
But
you'd
let's
be.
be.
I would predict you to be smarter, but your actual IQ would not change probably.
I asked Lance. Do you guys know who Lance Bush is?
Yep.
Nope.
Yeah, I asked him. He's like an anti-realist. He's probably the best anti-realist debater, at least that I've seen. And he's like a philosopher who. I
Yep.
think he's some sort of. I think he's like maybe an adjunct or something at Cornell.
He's
or
a
something. I don't-
quietist. He's a quiet. Oh, the professor. I think he's a PhD.
Oh, he's a student at Cornell. Okay, I think he's at Cornell, but he has a Discord and he was in the Discord answering questions, and I asked him a question, and I was like, what do you think about people, especially vegans? I find this to be the case where, like, people who try to really systematize their morality, like they try to have a moral framework that is like entirely internally consistent.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he gave the most based answer possible. He said something along the lines of like, what I say to that is, look, at the end of the day, if I just happen to decide that something is right or wrong because I have a sort of idiosyncratic set of goals, then whatever, man. That's just up to me then. Like,
Okay, but clearly you should ask. But you should ask him conditionalize on realism. Like I don't think Lance Bush has zero credence on realism. Like conditionalize on realism, does it make sense to systematize your ethics? And to me, it's like a clearly yes, right? It should be part of science at that point.
Well, obviously, yeah. If you're a moral realist, it makes more sense.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't really know what.
Look at all these people thinking like they should have like a systematized field of like studying physics. Like that's fucking bizarre, right? Well, no, physics is real. It's a real thing. Yeah, maybe. Either way.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what the meta-ethical views are of all the.
Okay, so Econo Boy, here's a question I want to ask you. Do you value future people? I think I asked you and you said no, right? But like I give you a second chance. Do you value future people? Like, no.
Yeah. I mean, I think I answered that before, where my thought process is like, I think, insofar as there's a reasonable, like, real expectation that future people will exist, then I think having systems to take care of them makes sense. But in some like intrinsic sense, I don't really value a person until they're actually a really existing person. So
Yeah. So for one, I don't see why I would have the intuition that like someone's value or like someone's moral consideration depends on their likelihood to exist. It would just be like I break it down so such that it is value if they exist times the probability that they exist. And that's how I would
Yeah,
conceive of it.
but if they don't,
Um,
exist, like there's no reason to like value them, right?
well, no, I'm saying probability to exist in the future. So of course they don't exist
We
right
agree though.
now, but
We
like
agree. You're just using different words to say what I
no,
said.
I'm saying they have a value of like 1, and I multiply it by like the probability that they will exist in the future. So maybe that's what you're saying. So that's how I would value it. And so I would
Yeah.
not care about a person in future generations more than I would care about someone who might exist if I press a button. I just think, like, if I had to choose one path, I would choose the person in the future because
Yeah,
they're way
Jessica
more certain
Thompson.
to exist, or whatever, something like that.
Fringe, gold
It's like
standard,
value times
fringe.
probability is expected
Can't
value,
wait
not
to be
just
having fucking gold standard debates
whatever.
whenever Trump tries
You'll
to
get
pick
that now.
the next
So I'm just saying,
chairman of
if
the
you value
Fed.
future people, do you
They're
value
fucking
equality
gold
in
standard.
future people?
Supporter.
I mean, I guess so. I don't know.
Okay, and then the other question is, yeah, and so if you value equality in future people, like how does that? Do we value inequality in past people? Because the past was, because the thing is this: do we value equality across time? So, like, do we think that if future societies will be way more unequal than, like, that there'll be way inequality between generations, right? Like it seems to follow that if we value equality now, we value equality in the future. We value people now, we value people in the future, and we value equality across time between generations.
Yeah.
So the
Well,
fact
I
that
think they're.
the fact that technology progresses such that we'll like, I don't know if we will, but like we achieve like sci-fi level of like wealth and abundance and like exploration, that's like highly unequal. That's like a really really bad thing apparently.
Wait, how do I?
Than what
There's
we
like
have right now.
a.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I don't know why you would say that. I mean,
Think
I
the
think
gears
there
turn
are
in my
certain like
brain. I
institutional
have a
arrangements that
reductio. I just have to make it work.
you can make a generational egalitarian argument for. Like some people will say that about the debt. You know, they'll say like, "Oh, the debt is bad because it's a generational loan from future generations to current generations," which I
Yeah.
think is kind of true. And I think, you know, in Norway, I've heard advocates make the argument that like,
Updated
oh, our
the
sovereign wealth fund
camera
is so
conversation.
good because when oil runs out, you know, the fund is permanent, right? So even when oil runs out, you know, those future generations will be able to, you know, sustain themselves from the savings of our current generation. So I don't know. That seems like a sensible argument to me.
Well, I would explain both of these arguments just because of utility. Like we're harming future generations actively, not just like we make them poorer, right, by having the debt. Um, but the argument should be like if you look throughout history, 99% of humans lived in abysmal poverty, right? And right now, we are like a really awesome fucking society, and that's supposed to be a bad thing that we're a really good society because compared to the people in the past, we're like very unequal, right? Like the people right now are unequal. Like, if we look at the distribution of the wealth of all people that existed throughout history, we're like the point, like at the top, like 0.01%. Like, but I don't see anything bad there. I think that's a really amazing thing.
Well, I mean,
I'm
I don't.
sure.
I suppose I
Yeah.
wouldn't say it's like morally wrong because there's nothing you can, you know, there's nothing you can do about. You know, it's kind of a passive thing that technology just gets better over time. So like we live a lot better
Oh.
than the average Roman did in you know the year zero or whatever. But you know, but obviously I would say that it's still bad. Like I don't. It's not good that Roman people were so poor, right? You know, like that's a bad
Well, it's
thing.
bad that they were poor. It's not bad that they're unequal. But I would say you said something
Well,
so close to getting it.
but it is. But
I'm
it
being
is.
patronizing. Yeah.
But it is bad. Like it's bad that they're unequal compared to future generations. It's just that there's like literally nothing we can do about it, right? It's in the
Okay.
past. What are you
Okay.
supposed to do?
Yeah. I don't share that intuition, but if it's insofar as we can do something about it,
You
that's
don't.
almost.
How is it good? How is it good that they were so poor? Like it's like no, it's
I'd say
bad.
it's good. I didn't say it's good. I just said I don't care. I don't find it particularly valuable.
Psychopath sample text.
We should just no. I think it's really tragic that they were poor. I don't think it's really tragic that we're better than them, or that there is some disparity between us. I think what's tragic is the
Well,
fact that they like the they could have had a better life. But if they couldn't, then I don't really care.
Well, I mean, let's say that like we invented a time machine, right? And I don't know, let's say that the time machine, the way
Mhm.
that it works is it kind of splits the universe, right? So by going back in time, you don't actually change the present; you can only change the past.
Yep.
Like obviously, if we had a time machine like that, I mean, I would say you would say because of probably utilitarian reasons, but I would say because of both utility, but then also egalitarian reasons that we should probably distribute resources at least to the greatest possible extent. Like for instance, we could at least distribute because we're thinking about like infinite timelines, I guess, but like at the very least, we could distribute um, information, right, to past generations, right, where we have limited resources, but we could distribute like the information on how to have advanced technology to like all past generations. Like that would be something that's a really good thing to do, right?
Oh, it's hard. I think it'd be really good because of the utility, but not because of the.
Right. I mean, it's whatever. Like you're gonna couch it in utility. I just don't. We've talked
Okay.
about this. Like I just don't think.
Yeah, no. I just thought the argument about. So I was saying you're very close to saying you cannot do anything about. Okay, so all these, I agree. There were 2,000 years of people living in like really bad poverty. I cannot do anything about it, right? It's almost saying that equality is like valuable, like extrinsically or like instrumentally, because you cannot do anything because you could do something about it, and not like.
Well, there are instrumental reasons to value equality. I mean, I'm sure you'd agree with that, but I just think that there are some intrinsic reasons as well.
Do I agree with that? I think I think the research on the causal effects of inequality is very poor.
I don't know. I mean, at the very least, it seems like high levels of inequality cause crime. That seems like there was some pretty good studies about
I
that.
don't
But
think it seems like that. I don't think there's high quality causal evidence. Am I a bad person for that? Maybe. Am I a bad person for that? Maybe.
you might be. I don't know.
I think I don't know. Every time I look, it's just some slop regression. Where is the good causal evidence? It should exist. Where is it? I don't know. I don't know.
I mean,
I'm open to it. It's not too implausible. Just there should be evidence. I don't know what I'm saying.
I mean, I saw a paper on crime with synthetic control, but
Oh, that's
I have to, like, dig
interesting.
it up, but,
Inequality, crime, synthetic control. Let's look it up. Inequality,
go for it.
crime, synthetic control. Either way, whatever.
Yeah.
I love synthetic controls. You might know that. I'm a synthetic control nationalist. But yeah. Okay.
Sample.
I
Have
don't know,
you
I just wanted
ever have you ever
Mhm.
heard that reductio for like it's for people who like value average utility? It's like imagine there's like an alien population like light years away that we have no knowledge of, but like their babies are like basically they can experience higher utility than us. So like it seems like you would entail that humans should stop having kids so that only the alien population exists and they have like a higher like average utility. How do we
Yeah.
make that reductio for inequality? It's like the aliens like expected income on Earth is like
Well, the
is
problem
higher.
is Econoboy does value utility, but he values Econoboy. Look, Econoboy. The problem with him is like he's really dishonest. Okay, Econoboy is like really dishonest and just an evil. And so the problem is, you ask him, "Do you value equality?" And he's like, "Yeah, I think it's valuable somewhat." And it's like, okay. So what if you did equality, but you reduce utility and so blah blah blah? No. That reduction in utility I value more, right? Like utility, I care about that still. So it doesn't offset the equality doesn't offset. Like, oh, okay, I see,
Well, yeah,
Econoboy.
I mean, you
That
could
makes sense.
attach.
But then, but then you talk about his applied ethics, and then this dishonest guy, he does this sleight of hand, and he only talks about equality. He's like, "Oh, I'll do a bajillion% tax just because the equality is so sweet. I love
Wait, hold on.
it too much.
Sam,
I
like,
would
you
enslave
have to
Jews and put
understand
them
why
in
that is,
concentration
though.
camps for more
Hold on.
equality because you
You have
love
to understand
equality
why that
so much."
is, though.
Because of like bad
obviously-
studies that show equality has causal effects on utility, which it doesn't. But
No, that's not true. That's not true. It's
Okay,
because it's really because the opposite, right? Like, I think there's a really strong reason to believe that our current level of growth, which I'm kind of using growth as a proxy for utility, but our current like standard of living and level of growth, technological innovation, just like so absolutely does not require our current level of inequality, right? Like we could have a truly radically equal society, and I think still achieve equal, if not higher, levels of growth. I mean, like, for instance, in my my little like how do you pay for it series, the little two-parter that I wrote on Substack or whatever, like, I don't know. To be fair, I don't think many sophisticated, like, I don't think there's a whole bunch of like economists reading that article and like providing thoughtful critiques, but just like going through all the different funding mechanisms, right? Like, I have a very hard time just reviewing that work and thinking to myself, oh yeah, like this would just destroy the economy, distributing $20 trillion egalitarianly, right? Because all of the mechanisms of funding that I describe in that paper are
True
like
cat
radically
tricks.
efficient compared to our current tax code. Like, the argument that you'd have to make is that, okay, the only argument that I could honestly see is, okay, the consumption tax that you described, like the expenditure tax, oh, well, that is so high that rich people will sell investments and therefore will have less entrepreneurial activity just so rich people can maintain lavish consumption. To which it's like, okay, maybe, but then we'd have to weigh that potentially negative growth effect against, like, I describe that paper describes like literally 5 sources of revenue for the government. So this is a world with completely free trade, with DBCFT full expensing, with basically, yeah, with like full, full
Yeah,
on,
the ineffective
like,
altruism
radical
tweet, the Make-A-Wish,
anti-poverty
yeah.
so poverty just doesn't exist in this program.
Unironically,
There's no like babies who are having like low IQ because of
Like, I think-
fucking like lead in their water and shit. Like, everyone is
How
living
poverty
I
is
don't want to
measured
just talk
relatively.
over them,
I thought you're pro relative poverty.
even
Well,
if I'm muted,
no,
obviously.
Sam, obviously, I've already talked to you about this. That absolute and relative poverty
Kind of
both matter,
ruins
right?
the
But,
bod.
like, my point is that like pretty much everyone has like an extremely equal playing field to like live up to their best potential. We have like super crazy good state capacity that allows for really efficient government administration of things. We have like land value tax, which on a margin has an incentivization to build and like get rid of land rents and speculation. Basically all.
Okay, we know what accountability is. Okay, basically, there are like some charities that, like, I feel like if I was at like some fucking event, okay, and it was like a like school sponsored or like some company like sponsored event, and they were like collecting donations for this thing as like a charity drive or whatever. I've been thinking about like what charities would I refuse to donate to and just give it to the like shrimp welfare project, right? Because like there are some charities that I think are so ineffective relative to the shrimp welfare project or relative to GiveWell that which like gives money to people in Africa for malaria, and that I'd be like, no, if I'm gonna donate money to charity, I'm just gonna donate it to like a radically more efficient charity. And so I think number one on that list is any rewilding charity, because not only do I think they're a lot less effective than like shrimp welfare or GiveWell, but I also think there's a good argument to be made that like the rewilding charities are like actively immoral because like animal suffering is bad, and you probably increase you do increase the amount of wild animal suffering that exists in the world if you rewild certain areas, and that's probably a bad thing. But like unironically, like I think like the Make-A-Wish like could be on that list. Like if you told me like don't like you donate to Make-A-Wish 10 cents for every fucking mile we run, I might just be like, I don't know, I just gotta think it's better to donate it to the shrimp welfare project. Like Make-A-Wish kids won't even remember the experience, they'll be dead. I mean, my understanding, Make-A-Wish shrimps are bugs and we eat the bugs. My understanding is like Make-A-Wish, I mean, you still eat the shrimp after you stun them and kill them, but mine like Make-A-Wish I think does non-terminal kids as well, which like there is kind of like an interesting like utility comparison there, because like it's do I want someone terminal to get it and have like the last year of their life be really really good because of that, or do I want someone non-terminal to get it so like they remember that experience for longer? Like I don't like that is an interesting like comparison. You want non-terminal? I could see the case either way, but I also just think like I just think giving money for malaria nets is like 20 times better than like just giving it to some fucking rich spoiled kid in America. Like, call me crazy, but like, give it to people who don't have medical care to begin with. Like,
access to institution as an advantages to achieve
I'm talking about
utility, right?
access.
It's access. Yeah, that's intrinsic. Like, I'm sorry.
No, because
You,
I've
you may
already
say you value
stipulated.
access
Well,
intrinsically, but like, you go ahead.
No,
Mhm.
because I've already stipulated in the example that we know for a fact this does not change this person's level of happiness or utility, right? Like we know that that's just like given in the example. I would say that
Yeah.
most people, including myself, I would have the strong intuition that even though I know for a fact that this doesn't change this person's level of utility by giving them the resources to cure their disability, I would say that insofar as there's some reasonable means to do so, society should give this person the.
I mean, any normal
equal
person on the street,
access to
right? Like,
cure
who
his
doesn't think about moral
disability,
systems enough,
even
is probably
though
gonna
there's no
lean
change in
utilitarian to
utility.
begin with.
You would say,
You understand
oh,
how
no.
it sounds to me. Yeah.
And like
Yeah,
even
you would-
like sorry, I don't know where that conversation now, so now I can just talk over it. Doesn't matter. But even in that the panel like I was on with Corpse recently or whatever, like he's a pretty libertarian pill dude. He's no Fabian Liberty, okay, but like he's a libertarian or whatever, mostly like deontologist or whatever. I can't fucking say that word ever. But like even like him, like I can run like the flagpole reductio on him. And it'll be like, yeah, it seems like utility obviously matters more than the NAP sometimes. Or like there's other reductios like, yeah, would you trespass on someone's lawn to feed a starving baby, right? It's like, things like that. You could run reductios and it seems like basically anyone is going to have some consequentialist logic sometimes. Now, they'll try to do the reverse of that, obviously, and be like, well, doesn't it? I mean, and there are plenty. I think rule utilitarian kind of is the response to that usually. Like, aren't there some cases where like these rules for society matter, right? Like, should you kill someone in a hospital to harvest their organs and give them to 5 people or whatever? And it's like, obviously, you can just. I think it's reasonable to kind of like reject that it's actually utility maximizing in the long run because. People stop trusting hospitals and everything. They won't go to them, and then everything it falls apart. Or you can just do like the really utilitarian, like we should just have rules for society that are like overall net beneficial, whatever. But like, yeah, everyone, any reasonable person, they should listen to David Friedman instead of Hoppe. Yeah, they should for real. I think David Friedman's obviously. Disagree with him on a decent amount of things, but I think he's a cool dude.
Well, maybe not. I don't think so.
Well,
You there,
so you're
Alexis?
saying-
Either way, so do you have an intuition that we should
that we should do it?
I have it strongly so. Assuming that they don't fucking cry and resist the no, I don't want to be in the eye lot. They're like digitally egregiously high. Then yeah, of course. I mean, but I guess most people don't have that intuition. What's your intuition there?
I mean, I don't think that's the only. There's a lot of hypotheticals out there where, I mean, I guess like the utility, it's like fundamentally kind of a utility machine argument, right? Where would you force people into a state of higher utility?
Hell yeah.
Hey.
Hell yeah. Yep. Yes. Yep.
Right.
I already know. Yep.
Yeah, and my intuition would be no, that we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't like force people to give their eyeballs up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Why?
I think that. Yeah, I mean, I think in part, I think eventually, like in a like very very grounded out, I guess self-ownership would probably be one of the very bedrock reasons. But practically speaking, I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's just a lot of ways to have enough eyeballs voluntarily, right? You could pay people. You could just have.
Suppose
people
it doesn't happen. Yeah. So no one. Suppose these are like self.
That's what I'm saying. Eventually, like, when we get out all the practicalities, eventually I think you probably just ground out into self-ownership. You'd say like, okay, well, there's some like kind of autonomy that we care about here.
Wow. Okay. Fabian Liberty.
Okay. Then my question then is, okay, you just discovered. I just discovered another value you have that isn't. That
When
is
did I
this
say
autonomy
equality
thing.
and utility were my only 2 values? I've got a whole bunch of them. I'm collecting.
You're a pluralist. I forgot. You're not a. by value person. You're not a what's the technical name? What it would be? Biaxiologist, whatever. You have multiple
Bisexual.
values. You're a pluralist, maybe. Yeah, that's also true. But yeah, you're a pluralist or whatever. The worst kind of like, oh, I make up morality. It's like I can literally make whatever I need to make up to evade the
Imagine
hypothetical.
morality being made up. Am I right? Imagine that.
Yeah, yeah. Imagine thinking that it's wrong. Babies, can you imagine that without person's sense? Like, can you imagine how ridiculous that is to be a realist? Can
I
you imagine
personally
how crazy?
cannot imagine thinking that, but I
Cannot
can.
imagine.
I cannot imagine thinking it's okay to torture babies, because that is wrong. Okay. However, it's wrong because of the reasons I made up.
Well, it depends on like, did they attack us first on that Saturday? Then it's, no, whatever. No, so I just think it's wrong to kill babies for fun. I just think it's intrinsically wrong to do that, right?
And I think it's wrong for the reasons that I think it is wrong.
Okay.
Boom.
Well, but you don't know. You think, does it depend on people's stances?
I mean, obviously, yes. There's people that kill babies for fun, and their stance is different than mine, isn't it?
Yeah, but they're wrong. These people are like very confused. And if they would just read Bentham's Bulldog, they would change their mind because they're rational people.
This is true.
Either way, whatever. Okay, so Ikawa, I want to grill you on another thing. You said it, and it was just absurd. I'm sorry. You were talking about sovereign wealth funds, and it's like, well, okay,
Well, I'm
you're
gonna
already
have to go
saying
to
you think
sleep soon with a
socialist because
sample
of X,
text
Y.
at this
But
point.
what about Saudi Arabia? You think,
I
no,
mean,
I
I
think
have
obviously
time.
socialist democratic institutions. Sorry. Hello? Are you serious? Like, what about the Soviet Union? Was it not socialist? Like, collectivization doesn't mean democracy. It just means it's collectivized. Like, it's not.
I mean,
It's not.
are you on the unironic the Nazis were socialist train then? Is that
I'm
your
pretty
unironic?
open to that. Yeah, I'm pretty open. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, no.
But
Like, I think,
you know what? Okay, do you think the Soviets were socialist?
no, I think in their actual, I'll do two answers, right? But it's not inconsistent answers. I think that Lenin was a committed socialist, and so was Mao, and the Kim family. I'm not sure. I'm not as well read about it. I think they were committed socialists, but I think that they just happened to not really value open democracy, and I just think that that's wrong. You know, like I think that when you look at, obviously your definition of socialism can vary. That's clearly true. But, I think that when you look at a lot of historical socialists, they were pretty committed Democrats. And so, I happen to think that that's a pretty sensible way to do socialism. And obviously when we're talking about social ownership, like if your model of socialism is a social ownership model,
Dude, it just kills all my momentum.
I think clearly it's the case that what does it mean to really own something? Well, I mean, you have an equal and actionable say in the management of that asset. And you can't have an equal actionable say in the management of a socially owned asset if you don't live in a democracy, right? I mean, you have to have a democratic framework for it to be meaningfully social ownership. Saudi Arabia, like the example that you use, that's not social ownership. That's ownership of like one family. It's like client ownership.
It's collectivized, but it's collectivized. It's not.
It's not collectivized. It's like the family. It's like the royal family owns it. Like it's like the opposite of collectively owned, right?
Well, I wouldn't call it like it's by the state. Like, I'm sorry that the state is super corrupt and stuff. I agree, it's less ideal, but it's not capitalist.
It's not corrupt. Like,
how is that capitalist?
It's literally the property of the royal family of Saudi Arabia. Like that's not social ownership. Like a rich person saying, oh, like I'm gonna let 3 homeless people live in my house. That doesn't mean that the 4 people combined socially own the house. Like the rich person still owns the house, right?
Because he can evict them.
Well, because it's ultimately the rich person's property, right? But if you have a government-owned property in a democratic framework, I think it's fair to say that's truly the people's property, that everyone has an equal claim in the management of that property through democratic institutions.
Then why wasn't the Soviet Union, put aside the ideology of the people ruling it, was it socialist?
I wouldn't call it socialism under like my framework, right? Because again, I would say that you have to be democratic in nature, like open
Or just
democratic,
call it
not like
non-ideal socialism, or I don't know. That's see, this
well,
just seems
yeah. I
absurd.
mean,
Like
like
no one has this
I just
usage.
don't.
It seems like an ad hoc usage of the word.
Well, no, should obviously like. I mean, I think that when it comes to capitalism, like some people, like you literally have conservatives unironically saying like, oh, the Nordics are an example of capitalism, maximal capitalism, and it's like, bro, what the fuck definition of capitalism are you operating under that that's the case, right?
The
Like that's crazy.
economic freedom index. They call it the economic freedom
Yeah,
index.
exactly. Like, what the fuck,
Not ad hoc
like
at
Singapore,
all. But I think that's
the
also
most
ad hoc.
capitalist country, Singapore, and it's like, bro, Singapore, like the country where
No. My take is the King of the Coast take. Okay, my take is no. Singapore is pretty socialist, and that's why it kind of works. I mean, relative to other countries' position. Like if you map actual, Singapore is like kind of abnormally low relative to its neighbors. So I think that's funny.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, that's like, what do how do you define democracy? People would have marginally different definitions of that, right? I mean, and a lot of those
Yeah.
definitions are reasonable, very reasonable to disagree.
No,
people
but
say like,
I just think people, when they think I'm gonna write a history book about socialism, like China, Soviet Union, Cuba, and you're like, oh no. I don't think any of them.
Well, you
But
wouldn't
Hold on, hold
accountable.
on.
You
I'm
don't
gonna
think
write
it.
about
You wouldn't.
Norway. I'm writing about
Give me a second here. Hold
yeah,
on.
yeah,
Listen, Judas was a character in the Bible. Okay, so was the
yep,
devil. All right.
yep.
If I was writing a canonization of socialism, I would of course include, socialist China and the USSR or whatever. But of course, I would talk about where they went wrong. Okay.
Oh, I agree they went wrong. I would just say that,
They didn't listen to
like,
his message.
no. If I were to write a book about the history of socialist countries, your book starts with Norway. My book starts with the Soviet Union.
My book starts with
Well, maybe it's not the point, but yeah.
French socialist from the 1700s. Okay, I mean you got to start where they started, right? But I mean, I think
Yeah.
that'd be sensible. I mean,
Okay.
I ultimately don't really care. Like if somebody wants to call the USSR socialist, I guess I don't. It doesn't really bother me that much. I mean, I would just say that, like you would
I'm
agree
just saying,
that.
okay. Yeah,
You would
I'm
agree
just saying.
that you would agree. Hold on.
Mhm,
You would agree that in a debate with
mhm.
me, bringing up, oh, but the Soviet Union failed is like a brain dead reason. That's like a brain dead argument against me.
Trivially.
Oh,
I would
right.
bring up
Yeah.
China. Of course, that's way more similar to. You want to kill people with
Oh my
classicides. Soviet
god.
Union was like, by like indirect. I mean, you're way worse. No, I agree. Not great. I think, like,
Yeah.
obviously.
I mean, it's like, whether you'd call them, but it's like at the same time, like you could say like, oh well, Pinochet capitalism, is like
Uh-huh.
authoritarian and a hellscape, right? It's like, okay, well, I mean,
Yep.
but obviously we're talking
For
about
the same
political.
reason you don't bring Saudi Arabia against me, right? Like you say, hey, some things. But what about Saudi Arabia? I think that's for. Yeah, of course. So there could be different types of the same system, and you cannot just like appeal to that, right? Like the same reason you cannot appeal to, I don't know, the failures of whatever capitalism to argue against my position. I cannot appeal to the failures of
I never do
U.S.
that. I
Congress.
never do that. I
Of
never do
course,
that.
I mean, you don't. I agree with you. I agree. Don't. I'm just saying, at least you should concede that it's very valid to. Okay, so the argument kind of goes like this: it is very valid to not consider the Soviet Union social. If the conception to consider the Soviet Union, did I say not socialist? I meant socialist. It's very valid to consider the Soviet Union socialist. At least I'm not saying it's invalid not to. I'm just saying it's valid to consider them socialist. If it is, then it's also valid to keep the same conception and call. And therefore, it's my position is still valid. I can call Norway not socialist. Not my position is pretty valid. Like I'm at least justified in my position. Maybe your position is also justified. We can reasonably disagree. I'm saying it's not
Yeah.
absurd to
But, I
not
mean,
call Norway socialist.
the problem with the Nazis or socialist people is like you're reduced down to like anytime the government owns things, it's socialist. It's like, okay, well then every
No.
country on the planet is socialist then. Like, what
No,
are you
I
talking
think
about?
the Nazis were actually like ideologically pretty anti-capitalist. Like I don't think it's just government does stuff. I think like you actually look at how they were not pretty
Yeah, but
respectful of like what I think capitalism is.
I mean,
but
they
even
also
then,
privatized a lot of stuff, didn't they?
No, so the privatizing. So it's complicated, but basically they privatized it to keep control. If that makes sense, they privatized it to have efficient production, but the businesses were still like had to submit to the wills of the state. If you want to, there's a good paper on about this by Peter Timmon called like Nazi and Soviet planning, where he shows like the similarities between the two. Like they had like planning, but like I agree it's more capitalist than keeping them nationalized, but businesses were still subordinate to the state. It's de facto still nationalized. It's just for efficiency.
yeah, but
But there's
I
a
don't think
paper
that
responding to it. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think it's sensible to say that any anti-capitalist ideology makes it socialist. Like there's not literally just two options of how economies are
No,
organized.
you could have a
right?
monarchy. Oh, maybe
Oh
you could have
shit,
other stuff. I
guys!
just think
Oh
the
shit,
Nazis were.
guys! Fascism
You could
showed
call
up,
the
bro,
Nazis
man.
fascists economically. I don't know how popular that term is. Whatever. But I don't think. Certainly, it's more valid to call them so than like what people think they were capitalist for. Like, I don't think that's good.
I think fascist economics is like a pretty ordinary label. I mean, you know, obviously when you start looking into fascist literature and like fascist academics of fascism, I should say, they,
Jason
you know,
Stanley.
they'll oftentimes mention how kind of incoherent a lot of fascist governments and like models were. But you know, I think it's sensible to say that essentially, like
I don't think
government.
so. I mean, you
Well,
read Mussolini; he's very clear about like nothing but the state. The state is supreme. I mean, that's pretty socialist to me. I don't know. It's just I'm saying I
well,
don't know how much it
well,
makes sense to
well,
distinct it from
well,
some
no, because
version of socialism. Yep.
the foundational like Mussolini is a good example, right? Because Mussolini was probably the classical fascist, right? He was like orthodox fascist, and what he would say is that the way that you should organize society shouldn't necessarily be prejudiced on the mode of production or you know the way that ownership is organized. And already like right off the bat it's like, okay, well that's pretty sort of like that's a pretty big right turn from a typical socialist orthodoxy. But he would say that what matters is that all of the parts of a society are acting in the whole interest, right? That whether it's private ownership, socialist government ownership, state ownership, worker ownership, whatever, it has to be directed under the same national plan, right? And
Well, under the state, I mean, he does state ownership. That's weird to include there. He wanted everything to be subordinate to the state. He was explicit about that.
well, but again, like socialism is not when things are, you know, planned.
No,
by
I don't
the
think
state.
that's what. No, no.
This is
So
Minecraft.
very careful. I don't think socialism is when the state controls blah 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 or whatever. Everything is subordinate to the state. I think when everything is subordinate to the state, that is socialism. So
What? I mean, a
do you
monarchy is also a situation where everything is subordinate to the state. But clearly, that's not necessarily socialistic.
Well,
I don't
just to be clear,
think everything is subordinate to the
hold on,
state under monarchy. But you go ahead.
sample text. Every
Uh-huh.
society's economy is subordinate entirely to the state. Do you agree with
Oh,
that?
you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Hold
The
on,
fact
do
that the
you
government
agree with
has
that,
the
sample text?
power to. No, I don't.
Wait, hold on.
When I say
So
subordinate, I
there-
mean actively,
wait, so-
like crushed by government to achieve
So
its
wait,
goal.
are you
Like,
telling me, sample text?
Mhm,
Are you telling me
mhm.
that there is an economic action that I can describe an economic action that I can take where the government has no involvement or no interest in that transaction?
Wait. I didn't say the government has no interest. I said the government will not subordinate you for it.
Wait, I'm totally.
So I'll give you an
subordinate.
example. I'll give you an example. Walmart can raise prices, and the government in the United States will not crush them, nationalize them, nationalize them. The fact the
Well,
government
no.
could doesn't mean the government would, and it's socialism or capitalism based on if it would
Well, no,
or
but you would
threatens to.
agree.
Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Well, hold on. First of all, the government of America literally says you're not allowed to lower prices below marginal cost because that's illegal. You'll go to prison for that.
I think
That's
that's
what
real. I
all
think that's
private
anti-capitalist. I think that's anti-capitalist.
Right. So I'm just saying, like, we're subordinate to the state. The state is setting
Well,
the
no,
price scheme.
I think that's more socialist than if we didn't have it. I don't think it makes the government. I don't think it, on the whole, is enough
mostly
to call the
capitalist.
United States socialist.
Read your Robert Hale sample text. There's no such thing as private economic action. Okay, that's all I have to say. That's all I have to say.
But you get the point I'm making, right? Like clearly, subordination to the state means it's about extent and actual. So of course the
It
government
sounds,
could nationalize Walmart. Of course it
to
could
me,
do that, but
it
it
sounds
won't.
like we're
And that's
making
the difference.
somewhat
Yeah.
of almost a definition argument, and I guess that's inherent to any conversation about what capitalism or socialism is. But to me, it's not just about insubordination to the state, because there's many different political structures that have subordination to the state. Basically, every kind of autocracy, in some sense, is subordination to the state. But that's not a
that's pretty
useful
socialist.
thing to call socialism, because we
I
would
don't
say authoritarianism is not necessarily directed by the people or for the sake of the people more
I don't
broadly.
think socialism has to be directed for the people or for the sake of the people. I think it often isn't intentionally so. Like
Well,
Mao
yeah, I
literally said, like, you may kill half of China and my goal would still be glorious. Like, okay, I don't think he cares about the people then, but like,
Wait,
Yeah,
okay,
Mao
so
was
what?
utilitarian,
It's still
to be
socialist.
fair. Come on, sample
Still,
text. Be
still
respectful.
socialist. I hate when
Okay.
people cite Mao as like utilitarian.
Well, then
Bro,
maybe what
okay,
we'll
go
do
ahead.
here is we'll call your socialism Socialism 1 and mine Socialism 2 to kind of clear things up. So mine is when things are at the behest of the people through ideally democratic structures, but maybe there's some wiggle room on the edges.
Yeah, and mine is collectivization. So, and if we went to people and we asked them, do you think the Soviet Union was
What's up,
socialist?
fascism watch?
That's something my theory predicts, which is a big thing, and your
it-
theory
No
doesn't
manners.
at all.
Is
You're
it
good at it.
collectivization or is it concentration? I think those are different.
I think it's collectivization.
So, like, if I was a dictator of a country and I took control of all the assets of the state, is that collectivization or concentration?
I think that's collectivization.
Okay, well then here's another maybe definition of
I mean, I think
disagreement.
Burma was socialist. They were like a military junta that wasn't even Marxist. Like, it's just they were socialist still. Like, no one thinks they weren't socialist. Like, it's an unserious position to say that. Socialism can be dictatorial. I don't know. Like, capitalism can be dictatorial. I don't know. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, but again, you're just presupposing a different definition. That's why I said at the beginning. Obviously,
I know.
different
How would you
socialism-
convince someone out of a definition? You would show them, hey, that's totally misaligned with the regular usage of the word, right?
Well, no, that's not. Obviously, that's not true. What are you talking about? Definitions aren't only created insofar as they adhere to an ordinary definition of the time.
I didn't say that's the only thing, but that's a reason. If I told you I define chairs as like cats or something, whatever, and you would be like, wait. If I ask the average person, then within tables are not alive, right?
Obviously, I'm going to agree with that. Right? But obviously, you're going to
Okay.
agree with me as well, right? So, I'm just saying that obviously, we have a different definition here. I've already said though at the beginning that it's not gonna like offend me too much if somebody's like, "You're a socialist." Well, wasn't the Soviet Union socialist? And I just be like, "Yeah, I mean, my idea is kind of radically different than theirs, and it's kind of like saying that Pinochet's I always get them mixed up. Pinochet's like Chile is like the same type of capitalism as American capitalism. Like that doesn't make as much. I'm just
But they were both capitalism. Yeah, but they were both capitalism. I call Pinochet capitalist. Soviet Union. That's the problem.
Well, yeah. No. I get what you're saying. But I don't really think that, like, insofar as I have a skinny view of socialism, I guess I'd say the same thing about capitalism.
I'm stuck.
I just think that when it comes to a capitalist model, like, I don't really know.
Well,
I
does
don't
it
know
start
what is
with A and have a
necessarily
D in
incoherent
them
about
in
like
the
authoritarian capitalism.
second,
Right.
or-
However, under my framework, it is pretty incoherent to say, "Oh, this is a socially owned this is a socially owned asset under a totalitarian government." Right. Like
the ADL.
in North Korea, all the property is like state owned, right? Or like 99% of it, or whatever, right? Well, even though that's true, I don't really think that the people in that society, like the society
wanna
at
help,
large,
though.
the social that we're talking about here,
Don't give me
actually
suggestions. That's
has
cheating.
meaningful ownership in any of those
Right,
assets.
so it's non-democratic socialism. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
very
I mean,
neat to me in my
It was
theory.
kind of that's kind of self-contradictory in a sense. Obviously, it's
Oh,
going
right,
to
but
depend on.
same thing. Like
That's
if I
begging
wanted
the
to say,
question, and that's
if
a classic example of begging the question.
like if I
Yep.
want to say
Can't be
Pinochet's
Adobe
Chile
though,
is
'cause there's no
authoritarian
B or no
capitalism,
E.
and America's capitalism is like liberal capitalism, it's like okay.
no
I mean,
L.
sure, right?
M.
But I mean, I call
Yeah.
myself democratic socialist, right? So I mean, it's not really, I think that's that's what.
Great. Okay. Why? Yeah, exactly. Why do you need the democratic there?
Well, because people have this conception of socialism, which I'm not disagreeing that people have like the conception that Maoist China and the USSR were socialist, right? I'm not disagreeing with that common conception.
So
Okay.
how I would kind of square it is
No,
in my
but
head,
I just don't agree
socialism
with that
is
common conception.
Asking, in
collective
your
ownership.
worldview,
the means
are
of
they like? I want just the Soviet Union, the one of the S's there makes sense. It's socialist. It is.
No, I already said I don't think so, but I'm not. It's not a big.
Yeah.
It's not like productive conversation to me, right? It's like, oh, who gives that much of a fuck, right? What do you call it, right?
Well, but I
So-
think
I
it is
agree.
productive
Hold
because
on.
one, politically, it's very relevant. If I call myself a socialist, it's highly relevant to my political outcomes. If I start calling myself a socialist, like some people might listen, some people might not. So the audience I'm talking to radically changes when I say that. Second thing is definitions are not. I don't like when people think semantics are worthless to talk about. Because again, if non-fun told me that when they say if non-fun told me they were recording the entire time, but their definition gooning, I'd be like, wait, let's talk about that. Why is your definition of recording gooning? Like, and then we talk about that. I think that's substantive. I don't think it's just semantics. So yeah,
I am.
we
gooning all
gotta
the time,
our
as
connotation,
always.
our denotation needs to match the connotation. When we say this is what I mean,
matter when you
it
don't
matters
understand the underlying thing that's being discussed. But I think you do understand the model that me and Akana Boy are advocating for.
Do you think I'm saying I understand the economy? I've read all his articles. This policy. I just don't think his policy is socialist. I understand the model. I just don't think the label is sensible.
Well, then now you really are arguing semantics. If you understand the underlying thing we're talking about, we
Well,
disagree.
no, I
with
think
where it's semantics.
semantics is like I agree. I just said I argued in defense of talking about semantics. I said I am talking semantics. I just don't think talking semantics is
Hey,
unproductive.
how could you? Wait, hold on. How
Well,
could
you said
possibly
semantics aren't
think-
important
Wait,
in
wait,
cases where you don't understand the underlying conversation in some sense, where you
Lexi, one second.
Go for it.
Sample, how could you possibly think that China is socialist?
How do I derail this, Shane?
But my model of
train.
socialism is not socialism. Like that doesn't even make sense. Sample text. How's that possible?
I just said your model of socialism. I don't think the model of so I think your model of socialism. So to be clear, okay, so China is socialist, but your model is not socialism. Do I think
you-
that?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me think. I understand you think it's socialist, but I don't see the contradiction. Like I don't. China. First of all, China liberalized massively. I'm not sure I would call China still very much socialist. I think it's somewhere in the middle. I would not call it like strictly capitalist, but I think Norway is more capitalist than China. Like this seems relatively. I don't find dissonance in that.
I don't know. Norway's got a
Yeah, I
better
don't know.
welfare state than China.
I don't think socialism has much to do with the welfare state.
Well, I mean, I think Norway has like even more state ownership than China does. But I don't know.
Well, we need to look into that. But how much does state ownership does China? Well, they massively liberalized. But either way, like maybe I don't know. The point I was
worldview
making
is falling
is-
apart.
No, the point I was making. Well, no, I was just talking about. First of all, I barely slept. It's thinking slow.
I
Okay,
should
you
have
guys
gotten
are
this
of the advantage of
earlier.
thinking
Fuck,
faster than me
I
right
could have
now.
guessed it.
But what I'm
from
saying is, first of
one
all,
earlier. I had to
semantics
act-
is
I-
substantive.
I
Like,
knew
it
axioms
is
wasn't
productive
it,
to talk about substance.
You're
because if
repeating
not fun-
yourself.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
that's
to
I,
kind of
yeah, that's when you cut me off.
You guys
When
have
you cut
repeated
me off,
yourself
talk
every.
about-
This is like the fourth time you guys have both been in VC. Okay, and Sample brings up accountably. I just don't think that you're really, truly a real socialist.
This
okay,
isn't my
every
fault,
time.
non-fun. It's
every-
sample text's fault.
Okay, I'm gonna-
we're talking about semantics.
So
I just was talking about semantics, and you asked me the question about if Norway is socialist and China isn't, or
That's
vice
not
versa.
true.
Whatever.
You-
That's what happened.
You
your
asked me.
argument
You said
about
Saudi
whether or not
Arabia is not socialist. That's
semantics
how this conversation
matter.
started.
Oh,
Is
that's an hour ago, of course.
Your
Okay, go
argument
ahead.
about whether or not semantics matter is based off of a misunderstanding of the underlying things being discussed. But you understand the
Fuck you,
underlying things
hamsters.
being
Are you
discussed
watching
here.
the stream?
So this
If so,
semantic
fuck
argument
you.
doesn't matter. Is what I'm trying to communicate.
No. Do I understand what gooning is?
Oh well, when you say I'm recording something, but you mean something else, then
Yeah.
you don't understand the underlying thing being discussed. But you
Well,
do
I
understand. the
understand gooning. I understand what gooning is. I understand what recording is. So I understand the underlying thing.
Alexa, he's baiting you into a meta discussion about semantic discussions. It's
True.
we have to
Semantics is
stop
productive.
fighting.
Semantics is productive. I
It's
don't know why
not,
people think
it's
it
not
isn't productive.
productive anymore.
It's
There's
productive
no
when you
point.
don't understand
There's
what's being
Then
discussed.
whatever. Then-
Okay. Econoboy, what's
I
your
think it's more
P?
ridiculous.
Econoboy, what's your P? Taxes don't fund spending. I'm curious. What's your?
Oh, here, 2018
Taxes don't
all
fund
over
spending.
again.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. My answer to that, well, obviously, that's really not true. Or I'm sorry, it is true that taxes fund spending, because obviously you can't literally engage in a system of seigniorage now, to fund literally everything. Now, some what do you call it? Some MMTers will say that, well, actually, all government spending is seigniorage, because the money taken in by the government is like electronically destroyed. Like, it's not the same money. But I feel like at that point we're engaging in, once again, such a semantic argument that it's not really very valuable. Like, if you wanted to say taxes don't fund spending, taxes just control the radical level of hyperinflation that would ensue if we got rid of all taxes. It's like, okay, I mean, whatever, right? It's not really that big of a deal to me.
Also, want to know something funny? It's like,
I mean,
remember how Frax Ben said he wouldn't debate you? We all know he would like jump on the opportunity to debate Rich Wolf. He would do it in a heartbeat. But he was like, "Oh, I'm not talking to a what? What?
Oh, you're talking about Frax Ben? Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
That guy wouldn't debate me.
Yeah." So I think that's just funny. I think that's just funny. Like, no, I'm not going to talk to an economic professional, but like we all know he would like talk to Richard Wolf any day of the week. He would like love to. Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah, I don't know if it's a clout thing. I mean, I think honestly he was just. I mean, I can just go by. All I have is his words, and his words were, "I'm basically scared to talk to economists about this."
Yeah.
Which I don't know. I
I
find
agree.
kind of. I mean, if you're gonna make videos online about your economic ideology, but you're not comfortable having a challenging conversation about it, then that's pretty telling, right?
What do you
Like,
think
if you're just
about
one of these like people who doesn't really care, then that's cool. No, if you don't care about a topic, you don't have to talk about it, right? But if you care enough to make videos about it and make your whole online persona about your libertarian ideology, then you'll probably be willing to.
What's your view on money in politics? How bad do you think money in politics is? I said three things. I think one, people underestimate how much of an impact it actually has. It's not that big of an impact. It's there, but it's just not that big. It's like 10th down the line in terms of how the importance of it.
I'll rename the title to Socialism Debate. What happens 10 minutes afterwards? We're back to money in
Perception
politics.
of corruption alone is a reason to completely get rid of money in politics. That's my position.
Completely get rid of money in politics.
100%, yeah.
Should we have no lobbying?
We should have no lobbying. Yeah, I think that's probably reasonable.
Does
I think, well, at
Nolan
the very
have
least,
no
I think-
lobbying?
Well, I was gonna say at the very least you should have like rules about lobbying. Like, I think there's rules now, but those rules should.
Well, rules exist, but like, there's no way cap lobbying. There's no way have no lobbying. Norway's pretty lax with lobbying. I was surprised to find that out, but like, it's still...
I don't know about their lobbying system. I mean, I think that when it comes to lobbying, the problem with literally banning lobbying is like, how do you define lobbying? It's hard to say, but I would just say you probably would want to have a lot of rules, like similar to we do now. You'd have to register as a lobbyist. You'd have a lot of limitations on what you're exactly allowed to do, gifts you're allowed to take and give, and contact you're allowed to have would be highly regulated. I think that stuff probably makes sense.
Okay.
Money itself, though, I think political spending should essentially be entirely socialized, right? That the only money that goes into elections, I should say, the only money that goes into candidates' pockets should be money from people, and those people should all have the exact same amount of money. So we should give everyone like $100 every federal election.
Yeah, why not?
Whoever they want.
Why not? Okay, so, well, here's my argument about like stakeholders. It's just like democracy maximizes for consensus, not necessarily utility. And so, classic example is like, there's a city of like 1,000 people, and they all want cheaper shoes, so they vote to build. And there's also a village. And the village would be greatly harmed by a shoe factory. It would pollute their water. Their life will become miserable. There's only like 10 people in the village or 100, but the city has 1,000 people. So if once we do democracy, we do build the factory because that's what majority vote is. But if we adjust for how much the policy impacts people, we give more people who are more impacted more votes, then we see that we should not build the factory.
Just do
Similarly,
quadratic voting if you want to do
If the
quadratic
factory
voting.
is socially owned, it could internalize its
well,
externalities.
I think quadratic voting is very hackable. I don't trust that it would be me. I don't think that at all. And plausibly, it wouldn't matter that much. I'm thinking of ranked choice voting or something, but I think quadratic voting is I'm very skeptical of how much it tracks, because I think people interpret the question vastly differently. But that's one way to do stakeholder adjustments. I agree. But one way is to just let the people who are more impacted bargain it out with the government. Let them lobby the government and change it away. I think it's an amazing thing. I think lobbying, insofar as it does that. I don't know.
Well, yeah, like
Oh, wait,
I said,
sorry,
I think
hold
lobbying
on.
is just kind of an
I think I
inherent
said
part of
hamsters
the
earlier. I
democratic
meant fucking
framework
Mark
today. We
Zabi,
just have to
who
be kind of
copied
tightly
me.
regulated. It's really the spending
No,
itself.
hamsters stay
I would
legit.
say
Right,
is,
sorry. I was
is
looking
bad.
at
I mean, I
was
think
looking
that
at confused
I think
these
that
two things.
PACs and super PACs should probably be completely banned. I think that we should also probably have a lot of regulations with how
It's a cool picture
politics
that
is
my
covered
buddy
Union.
just sent me.
Yeah, we gotta regulate the union donation.
Yeah, and I think we should also have regulations on campaigning itself, right? That you should probably have a shortened campaign season, and things like that. I mean, I would do a whole shitload of things to our political institutions, though. To be fair, I mean,
I think it's very easily avoidable. I don't
I
know
would
how
have
you
a
well
far
define
less system.
campaign season. Well, I mean, I just think, okay, if you think here's the question. So suppose you maybe not the ultimate, but suppose you get a day as dictator, and you can only implement policies that are related to money and politics. And you don't get the ultimate plan you want, but the big one. So we remove all lobbying, and we do blah blah blah. Okay, suppose that's the only impact. Everything else stays the same. What problems that we have right now do you think will be solved or greatly ameliorated? I don't see any. Short of saying lobbying prevents Democrats and Democrats will solve all this stuff. I don't think there's stuff like that is. Democrats propose
Yeah, I
something
mean,
really good, but it gets blocked by the lobbyists in the Democratic Party. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I think it would force politicians to be much more
Fairly certain
kind of,
accountable
like,
is
people pleasing, I guess you could say.
favorable
I think
to
it
that
would
idea.
force
I can ask him in a
politicians
little
to
bit.
be much more out in their communities in order to achieve and community communities in order to get people to actually donate to them directly. Like the way that even progressives who organize their campaigns, they're also in rooms with rich people 85% of the time, right? Like AOC and Rashida Tlaib, right? They're going to a block party filled with lawyers and doctors who are all writing $2,500 max contributions, right? And so, if everyone had $100 a year, they could contribute to either an official
But as we
party
can say Democrats
or
were fed. I don't
an
think he
announced
does.
and that's
Because Sample has
spending, you're
brought
only
up
allowed to spend that money on
Bernie's
campaign
fucking
time
horrible.
to shorten the window of
Bernie's
campaign
fucking horrible
season,
players
I
that are
should
fed
say.
too.
I think that would just engender
Which also, I wonder. I'd have to do reading to prepare for this or whatever. I wonder if I could convert Hutch to neoliberalism. Okay, I see Hutch and all the Lib and Learns. Okay, and talking to a bunch of people. Like I saw him talking to the Jola guy, which I want to talk to. Jola will definitely respond to me setting something up. Which I could do it as well. To talk about neoliberalism, but like, every time he argues with a lot of like people to the left of him, and he's like, basically, I think it's more effective for Democrats to do, X, and like, I don't think it is reasonable to ask that Obama to have codified Roe v. Wade because he had to use his political capital to pass Obamacare, and if he had tried to pass the Roe v. Wade codification, that would have blown up Obamacare, and it's not reasonable to, he argues with that all the time, but like, like every time, okay, and like every time on Live and Learn, he's like, okay, maybe Dems just need to appeal to moderate voters like a little bit here. He has the preference like, I'm a Bernie voter. I swear, guys, I love Bernie. Guys, I'm so progressive. And I believe him. I don't think he's lying or anything. But I wonder if he'd be open for a conversation, because I don't think. Maybe Bernie wasn't that bad in 2016. Okay, I don't think I would ever vote for Bernie in a primary. I don't think it's just like a lot of the shit he wants is just lies and dumb shit. Like I think the shit he said on Flagrant, which Flagrant is the recent thing, again, maybe in 2016 it wasn't as bad. That was an unacceptable level of just lying, okay? Like, it's fine to talk about income inequality, whatever. It's fine to talk about wealth inequality, but, like, you can't just lie and say, like, it's a big, like, hockey stick like lineup, okay? The moment from when Bernie is born, okay, where it's like income inequality is doubling every year, and it's just like yeah, the Federal Reserve thing is stupid. The wealth tax is stupid. Like, I don't think it's catastrophically bad. I think depending on how the Fed thing is implemented, that actually could be pretty catastrophically bad. Just because farmers are fucking evil, okay? Bernie's also a National Socialist evil man. He wants unlimited genocide in the third world. True. And the trade restriction, like, being like the dumb, like, fair trader shit, I think that's Neolib Pill Hutch, let's go. Yeah, like I probably need to do more reading on it, because like I think with trade, I'm good on. Like, I could have a conversation with trade on almost anyone. He hates immigrants. My understanding is he changed his position on that, like past 2016. He used to be more immigrant skeptical, but my understanding is he's relatively pro immigration by now. But now he went back to it. Damn. But yeah, like any of the like immigration trade restriction, I think is dumb. On trade, I could easily, I think, convince most fair trade progressive people that free trade is actually good for the middle class. But other things, like, it's harder. Like, I've had a conversation with PPG about like a wealth tax. Like, the debate we had went well. He didn't actually change his position, but I think the audience would have been like won over, and I think it would have been. I don't know. Like I think with a little bit more reading, okay, I could Neolib Pill Hutch, okay? Then Hutch in all these conversations would be my Neolib Pill advocate, okay? But also, I saw him talk to Jola, who I've spoken to once before, very briefly. And I know Jola's a big Bernie guy, too. I don't know if you guys know who Jola is, but he does a lot of, like, YouTube short debate type things. And I think I didn't okay, we're going to get my econ degree, okay, 4 years, and then 4 years from now, we're going to go one by one in Neolib Pill, everyone, okay? We're going to go Jola, Hutch. We're probably never getting to economy, okay? Lost cost, okay? Never happening. Pisco, I feel like I've never really seen Pisco talk that much about economics. I don't know. Also, I feel like, isn't Pisco dating this girl? And I feel like I can't read this whole article because it's paywalled, but I feel like most of this blog post is pretty unfair to Ezra Klein. Joel is pretty good, yeah. I think both sides exaggerate. Sides of wealth tax debate exaggerate the effects. Probably. I mean, I don't think wealth tax would be catastrophically bad or anything. Like, the U.S. used to have, like, multiple states used to have wealth taxes, but I don't know. It's just probably not optimal. Oh no, she's back.
like it's probably better to just like limit the media thing. So like I'm fine with like nationalizing almost all media. Like seems rational to me.
Yeah, but
Media
at
is
the end
like
of
a
the day, like
horrible market.
you can only patch so many things. Like you can only like limit this spending, curtail this
I agree.
regulation,
I
override
agree.
this. Like at the end of the day,
But
like
is Norway about? Look, I think I look at countries that are highly democratic that don't have this problem. Look at Norway. Look at Sweden. Look at Denmark.
Norway doesn't have people worth $400 billion. That doesn't exist in Norway.
Okay, so
They don't have
it's
people with
like
that
this meme.
power.
It's like this meme. It's like I love people with $50 billion, but I would never, ever, ever love people with $100 billion. Like, okay,
But that's a big difference.
okay.
Like obviously that's
No, it
but that's
isn't. It's why. It's two. It's
what the
two.
fuck are you talking about? If that's what I'm saying. If Elon Musk only had 50 billion, I'm just using that as an example. I think my upper bound for wealth will probably be lower than that. But like, if Elon Musk only had $50 billion, he wouldn't be able to buy Twitter, right? And similarly, like your entire ability to propagandize the population would go down significantly.
By the way,
Great. So ban spending on propaganda, and then he only has to.
Neolib pill arc, okay, by the way, neolib pilling people actually starts this week because at some point we're going to have a conversation with Sociologic about I think the premise of the conversation is like rent control and the rent freeze in New York, but I do want to go over with him because basically like he responded to one of my tweets saying, every time I think of an economist, I think of people judging who can afford, whether people can afford to pay their rent or not. And I think of the most uptight guy saying, actually, you shouldn't be able to afford rent. I think it's a really unfair idea of what economists do. And I think that is going to taint any of the evidence that I present him, which are obviously from economists, when I cite papers at him and everything. So I probably want to start with like, I think it's a really unfair characterization of economists. And then once we get to like economists do actually care about people being able to afford their rent, they just have a descriptive view of the world, which suggests that rent control is not the best way to do that. Then we can get to rent control is not the best way to do that, right? But extremely unfair. I sent some papers in that chat. What? Yeah, the econ stuff chat. Which, by the way, any of the econ bros, which I don't know how many here, I added a new channel to my server called Econ Stuff. You can chat about whatever econ stuff in there. But from time to time, I will be asking for people to link their papers on whatever topic I'm interested in at the time, in there. Yeah. Which I haven't downloaded any of them yet, but I need to. And what was I saying? Oh, and then I don't want to leak this yet, but I am cooking up something probably this week. Just join your channel. Hell yeah, Fascism Watch. I'm cooking up something, okay? Incredible. I'm cooking up content beyond your imagination. Peak content. It is truly incredible what I'm cooking up, okay? I don't know when it'll be, but I have the relevant person who has agreed to it. Peak content incoming.
Would be socially owned wealth, right? Not all of it, but like 70% of it or whatever, right?
Okay. Again, so no.
By the way, he's not gonna also AI slot non-font time. No, don't worry. It's peak. Okay. I will announce it on Twitter whenever it is set up, and then I'll probably like schedule the YouTube stream, so I can build hype. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, I'm not. I hope Sociologic isn't watching. I don't want to be mean to him. I love you, Sociologic. I'm not worried about this dude citing any papers at me because he doesn't think economics has any value at all. Like, he's not gonna like. There's not gonna be not gonna cite papers at me. If he does, it'll be like. And you mentioned like, I'm familiar enough that I know what papers he would cite if he were to cite them. He'd cite that Sam Cedar cited, and that one. I probably should read the response to that one, and then maybe the response to the response. That's a pretty controversial paper, to say the least. You debate leftists and AI. It's really funny. There is a leftist like AI hater that we into this call that we the Vermont girl who we were talking to a little bit earlier. She was like, ChatGPT stole everything just like DeepSeek did. It's like, okay, it's kind of different. You know, it's obviously ChatGPT was trained on content that wasn't theirs, but DeepSeek kind of like stole the like training method as well. But like, it's not like DeepSeek was trained on stolen content. It was like DeepSeek stole. I don't know exactly how AI works, but like the actual shit behind ChatGPT, not just their training content, right? But yeah. It is also, by the way, a convenient time to have this type of discussion with Sociologic about what economists do, because Orrin Cass, because in a masterful move, okay, Orrin Cass said, you know what, this non-fund guy is going to need to defend some economists, okay, so I'm going to make an anti-economic statement. That way, all the Substack bloggers that non-fund subscribes to will write articles saying Orrin Cass is wrong. Economics is actually a useful science or social science or, however they define it. And that is useful for me because now I have the economic forces Brian guy and no opinion. Recent post about why economics is good. Do we even know if they stole anything? I think it just depends what you mean by like steal. Like ChatGPT, I think has I don't know if there's case law about this yet. The relevant thing is like, is it illegal to train AI on content that isn't yours? And I don't know if there's a clear legal answer to that. People can make random statements with little evidence because they are hawkish. Yeah. Well, don't you know, the AI would just help billionaires. Phelps Golden rules hammering should be forced. True. DeepSeek uses outputs from other models. It's called model distillation. Okay. So clearly stealing more than just like content that's trained on. Yeah. AI taking jobs is cringe, but it's good for everything else. AI taking jobs is based as long as we have redistribution. Okay. As long as we have the sovereign wealth fund.
And I think the evidence empirically is just very weak that things. It's just very weak evidence. Unless you can show me the synthetic control, I'd love to see it.
They're back to inequality.
Oh.
They're back to inequality. How are we here? How are we here again?
But am I responding to what you said? Like, I feel like I am, but I think I'm not. Oh.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would agree that, of all the reasons why our democratic institutions are kind of fucked, I would say that billionaires, in terms of just the fact that billionaires have a lot of money, right? Like, I don't know how relevant that is compared to how you actually kind of organize property relations and property rights and tax and spend policy, the things that you're describing. I would say that if you had this sort of ideal set of election regulations and spending on news media and election regulations, right? I would expect that the health of your democracy would increase a substantial margin. And I think that to the extent that the billionaires would be able to propagandize to the population would go down. But, I think that, one thing that I think is difficult, right, is that you would probably need, at least in this country, you would need likely a radically different Supreme Court to even agree with any of those regulations off the bat. And practically speaking, I think you're much more likely to be able to sneak in kind of a generational sovereign wealth fund that ends up significantly reducing wealth inequality than, this entirely new set of understanding of what you can and can't spend money on. Because it seems like, according to the Supreme Court, basically,
no one tells Shen.
Yeah,
I'm stealing his coal if I can
billionaires can
find
literally just do whatever they want with their money in terms of the political projects.
No, I don't think that. I think
pretty crazy.
I think it should be. I think media should be highly regulated, if not nationalized. I think media is like a turbo market.
I'm making a practical point. My practical point is that
they stole from internet data, sued against from AI, from China things, but our social media interactions, public data were all used as data. Yeah, I'm aware of that. And I think there's I know Reddit has a deal now, don't they, with OpenAI to submit data to them or whatever.
I mean, this is an argument for.
How did that
That's
go?
anti-wonk. That what you said is anti-wonk. No, your policy is maybe optimal, but just politically, think of the politics. Well, I don't want to think about the politics. If I would stick to
I mean, I already agreed that just people's relative amount of wealth is not yeah, like I think it probably an ideal set of regulations, like the fixed effects here, like an ideal set of regulations would have a probably well, I don't know, but like I think they would probably have like a very sort of direct effect on the health of our democracy in a positive direction. I mean, it's hard to say because obviously, if the most that somebody was worth was like $2 billion, you still wouldn't see any of the problems that I'm describing as well. So that would like significantly improve the health of the democracy as well. So I'm not sure how to compare the two, but practically speaking, though, I think that it's probably the case that you're going to be able to get some of these distributional concerns addressed a lot quicker than you're going to be able to get, this like ideal set of regulations, right? That's just probably I think that is the case, but
Maybe, although I'm very skeptical. Change inequality. So inequality, as commonly measured, is not very. Elon Musk could like triple his net worth, and like the inequality indices that the evidence we talk about published that the people talk about, or like a capital share of income or whatever, would not be moved that much. So we have to do a lot of
would be, like,
extrapolation when we talk about
obviously.
stuff like that.
No, it would be because obviously, like, if we had like, okay, today, let's just say that a generation ago we engaged in this project, and let's say
Yeah.
that today we had a sovereign wealth fund that had $150 trillion in it, right?
Yeah.
Well, like the total amount of financial wealth in this country is like 300 trillion. Last I checked.
Yep.
So
It's I
obviously,
think 4 maybe. Yeah.
yeah. So obviously, if the amount of private wealth available distributed amongst all citizens, just like whatever the private like capitalist distribution of that wealth would be, is only half of what it currently is.
Okay.
What we see in Norway, right? Like you can track.
Okay. No,
mean-
that's not what I was talking about. I was saying if Elon Musk would. So when we talk about inequality, when we talk about things, talk about I would do egalitarian policies, promote inequality or whatever. All of the published literature on inequality is mostly just Gini or shit. Very not moved by specific individuals.
Yeah,
But like,
obviously that's
the
true.
purchase
I
of
mean,
Twitter is. So that seems to me that like the point about it changing. Not really. At least not the way I commonly think about it. We should base our policy on. But very quickly, the other thing is, if inequality is mostly specific individuals, right? Look, okay, we can ignore the fact that someone has more capital. Specific billionaires that are rich. It's not the rate, it's the average, it's on the percentage or whatever. Specific people who are very rich. That seems to be more of a case of regulating what they can do. Like, okay, no one should like own the media.
Obviously, it's the case that when it comes to like systemic risk, right? Like having 300 billionaires all have $1 billion versus one billionaire having.
I don't think that's analogous though.
Well,
I think I've not seen it. Okay, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Like obviously, it's the case that having one guy have $300 billion creates a much easier collective action problem because there's no collective action problem at all. So if that one guy wants to go out and like build an entire news media empire or just take one over that's already been built for him, like that's way easier versus having a much more distributed system of wealth. So it's not that total inequality would be decreased
Dude,
much by like
I would get
trivializing the wealth of like everyone worth over $10 billion. Because like you said,
if
like, only, I don't know.
If I do
like,
my
that's
econ
only
thing
like a,
and I
a
like my
couple
4
$1
years,
worth
I
or
might get a
something like
PhD.
that, right?
We'll see.
But it can be also true that the sovereign wealth fund proposal, just like having a lot of public ownership, essentially, that would make egalitarian essentially the entire distribution of wealth, which would make any sort of subsequent need for regulation much more trivialized as well, because pretty much nobody would have that level of systemic power at that point, right? And you'd have to like both of these things are true, right? Obviously, you're just making an argument that the redistribution is not relevant to the perfect regulations. And it's like, okay, I mean, maybe like you compare the two and it's like the same either way, but obviously my preferred thing would.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know
right.
exactly how much you care about how many econs do a perfect job.
Okay, so for one, on Sweden,
I mean, hey, listen, ideally, okay, exclamation point TTS in the chat. Okay, let's get some. Make sure to hit that follow button. Make sure to hit the sub button. You know, we gotta make sure this fucking we gotta, you know, ideally this thing works out. Okay, you know, I get my 4-year degree afterwards. Okay, I start a podcast. I call it Wonkery or Wonkish or whatever, and I just interview economists who I think are cool. Okay. We just have a Patreon, okay? Listen, that's the ideal. You can also be better at debating with a master's and PhD. I think like I know a lot of people who are getting like I think Sam is getting his master's. I know a decent amount of people who are have their master's or PhD, and like it's I mean, you know, I don't know. Like it could just be I get into college and like I hate certain parts of economic, like I hate doing the actual math or I hate doing the actual research or whatever, then I don't want to do it. That's fine or whatever. It could be the case. I continue to enjoy doing it, and like it just be a thing I want to do. It just be a question of funding it. Like PhDs can be expensive. Now there are a decent number of jobs, from my understanding, that will fund your PhD if you work there. So maybe I could get one of those, but we'll see.
Yeah, people are annoying when they talk about it.
Yeah, but I mean, like the actual structure and the economic model.
Do you think he hates me now? I don't know. He left. He ran
No.
away.
I think so.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. He does that a lot. He like listens and then he leaves. Whatever.
He runs away, scared, tail between his legs.
No. He does this all the time. Like someone talks and then he just doesn't say like, okay, I gotta go. Like SDL had like I had to go to sleep. And I was like, oh, yeah, bye SDL.
I mean, it's annoying
Like,
they
oh,
like
it'll be like-
interrupt sometimes. Like I don't like a lot of times I don't say I'm gonna leave. I just kind of dip out. Like it's like I don't want to interrupt just to say I'm leaving. Fuck you guys. But
That's fine. Whatever. Either way, whatever. Alex, is something you were saying? Norway. Do you have a problem with Norway?
Yeah, do you
I
have a
don't hate
problem?
Norway. I mean, I would probably experiment with more privatization in Norway. I don't know how rich their history of experimenting with privatization is. I don't think you should have a lot of
suboptimal tax policy, obviously. Like you should just not.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
of course. It's, okay, full expensing. Okay, that's not unique to Norway.
That's yeah.
Yeah, and would I probably take some of the sovereign wealth fund and like spend it on R&D instead of the people on whatever sorry shit.
For real.
And pro growth stuff. I think Norway is highly reliant on hydro clear energy, so that's something you should change. I don't know. Other things. And like fuck it. I mean, 300 billion to Israel. Why not? Why not?
Okay, I see.
The sovereign wealth fund should only fund Israeli.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, it's funny because the sovereign wealth fund actually boycotts Israeli.
Yeah, I know,
companies.
yeah.
Some of them, not all of them.
I was on
Some
the
of them.
equities page of the Sovereign Wealth Fund a little while ago.
What?
the international
Norway's
one, and
top export has to be
I was
oil.
looking up what's the companies they own the most amount of shares in as a percentage of the total shares of the company. And I can't.
So
Most of them were
Coca-Cola.
real estate companies. But I think one of the largest non-real estate companies is a Japanese cosmetic company. They own like 6% of it.
Hmm.
Thought that was interesting.
Okay. Wish we had better like published empirical literature on stuff like sovereign wealth funds or whatever, and the ability of government to allocate sovereign wealth funds. But I think
Yeah. It would be a good
think-
idea to do leftist socialist experiments to figure out what works,
No.
right?
no,
Oh, so you don't want empirics now? Okay.
no. Do I want? It would be nice if we had more empirics on fascism. I don't want more fascism. Yeah, that makes sense, right? But I'm not convinced that their state ownership is more efficient than what they could do. I think it's more efficient than other state ownerships. just don't think it's more efficient than private markets. Um, yeah, I know. I think Norway has a pretty solid rate of growth, so I don't know if it will change anything. That.
Only because of the oil.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. There are synthetic control papers. Without
I was
oil,
gonna say,
Norway would
like,
be way worse.
unironically, there is like we might be sending the same paper I saw on Twitter, like a synthetic control
But
paper that I
Norway
actually
would
found.
be a poorer country without the oil, no doubt. But it's another question of, okay, of the resources they have, what is the distribution and the structure of ownership of those resources? And that any
Right.
country can do.
Yeah, the one that maximizes utility, which I think would be maximized if we just had less state ownership there. I think we have good empirical evidence of it in a lot of areas. But some other things like that are not very necessarily neoliberal, like just build more nuclear energy and to donate to Israel. So I don't know.
How much do you think
Why
there
not?
is,
Why not?
like,
Literally, why not? Literally, why not? Hey, go ahead.
I think there's an appearance of Jewish control there, and even minimizing the. We should even try to minimize the appearance that the Jews control. But
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think I was gonna ask, how much do you think like there is like genuine free riding from like medical and technological innovation that's done in the real capitalist countries that like Norway and European countries just get to free ride off of?
I mean, I think it's pretty significant. I mean, you look at Norway, Denmark, all of them have like the NHS style healthcare systems. But innovation doesn't come from them. Their rate of innovation is lower. The
Yeah.
patents are significantly lower, and I don't think that's a coincidence. It is the healthcare system. I think it is the government. So they're killing people by being socialists. Think about it. Think about
This
it.
is
How
true.
evil
This is
that
true.
is. Think about how deeply wrong that is. And reflect about what you support.
I mean, I would say insofar as there's free riding on pharmaceutical and medical technology innovation, that's just a problem of every single
I mean,
country.
Sam has one
that-
paper that shows it doesn't have
that
novel,
essentially
or doesn't
has some
affect
amount of
novel
price
investment, right?
controls on
He sent me that
on
before.
pharmaceuticals and medical technology.
True.
That happens in
I agree.
countries that are not socialistic. That happens in countries that are socialistic. It's kind
Yeah,
of
I
a
agree. They're
problem.
all genocide. They're all doing the moral equivalent of genocide.
I have to go to bed, and I was only listening to sleep while I was listening to go to sleep. But I do want to point out that the research that we have shows that the government is way better at medical research than the private sector. It's just that the government is less likely to spend on research in most of these other countries. In the United States, a lot of this evidence that people will usually cite is like, but a larger percentage of the drugs that private companies study actually end up going to market. That's mostly because like the role of the U.S. is to do the level 1 research, or the role in the U.S. of the federal government, which the U.S. federal government does a lot of the entirety of the world's medical research, is to just go through a bunch of drugs and find out that like 90% of them are useless, but then like find the 10% that have
Yeah,
some
I'm really
promise to give
not-
them over to the private sector to
I don't
turn
know
them
what they're
into
saying. I'm open to it.
products. And I don't think it
I'm
would
not
be that
opposed to
hard
the
to
idea
just
that government
expand that
funds
out
drugs
to,
pretty
to
well.
products. And also we can
What is that research?
pharmaceutical research.
Yeah, just like me, the paper you said we have really good research to show that it's like these governments are actually. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you just want to there's like the research that shows that the fucking that the
Just
federal
the papers,
government.
I'm gonna just
the
go to
papers,
ChatGPT
yeah,
real
whatever.
quick.
Look,
Type
I
in.
want more federal R&D spending, and I think there should be full expensing for R&D. So, like, I don't want the government to do nothing. I just think the incentive to innovate does matter. That's a big reason I support multi-payer healthcare, and not
Yeah,
single
yeah.
payer.
I want profit maximizing and profit seeking behavior.
Yeah, no, that's
and
basically
I want
me
competition.
and King of Coast
And
had
that's
basically that
why
same
we
interaction.
should
on
have 10,000 different companies that are all owned by
Twitter.
the Sovereign Wealth Fund producing medicine.
So bad.
Nope. Let people own things. That's okay. We can have that. You'll be
Um,
okay. You'll be okay. I promise. You'll
I'm
be
letting
okay.
everybody own things. What do you mean?
I agree with that. Do you have the? You don't need to have it right now. I just, as far as I know.
I'm on my phone. I'm pulling it up, or I'm
That's
trying to
it.
pull it up. I might have to pull it up
Take
on
your
my
time.
computer.
You can send it to me like a week from now. Don't rush.
For sure.
Let's
Dude,
see.
you know what's? I mentioned this before. You know what's funny? I messaged SDL months ago. Okay, in like December. I was like, I think I asked him 2 questions. I said, like, one, do you like have any opinions or research on like how much Medicaid price controls affect R&D? And like 2, can you just send me some of the research that you have on like government R&D generally? Okay, this guy has still not responded. All right, and it's only gotten more and more relevant. Okay, but this guy has still not replied.
And you were caught in 4K trying to confirmation bias with SDL because you saw the irrefutable argument checker and you were
I'm open about this.
reason.
I tell you this guys all the time. Whenever I want to justify like a post Keynesian take, we'll talk to Sam. Okay, whenever I want to justify a neoliberal take, I can just go to you sample text. It's beautiful. It's
True. It's true. It is true.
I'm just going to
Amazing what
Google
you can do.
quickly. Israel time.
Don't worry about it. Why would you even care? Like, why does that matter? Why do you even care?
Because I care about you.
Yeah. Well, no, because you don't want me to own stuff.
Because I don't want you what?
To own stuff.
Oh yeah. That's
You want me to own nothing.
exactly.
Yeah, basically, like,
and I want you to.
I basically
to
said
be
like,
a good
big
little
downsides
labor
if
boy
for
and
price caps we
clock in
subsidize
at the
R&D.
communist
Can it coast
factory,
us
so
like?
you gotta get sleep.
I mean, capitalism is
I need
good.
to eat bugs.
Allocates
No. I already slept today.
investment effectively.
I'm gonna go to
I was
sleep
like,
soon. I'm gonna go to sleep soon.
I read
Like,
papers that government spending on
but
basic
when I
R&D
say I
is not
slept today, I mean I
inefficient.
slept for 3 hours and.
And in my mind, medicine is always going to be a high barrier to entry, and in that case, the price cap on nearly perfectly and honestly good on competitive markets doesn't seem to be too bad, contingent on the effective R&D subsidies being, or on the R&D effectiveness being effective, of course. And he said, basically, every positive study on government R&D is measuring the effect of spending that either increases private R&D in aggregate or happens to increase R&D of financially constrained private firms. It is not evidence of the effects of substituting R&D types. I think is a good point. Farmer has high barriers to entries because of patents, which by the way, I don't think that's the only reason for it. I mean, it's also just regulations, which I think are justified to have in medical industry. But I mean, he is correct. This is a big reason why there are. Wait, isn't the wrong study? Damn. It's a big reason why there are barriers to entry in medicine, which is supposed to be relatively low knowledge, such competency needed, a way to ensure sufficient returns on innovation. So if that's the issue, it implies weakening drug patents, which I do think. I don't have super strong opinions on this, but I think it is. I mean, governments. I think drug companies probably have too much leniency with how much they're able to get patents on, like improvements to drugs rather than like actual novel drugs. It seems to be we're too loose on that, but my opinion could be changed on that. And then couldn't give vouchers for people to buy drugs that are too expensive. Basically, be an implicit subsidy for R&D, which we should. It's true. We should just subsidize if you want. If you want people to be able to afford drugs and you also want medical innovation, if you give people the money to buy drugs, they'll spend more on drugs, it'll fund more innovation, and they'll actually be able to afford drugs. It seems like a better thing than price caps, but whatever. But yeah, we already subsidize banning drugs and something. That's what the publicly funded insurance programs are about. I assume they are asking about new things that could be done. Now I sent the right one. Okay. Long run impacts of regular price cuts evidence from Medicaid. Oh, I have the study, yeah. No, I know this one, yeah. 61% decrease over 10 years. I know there's like 75% decrease in like patents or whatever. 25% decline in new product innovation, 75% decrease in patent filings. Yeah, I have the study downloaded. I read Nicholas Decker too.
As early as I could. Here, let me show you.
I'm assuming it's Fred data. If you're doing 1930 to like 2012, then you're gonna have like it's gonna be falling since about like 2008. The period between 1930 and 2008, there was the Keynesian interventions, and I'm a post-Keynesian, so obviously I think that those would affect the rate of profit in the way that post-Keynesians would think that those interventions would.
So if there are
I
countervailing tendencies, yeah.
Just a girl
So it's a
underage.
tendency of
Can I
a
like
free
this
market,
tweet?
right? The idea that you can have government intervention to change the behavior of the market is trivial, but the idea behind the post-Keynesian is just that, like, yeah, when you socialize investment, that's the solution to the falling rate of profit, right? So the more that you socialize investment, the less of a profitability crisis that you're going to have.
Okay. Do you think the government socialized more investment or less investment since 1990?
Since 1990, my understanding would be more investment as a percentage. I could be wrong. It's totally possible.
I mean, just look at the graph I
Um,
sent. This is my recalculation of the falling rate of profit on Fred. And it's just
I also think that
pretty,
the
this shit is pretty
the falling.
constant. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me see. Yeah, like I said, 1930 to like today. This is like expected.
Yeah.
This spike at the since 2020 is interesting. I'm curious if that's like a Keynesian thing or a bubble. It's very possible that it's a bubble.
Well, I just think it's a reduction in wages, probably.
You think that since 2020 there's been a reduction in wages?
I think wages took a shock negatively in 2020, and that compensation, I should say, not wages technically, but compensation took a shock negatively, and that's in the denominator, so the value increases.
Haven't
That's
real
not
wages
predictable.
increased since 2020?
Yeah, I mean it's
yeah,
complicated.
but there was a shock in 2020.
Right. So
The
why
shock
have
would be a
why are
spike.
real wages? Sorry, why is the profitability at okay? Listen. No, so this graph is about what, like, more or less what I would expect it to be, other than since 2020. The since COVID shit, I haven't like super duper looked into what's going on there. Super plausible that so what's going on since COVID is like literally the economy has been like in like brand new territory since the COVID shit in like a lot of ways. So I would unironically not be surprised if there's new evidence since COVID that would require me to like change or like use a different kind of theory. But like this is more or less what we expect in like the century, or where or not even the century, more or less the century, a little under, but where women entered the workforce. So we like doubled that. We had like the period of like globalization in America. We had like the introduction of Keynesian interventions. Like you would expect there to be a relative stabilization with like a slight fall. And then the meme is that like since 2008, realistically, it should be falling. How are you calculating this? I also am
You can
curious.
redo
I see very few where it hasn't been, where it like raises from 2008 to 2020.
It's S over C plus V. I mean, you can read the equation. It's on the top.
Yeah, 100 plus 100 times. So just basically net value added of non-financial corporate
we're gonna have another Mark
businesses.
Zombie moment. Oh no.
I mean, yeah, if we follow non-financial, we should get something really fairly interesting, like something relevant. I prefer usually doing the whole economy and then having financialization as its separate metric, but like
I was
is what it is.
following Basu. Yeah, I was following Basu. So Basu doesn't use financial calculations.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand why Basu does that. It's reasonable. It's not the way I like to do it, but like it's in terms of a simple graph, I get it. Consumption of fixed capital, private, domestic, corporate. Net value added, consumption of fixed capital. Net operating surplus with consumption of fixed capital, private, domestic, corporate business, non-financial, and net value added of a non-financial corporate business, compensation of employees.
Yeah, it's S over C.
Sorry, non-financial corporate business. So the consumption. I'm sorry. Is this? No. What is this second part? The corporate business, non-financial. Why are we removing the?
Oh,
corporate
it's just
business
compensation of employees. It's just so it says compensation of employees. So you go to Fred, there are tables, right? So it says the table. Okay, it kind of says the non-financial corporate sector, but in the table of like the in the table where they talk about the net value added, there employees as part of the calculation. That's basically it.
Wait, so we're subtracting the net value added by employees?
No. We have S, right? That's the numerator is S, right? Net operating plus. And then we have the consumption of fixed capital. So that's C. And we add the compensation of employees in the corporate sector. So that's V. So,
Okay, so we're just
No,
adding
I'm not looking to
non-financial
the
employee
University of
compensation.
Utah.
Yep.
I'm really only familiar with a few colleges in North Carolina.
Okay. I mean, okay.
As well as like,
I mean, the only
net value
criticism I
added.
can think of
colleges I
is
would
that I should
never-
not look at the consumption of fixed capital.
colleges I would never get into. Like, I obviously know Harvard, MIT. I know a little bit about that. GMU. Actually, I don't know if it's unrealistic for me to get into GMU. I don't know how high GMU standards are. But yeah. Do you know Marshall Steinbaum? I feel like I've heard that name, but I don't know anything about them off the top of my head.
This is just the 2008 to 2020 raise is just something in the S or in the denominator. So let me see.
Oh, to be clear, I don't think what I said was not about
Embrace the
financial.
Austrian, okay. Go to GMU, maybe.
I said about
Maybe.
the C part of the equation. C should be not consumption of fixed capital, but rather stock of capital. So net, historical cost of stock or whatever. I don't have
I don't
any.
even know where the
I don't
fuck
think you
GMU
should
is. Where is
divide
GMU?
flow by stock plus flow. Seems dumb. So we should divide flow by
Oh,
flow.
shit, it's in
Flow
Virginia.
by flow
Not
plus
that
flow.
far.
Seems like very reasonable.
I disagree because that's missing the point, but I understand why you say that.
It's a 5-hour drive from where I am, which for college is not as
Let me
bad
see
as
here.
it could be.
Net operating surplus.
That's not a horrible drive to do
Fixed capital.
twice
Private,
a year.
domestic
Twice a year,
business.
maybe, right? I guess. Well,
Plus net value
I guess
of
spring
added
break
corporate
and
businesses. So wait, but you're not dividing it by the
Christmas
financial
break.
sector,
Maybe I'd come back home.
or so by the non-financial sector. You're dividing it also by the financial sector. You're not dividing it by the non-financial.
No, I don't think I am. When it says corporate business, I don't think it includes. Like, if you read the read the bottom thing.
The
Red line.
first we would have good
Red
economic
line.
It doesn't
in the
include
US.
the financial sector.
Red line doesn't mention
University of Utah
non-financial
and
one.
Hinge PKE is based.
I think it's just. I think it's just.
One from high school,
See,
one
the
to
denominator
GMU.
is
Damn.
listed as part of this
I don't know
blue
what a
line.
GMU or Utah is.
Oh.
I know GMU just
fuck.
because
This is so.
I know some
Okay.
people going there. And I
Divided
know
by-
Nicholas Decker
okay.
goes there.
I see. That's right. I understand. And then the non-financial sector is like that.
I think
versus-
I think the word non-financial. I could be misread. I think the word non-financial is
Tyler
just when I
Cohen,
changed
did
it
Tyler Cohen go to GMU?
to monthly data or quarterly, whatever the fuck it was. From quarterly data to monthly data, I think then it added the word non-financial. Something about the way it's. I don't know. Either
I
way,
imagine that
the financial sector is pretty
actually would
funny.
be- the Fred data is like sometimes they just won't have shit, so they'll like correct it.
Who are
to
the
some shit,
professors
but,
at
like,
GMU? GMU
sometimes
is
it will be
the
like
home of
shit that
libertarian
you're
weirdos? Yeah, I
genuinely
know.
not looking for.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll
GMU
pull up
Austrians are actually
fucking
more
Fred
sane than
data
other
and I'll
Austrians, yeah.
find because I remember I don't remember why some of these graphs had the 2008 to fucking 2020, but I remember comparing them and being like, this one doesn't have it, and that's because this one's better.
Brian Kaplan says GMU.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
I know it's been. I literally haven't. I've been so much less worried about the rate of profit because I don't have to worry about the rate of profit killing the economy because Trump's busy doing it, and AI is making itself a problem in other ways very visibly. So I'm just worried.
No Brian
about those.
Kaplan.
Okay.
Does Tyler Cohen still teach?
Yeah,
Isn't Tyler
whatever.
Cohen like
Whatever.
fucking 80 years old at this point?
I agree with that.
But
Let's see.
I'll look into it because I do still think it's like
I guess
still think
Professor's
it's
pretty-
true.
oh,
I just
he's only
think it's
63.
like who
Okay.
cares at this point?
Yeah, okay. Because, like, also, I don't feel uncomfortable. Like, suppose it was the case that, the predictions for when AI will hit coincide with, like, vaguely when people predicted the rate of profit. I think it's very hard to tie mechanistically. Like, I don't think from the evidence we had
I
up
know
until,
this
like,
guy.
2008 or something, I don't think the induction extends to, like, the AI advancement rate, I think, dependent.
So
It's
yeah,
just
I think the
so-
evidence we had up until 2008, I think that
I think
it
I
was
think
like
I've seen this book
a weaker
before. I haven't read
hypothesis
it or
up until
anything.
2008. I don't think the evidence was incompatible with the hypothesis by any means. I think the reason it was a weaker hypothesis.
Why are we pretending like we're even listening to this conversation anymore? Highest one I can get into. Okay, definitely can't get into Harvard. Definitely can't get into MIT. Definitely. Well, actually, I don't. Actually, I actually don't know for sure what the highest one I could get into is really. But where's one in North Carolina? What is the highest one in North Carolina? Part of economics, Duke University. I don't think I can get into Duke. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I feel like I could get into Chapel Hill with an associate's degree from a community college. I think as long as I had a decent, Duke's in North Carolina. As long as I had a decent GPA from my community college, I feel like I could get into UNC. I feel like I don't know for sure, but I feel like. What can I just ask ChatGPT?
Those connections, and then builds out a sort of like the places where they agree, he just or the places where they don't conflict, and Marx is not like on some schizocontinental shit. He like will just like put them there, and where they disagree, he'll just like try and figure out who's right, and like 75% of the time it's Keynes. And like 90% of the time when Kolaski is deciding between the two, he's correct.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. It's just for me. There's like a lot of like. Seems like the best high quality stuff doesn't confirm the rate of profit. But the stuff that does is like, oh, this Marxist economist has his estimates. It's like, okay, interesting.
I don't even think that's true. Like the best high quality stuff that I've seen has been like unironically, I haven't seen super high quality stuff on the other side. Like there's been higher quality data sets, but it's not like it's not a study that's studying for the like anything remotely near the right thing, just because they don't understand it, or it's just like not something that like they're used to studying or they care to study.
I don't have any like.
I mean, I'm talking about like techniques like this. So this thing, for example, would be, yeah.
Yeah, 37%. We ain't getting in there, boys. There is no minimum GPA. Student with 3 points below. Student with GPA below 3.7 is unlikely. I think I have a GPA about that right now. I'm not actually sure because I don't check my grades very often. But I could definitely get there if I don't have it. I just have to actually do work in classes I don't like English. Sometimes I just don't. When I don't want to do work because it's really boring, I just don't do it, and that's kind of the biggest issue I have. What the fuck? 3.9 average. I feel I probably have more than 3.7, but I don't know. Because like I said, I did bad in English class because I don't like doing work that I don't want to do. The essays. Dukas, if you have to ask, you're not going to get their skill. Okay, good to know. Yeah, okay. We're good. Okay, good to know. Okay, so UNC. How hard is it to get in UNC? I just write really bad papers. I'm not a good writer or anything. But like I can get if I do the work, I can write a paper for just about anything that can get at least a B. I just don't like I said, sometimes like I get a like prompt for the English paper, which is some bullshit, and I'm just like, I just don't want to do it. If I don't like the topic, I change the topic, dude. I still do this sometimes, but I will stretch the topic so far sometimes, dude. I wish I had dude, I wish I remembered like what some of the prompts were from my old English classes, where I had to write essays because like I would just I would just stretch the prompt as far as I could go to be able to like summarize like whatever fucking book I was reading at the time. I'd just be like, you know, I'm reading Sam Harris right now. Here's my thoughts on Sam Harris's The Moral Landscape, and I guess this is relevant to the prompt somehow. Like it'd be like my fucking the introduction paragraph would just be like, this topic relates to the topic I actually want to talk about because of this, and then like the entire middle section would be like, this is what I want to talk about, and then the conclusion would basically be like, yeah, that's my thoughts on Y topic, and I guess it kind of relates to X topic. It's like, but I mean, they were like okay papers or whatever. They're like, none of them were like super formal. I was in the dumbing classes, okay, because I never did like APs or anything other than things I was interested in. I did honors classes for some things, but I mostly did the lame shit, the slow classes. Okay, take all the slow classes, but then I would just have time to read what I actually want to read. Like it'd be like, you know, I took regular math, even though I definitely could have done AP math. I could have done like college level math and got some credits out of the way because I'm decent at math. But like I could just take the boring math. And then after I finish the homework super early, just fucking leave or just fucking read. Sorry, I confused it because you should have done I probably should have. In hindsight, I want to, but
Fuck, man.
damn. Okay, I see how it is. Okay, damn. Oh, what's up?
Look who decided to undeafen.
Yeah, I heard you guys leave. I heard you guys finally.
Yeah, you
quits.
did. That's the only way you can handle people who deafen. You just leave and join and leave and join. Okay, well, nice convo. You got a stream out of it. It was nice chatting. I got to sleep
Yeah.
though, and you know, it's whatever.
Understandable.
Yeah, I was right about everything. Privatize
Very
the postal
true.
service. Privatize Social Security. In fact, subsidize money in politics. We gotta have more people lobbying. It's a right to lobby. Okay, Citizens United was, by the law, correctly decided. Maybe they went too far and like having no limits on anything. I think they went too far. I think Citizens United went too far in the sense that it allowed. I'm fine with like letting corporations do whatever they want, but they also let unions do whatever they want. I mean, come on, are we sure? I think that's too far.
For real.
But yeah, I'm upping the neoliberalism because I'm sensing a condo boy moving too far left. I feel like I should go more far neoliberal than I am. But yeah,
Yep.
to correct the
I
constant.
think I
or
might
something.
I know I'm gonna have a conversation with someone about like rent control and like probably
So boring.
I think I probably sent you the tweet.
84
that,
New Zealand paper, but yeah, go ahead.
I
Not New
doubt
Zealand,
this guy's-
New Jersey. My bad.
No, I doubt this guy's gonna cite that paper because like the interaction I had, which I thought I sent to you, I might not have. Basically, yeah, I had a tweet basically like it wasn't even like that harsh of a condemnation of rent control or anything. I think it was called like not so good policy, and he said like economists are just like judging whether people can afford their rent, and whenever I think of an economist, I think yeah. So like I doubt he's gonna cite any papers. So I think we're probably gonna start with like that's just not what economists do. It's just like a unfair criticism.
Ask him like, hey, have you ever engaged with economics beyond like YouTube videos by people you agree with ever?
Yeah, and I feel like obviously if I don't start there, it's gonna taint any evidence that I try to send them about like here's like a paper.
Yeah, the
finding
problem is
bad
when they're
results.
like motivated reasoners, it's like, well, have you ever engaged with homeopathy? No. Does that mean it's science? No. Like, why are you like this? Can you just like engage?
And then I
Like,
think
homeopathy is not science because if I were to engage with it, it would be bullshit. But can you at least try to engage with economics? Seems like more valid. I don't know. These people are annoying.
there's this YouTube Shorts debater, Jola. I don't know if you've seen him before, but like he does a good job like debating on YouTube Shorts and everything. I talked to him once briefly, but he's like he's like a really progressive like Bernie dude, and like I don't know, I want to see if I can talk to him at some point. Jola. Which, like, he's
Jola.
a Jola, yeah. He's a good debater from everything I've seen.
I'm not familiar. Send me stuff.
Yeah, this is his. I guess I'll damn it to you. This is his channel. Wow, I saw him talk to Hutch a little bit, and like it seems.
No.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, either way, whatever. So I'll talk to you later. We'll talk about whatever. If you need any neoliberal injections, any truth nukes, or whatever, I'm selling them. But yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
It was a nice convo.
Yeah.
I feel like it was very fun. I feel like I did. I didn't move much. Just the didn't move me much, but like, I still think relative to like I didn't move too much. So whatever. But yeah. Okay. That's my verdict. That's. Are you still streaming? Probably, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so
As always.
verdict in the stream. I like kind of was moved about the things I mentioned before, but like, not really. I don't think my position changed substantively. But yeah. Okay. Bye bye.
All right. Talk to
Have
her.
fun.
Appreciate
Talk
it.
to her. Yep. Talk to her. Bye.
I'm dying. Okay. I do want to just check on. But yeah, like I said, I do want to. I like this dude. I mean, he's 20K subscribers. He's a decently popular dude, but he's easily reachable for me. Okay, we're already friends on Discord. He definitely would be down for a conversation. I don't know about Hutch though. I mean, Hutch, I think he does call-ins and everything, which maybe I could just do that. But I don't know. I probably want to read more and just have like a better, like, well-grounded fucking thing. But like, I don't know, guys. Neoliberals just seem so goated, and like I said earlier, I think about the point where I'm just like, I just like would never like I would just like never vote for Bernie in a primary. Like I would just like that's just like in the general election, like he's almost certainly like better than Trump. I think his like I don't really think Bernie's policies is as bad as Trump. I think his policies are as bad as Trump. I think Bernie would be slowed down by Congress way more than Trump is, right? Like I think Bernie just has a better respect for institutions compared to Trump. But like in the like I would just never like I don't like wealth taxes. I don't like the dumb shit about the Federal Reserve. To the extent that he doesn't like free trade, I don't like that. To the extent that he doesn't like immigration, I don't like that. To the extent that like I think union, like it's a fine thing to be pro-union, but like when you cuck out to unions, you end up in these anti-immigration, pro-trade restriction positions. Like I don't like that. Sometimes you might have. Obviously, we talked about this earlier. Union requirements for things are probably kind of dumb. I don't hate minimum wage. I think minimum wage is perfectly fine, perfectly good in some cases. But Bernie and probably kind of too high for me. There was a stream Menard did earlier, but they privated the fucking thing, so I can't watch it, unfortunately. Sadly. Sad. This is sad. But yeah, I don't know. Like, Neil, I'm going to read a lot of things. I say I'm going to read so many things, and then I only end up reading 10% of the things. But those 10% of things have even more things to read in them, and then it's an exponential growth of unread things. But I think there's a In Defense of Capitalism book. I know Sample cites a lot. I'm gonna read that. Did you watch this shitty video? Oh boy, nice haircut. Thanks, Ricky. Oh, I skimmed through this because someone sent it in the server. I skimmed through this. It just seems like bullshit. Like, I don't know, dude. like it just seems like slop. Like it just like anyone. Like, anyone who just does this like basic analysis, this part of issue of Bernie too, and a lot of progressives. Like anyone who kind of just does like the basic analysis. Like I'm just gonna, today I think today I will cite Saez and Saez and Zuckman and not have any understanding of their methodology. Like it's just like such lazy progressive slop to like just cite some of these things and just and not actually. I think can have reasonable defenses of some of these positions, but like it just seems like so many of them like take as a truism like wealth inequality is higher than any point in history ever. A bajillion like they're like meh. Like, it's not true. It's not true. You think real wages has gone down a lot? Like yeah, like doesn't surprise me. Also, like some of this that like I think you talked about the 2008 financial crisis here, and he's like capitalism. It's speculation, and it's like I'm sure to an extent that played a role, but like if I asked this dude if I asked this dude oh like what do you think of a view like presented by like Scott Sumner that like overly contractionary monetary policy in the lead up to 2008 was kind of the big driver of the eventual like collapse that happened, like he'd be like what does NGDP mean? Like, like what is monetary? Like if I point out to him, like, oh, before the big financial collapse happened, like we saw NGDP contract a decent amount. I just feel like you would not have an understanding of what I'm talking about. Like, you can have, from my understanding, very defensible positions that the 2008 crisis was in large part caused by he reasons from nominal interest rate changes. Yeah, like exactly. Like you're gonna have, like I think you're gonna have these positions. Like it's reasonable to say. Like I don't think it's totally unreasonable to have the position that some deregulation it had something to do with the financial crisis, but like. You should be aware of like the maybe monetary policy played a role in the lead up to it, right? Like maybe it is meaningful that NGDP did contract all the way in like June 2007 or whatever. And like if you just don't like, for example, like I don't know, I've read a bit of Paul Krugman, I read a bit of like Scott Sumner, but like I've not read this whole book or anything. I've not read Bernanke sadly also did far too little. Yeah, well yeah. Should have done more QE, baby. But like I just wanted like yeah, June 2008 or whatever, NGDP started contracting, right? Yeah. I just think he would not be aware of any of these things. I think if you like and I think a lot of times I think when you don't have an understanding of sort of like models and things, like you kind of just fill the gap with corporate greed. It's like like with rent control, for example, because that will be relevant. It's like, like in my mind, like when I think of rent control, like I can envision the graph, okay, and I can envision the graph of housing firms and everything. Like I can in my mind it's just like, oh, quantity demanded is like greater than quantity supplied, so like developers just have less of an incentive to maintain high quality because they're more buyers, right? Everyone wants this fucking rent controlled apartment. Like, I don't have to have as high a quality apartment. Like, there's an incentive. I have no incentive to do that because there's a long line of people waiting for this rent controlled apartment anyway. But like, I don't know. When you don't think of it like that, you kind of just think like, oh, landlord greedy want to maintain profit, so they greedily, when they could easily choose not to, choose to cut quality, and it's like, what? It's like, well, no. Well, first of all, I don't know how big a margin these people operate on anyway. I kind of doubt it's more than like a 10% profit margin or whatever. So like, entirely justified if you cut a firm's profit for them to cut costs because they need to maintain. They need to be profitable still. They need to actually make money to do things. Believe it or not, guys. But like when you don't see these things, like you kind of just fill it in with corporate greed, and it seems bad. R squared was like, R star was like -4% of the time. I keep having to explain to leftists that the filtering effect is not Reagan trigonometrics. Yeah, people believe in the exogenous greed theory of prices and wages explains so much. Yeah, yeah. When my rent goes down, I thank my landlord for being less greedy. I know it's so like actually I think in this book is funny too that I pulled this up because I think he mentions it in this book as well. How do you spell symmetrical? Two amps. Fucking God damn it. I frequently saw similar sort of confused reasoning when I was taught economics. It's easy to convince students that when the cost of a firm faces rise, the firm will pass on at least part of the extra cost in the form of higher prices. But if you reverse the example and have costs fall, students are much more reluctant to accept the conclusion that firms will cut prices. But the worst part is the reasoning for the process. Instead of developing a hypothesis that would explain the asymmetry, students try to tell me that firms are less likely to cut prices because they are greedy. And yet the model is clearly symmetrical. Firms raise prices when costs go up because higher costs make the profit maximizing price rise. And for the exact same reason, lower costs make the profit maximizing price fall. When costs fall, firms cut prices because they are greedy. And now, obviously, there are kind of nuances to that with market power, but actually, conveniently, Richard Hanani, I just wrote an article, not meetings, just wrote his article about this, about housing market concentration as well, which it seems pretty short or whatever, but I think people way overestimate the amount of market concentration in basically every market, but especially housing. Like it just doesn't seem like it's that big a deal. But I don't know. I think when you don't, I think people fill in the gaps of corporate greed when they don't when they can't envision a lot of these things. It was a good Brian Albert post on competition. I mean, you should send it. I'm familiar with stuff. I might even have it saved, but I know he has the blog post like Econ 101 is underrated. Like where he mentioned that the underlying supply and demand model obviously still apply when there's not much regardless of competition. Like it still matters, which curve shifted and things like that. And then it's obviously anything that makes supply relatively inelastic is like if the supply of housing is very inelastic because of regulation, well, even a small amount of corporate power or whatever driving up the demand for housing, it's going to have really big effects on an inelastic supply curve, right? That's going to be a really big increase in price relative to if the supply was more elastic. But yeah. Anyway, who's streaming? Oh, Ken just started streaming. Well, it just started 3 hours. Basically, it just started. I thought it was less than that. How stream measure competition? Okay, based. Head over to Kid Not Kin on Twitch and on YouTube. Feel like Sarah's gonna end soon. Head over to Relevant. TLR donates corner model for competition based. Okay. Honestly, have not heard of it, and I kind of doubt it'll be relevant in any debates with normies, but we'll see. Okay. Anyway, I'll read it though, because I wanna. Appreciate you guys. Love streaming. Love the guys watch your stream. All you guys are cool. Okay. I will see you guys tomorrow probably. Make sure to subscribe and follow. Okay. It would really, really, really help me out. Subscribing to YouTube especially helps me out. Especially go watching the videos on YouTube and everything helps me out a lot. But anywhere you're watching, Twitch, Kick, Trovo, fucking anywhere. Follow, like the stream, subscribe. Prime sub bullshit. I'm cooking up something peak, absolutely peak. Like I said, I will announce it soon. Follow me on Twitter to know exactly when that is announced. I'll also announce it on YouTube. But yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. Love streaming. See you guys later.